Jiang Wushuang traverses the realm of martial arts and divine abilities. Beginning as an ordinary mortal, he finds himself condemned to the Demon Suppression Tower, surrounded by the most formidable demons and evil beings in the world, with a life expectancy of no more than 2 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Just as he resigns himself to his fate, he discovers that by merely coming into contact with these malevolent entities, he can absorb their cultivation. Chapter 1. Entering the Demon Suppression Tower. Listen carefully. A middle-aged man, donned in a wide-brimmed hat and a dark cloak, with a long sword at his waist, admonishes. Jiang Wushuang gazes bewilderedly at his unfamiliar surroundings. Before him stands a group of prisoners, all clad in the same prison garb he wears. The atmosphere is shrouded in darkness, with eerie sounds echoing around them, reminiscent of ferocious beasts roaring, sending shivers down their spines. I have traversed worlds, yet I begin as a prisoner. Jiang Wushuang's face reveals a bitter smile, as countless images flash through his mind memories left by the original owner of this body. He now inhabits the land of Deqian, a dynasty characterized by its vast territories and prosperous economy. The original owner, also named Jiang Wushuang, was the son of the Minister of Revenue. As a high-ranking official, he should have enjoyed a prosperous career. However, a month ago, a significant discrepancy in the treasury was discovered, leading to a massive shortfall. In a fit of rage, the Emperor of Deqian imprisoned him in the dungeons. Upon uncovering his embezzlement, the Emperor ordered his execution, and all his associates were banished to the frontier. As the son of the Minister of Revenue, Jiang Wushuang could not escape this fate. Instead of being exiled, he was relegated to serve as a guard in the Demon Suppression Tower. Logically, one might consider this a stroke of luck, avoiding the hardships of exile. Yet, Jiang Wushuang finds no solace in his situation. The Demon Suppression Tower is a place where evil forces are contained, but even in captivity, these malevolent beings often wreak havoc. In the past 30 years, there have been no fewer than 10 escape incidents, each resulting in rivers of blood and countless casualties. Some even led to calamities in the capital of Deqian, leaving behind mountains of corpses. As he contemplates the rumors surrounding the Demon Suppression Tower, Jiang Wushuang's face pales. Even if he is fortunate enough to survive the chaos wrought by these demons, the various arrays, restrictions, and evil energies within the tower are beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Prolonged exposure here would inevitably damage his foundations and shorten his lifespan. It is said that guards who survive past 50 years are considered exceptionally fortunate. Most succumb to illness long before reaching that age. This explains the tower's constant need for new guards, as normal people are reluctant to take on such a perilous role, leading to the selection of convicts instead. Jiang Wushuang is merely one of the unfortunate souls chosen for this duty, destined to become a guard for generations. Should he perish, his son would be compelled to take his place, followed by his grandson. Yet, he is not particularly concerned about this lineage. The body he inhabits is already weakened by a life of excess and debauchery, and he doubts it will endure here for long. Before he has the chance to father a son, his bloodline will likely perish. As he comprehends his current predicament, a chill settles in his heart. After a moment of silence, he begins to contemplate strategies. Sitting idly and awaiting death offers only a dead end. He must devise a means to escape. However, this thought is swiftly dismissed. This world is one where martial prowess reigns supreme, and he is utterly powerless. Where could he flee? Captured, he would only meet a swifter demise. If escape is impossible, then the only option left is a spark ignites in Jiang Wushuang's mind. Cultivation. In a realm steeped in martial arts, the path to strength lies in honing one's skills and fortifying oneself against the influences of the evil energies within the tower. When faced with demonic chaos, the likelihood of survival increases significantly. It is said that those who reach a certain level of martial prowess can easily crush demons beneath their feet. The malevolent entities imprisoned within the tower are those captured by the warriors of the Deqian dynasty. Powerful martial artists can suppress all. Jiang Wushuang's excitement grows as he contemplates this singular opportunity to alter his fate. Yet, as he reflects further, a sigh escapes him. Cultivation demands talent, a solid foundation, and guidance. The original owner, as the son of a high-ranking official, should have possessed the conditions for martial training, yet he has not become a warrior. Now, Confined within the Demon Suppression Tower, he is merely a lowly guard. Lacking resources, martial techniques, and with a frail body, he finds himself ill-equipped for cultivation. If he were to force himself to practice blindly, he might very well endanger his own life. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the glimmer of hope fades from his eyes. With a resigned sigh, the admonition from the guard concludes, and each prisoner is issued a guard's uniform and a dagger. Jiang Wushuang sheds his prison garb, donning the black and red attire of a guard, completing his look with long black boots. Gazing into the mirror, he sees a youthful and handsome visage, though his pallid complexion betrays his frailty, rendering him a striking yet delicate figure. Soon, Jiang Wushuang is escorted to his post within the Demon Suppression Tower. It must be said, the tower is vast. It takes a significant amount of time to traverse its expanse. As newcomers arrive, seasoned guards lead them through. Jiang Wushuang follows an older guard named Fan Qing, a man in his 40s with a thick beard. Uncle Fan, Jiang Wushuang greets him upon arrival. Jiang Wushuang, a fine name. Follow me, and I will help you familiarize yourself with the place. Fan Qing casually appraises him before gesturing for him to proceed. Jiang Wushuang hastily complies, trailing behind as they navigate the dimly lit corridors, the acrid stench causing him to frown, while Fan Qing shows no reaction, evidently accustomed to it. After traversing for what feels like an eternity, they finally reach the prison area. A central passageway flanked by dozens of cells creates an imposing atmosphere with its robust iron bars. Jiang Wushuang observes that the cells are empty. Do not be surprised the Demon Suppression Tower does not house ordinary criminals. Only those who have committed heinous acts and possess formidable martial abilities are qualified for imprisonment here. Noticing Jiang Wushuang's confusion, Fan Qing explains. He then turns to Jiang Wushuang, locking eyes with him. Here is a piece of advice. If you wish to survive longer, never approach the prisoners. Even if they are confined and restrained, they can easily take the lives of ordinary guards like us. Jiang Wushuang nods in understanding, silently taking note. Fan Qing's survival in the tower until his 40s indicates he possesses a certain wisdom. Finally, they arrive at a cell that contains a prisoner. In the dim light, a figure lies sprawled on the floor. As Jiang Wushuang approaches, a strong metallic scent of blood assaults his senses. Upon closer examination, he sees that the blood has pooled near the bars, still fresh and uncoagulated. With Fan Qing igniting a torch affixed to the wall, Jiang Wushuang finally discerns the figure within the cell. It is a man, drenched in blood, his body a canvas of wounds, with one leg brutally severed, exposing stark white bone. Jiang Wushuang instinctively steps back, horrified. Uncle Fan, what did he do to deserve such a fate? Is it tragic? Fan Qing shakes his head. This man is named Zhang Ji, who calls himself the Saint of Thieves. He has committed numerous abominable acts, stealing vast amounts of ill-gotten wealth. The Divine Capturer's camp pursued him for years without success. Unbelievably, this scoundrel targeted disaster relief funds in the Southwest, nearly allowing millions to starve. Ultimately, it was the leader of the Divine Capturer's camp who apprehended him. Such a person deserves nothing less than death, Jiang Wushuang thinks, taken aback. It turns out he is a notorious thief, one who disregards even the authority of the court. No wonder he has been sent to the Demon Suppression Tower. While Jiang Wushuang continues to assess the prisoner, Fan Qing notices the untouched meal delivered at noon, with several rats gnawing at it. He calls out to the figure on the ground, but upon receiving no response, he turns to Jiang Wushuang, handing him a key. Go check if he's dead. Jiang Wushuang blinks in surprise, pointing at himself. Me? Go in? He hesitates, saying, but didn't you just say we shouldn't approach prisoners? Fan Qing shoots him a glare, his expression shifting. Stop your prattling and go in. His survival in the Demon Suppression Tower for over 20 years relies on his caution. Let others take the risks first. If misfortune strikes, let it befall them, not him. Quickly, he urges, remember, you are merely a lowly guard now. Do as you are told. Seeing Jiang Wushuang linger at the entrance, Fan Qing's impatience grows. Chapter 2. Acquiring cultivation. Although Jiang Wushuang felt reluctant, he understood that as a newcomer, he had to comply with the arrangements. Gritting his teeth, he used the key to unlock the iron lock of the cell. Just as he was about to step into the cell filled with dry grass, he noticed Fan Qing retreating several steps, standing at a distance. Jiang Wushuang, already feeling uncertain, became even more frightened. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to muster his courage and enter to investigate. Fortunately, the prisoner was shackled with iron chains, which eased his anxiety. Yet, considering the prisoner's formidable martial prowess, he felt a knot tighten in his chest. Carefully, he approached, hoping against hope that the man was truly dead. The prisoner lay face down on the ground, and Jiang Wushuang slowly extended his hand toward the prisoner's nose. Just as he was about to discern the prisoner's breath, a dark hand suddenly seized his wrist. Simultaneously, a pair of bloodshot eyes locked onto him. The grotesque visage sent chills down Jiang Wushuang's spine. Water regaining his composure, Jiang Wushuang hurriedly picked up a bowl of water nearby and offered it to him. Only then did the prisoner release his grip. Jiang Wushuang dared not linger, hastily exiting the cell and leaning against the bars, panting heavily. The prisoner, named Zhang Ji, was reduced to a mere breath of life. Yet, when he had grasped Jiang Wushuang's wrist, it felt like a vice. Upon entering the torture chamber, several figures were already present, waiting. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in light armor caught Jiang Wushuang's attention. He sat upon a long bench, flanked by 2 guards from the Demon Suppression camp. His gaze was sharp as a blade, causing all the guards to lower their heads in fear of meeting his stare. Even Qi Qianshan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, momentarily opened them and flashed a gleam towards the man, saying, "Even the commander has come. It seems today they intend to serve me well." The armored man sneered, "Truly commendable for a martial arts master, even after all this time. Your spirit remains unyielded. However, today, I aim to pry open your mouth." The guards from the Demon Suppression camp swiftly bound Qi Qianshan to the torture rack, and various instruments of torture, of which Jiang Wushuang had never laid eyes upon, were brought forth. As Jiang Wushuang observed the gruesome scene, frowning, Fan Qing nudged him, signaling to step outside. A group of them stood silently by the door of the torture chamber. Jiang Wushuang had anticipated cries of agony emanating from within. The sounds of instruments striking flesh sent shivers down the spines of Fan Qing and the others, yet Qi Qianshan remained utterly silent. Each tool challenged the limits of human endurance, yet Qi Qianshan astonishingly endured. In that moment, Jiang Wushuang felt a flicker of sympathy for him, a sensation akin to complicity in wrongdoing. "Who is that esteemed gentleman?" Jiang Wushuang inquired about the armored man. "Do you not recognize him?" Fan Qing glanced at him. "That Lord Zhao is the commander of our first floor, the highest authority within the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower." Jiang Wushuang nodded, having suspected as much from the beginning, merely seeking confirmation. Each level of the Demon Suppression Tower is overseen by a commander, responsible for all affairs within that level. The commander's strength must be formidable. He mused, curiosity igniting within him. "Indeed," Fan Qing replied, "as for how strong, I cannot say, for I am no martial artist and no one has disclosed it to me." The interrogation of Qi Qianshan by the commander persisted for a full hour, during which Jiang Wushuang's legs grew numb from standing outside. A few even leaned against the wall to doze off. When the commander emerged from the torture chamber, his face grim, the guards promptly saluted him. As the passage was narrow, Jiang Wushuang bowed in respect and inadvertently brushed against the commander. Disappointment washed over him as he realized he had not activated his cultivation pickup ability. He had assumed that contact with a martial artist would trigger it, but alas, he was let down. "Go in and clean the torture chamber." Fan Qing waved his hand impatiently, entering first. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Wushuang was immediately assaulted by the pungent smell of blood, mingled with the scent of burnt flesh. The 2 guards remaining in the chamber appeared fatigued. Qi Qianshan, now a ghastly figure, was entirely bloodied, his skin torn and shredded, devoid of any semblance of humanity. After being taken down from the rack, he was escorted back to his cell by 2 guards from the Demon Suppression camp. As Jiang Wushuang feigned panic, retreating and unintentionally brushing against Qi Qianshan. His fingers became stained with blood. "Still no use?" Jiang Wushuang lamented, his eyes filled with disappointment. Though he had only reached the 5th level of physical cultivation, with the perfected technique of chasing stars and catching the moon, he could face the assaults of these criminals with unwavering confidence. The only regret was that there were no other prisoners left in the entire cell block. As his strength increased, the required cultivation points grew increasingly higher, particularly for upgrading martial skills, which demanded thousands of points. A prospect that he did not dare to contemplate. He wondered about the nature of the prisoners held in the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, unable to resist glancing upward. The tower was divided into multiple levels, with the strength of the prisoners increasing as one ascended. Chapter 7. New prisoners, new objectives. Upon returning to the interrogation room, Jiang Wushuang first returned the cell keys to Fanqing, then took a seat and joined the others for a drink. Come, let us toast. Jiang Wushuang did not consider himself a newcomer at all, directly grabbing the wine jar to drink. As his strength grew, so too did his capacity for alcohol. He could drink without becoming intoxicated. In truth, he no longer needed to drink for warmth, as his fifth level of physical cultivation was sufficient to resist the malevolent energies within the Demon Suppression Tower. He simply enjoyed the feeling of drinking. Setting aside the dangers of the tower, life was quite comfortable. Typically, he would clean the cell block, assist during interrogations, and in his free time, drink and boast. Uncle Fan, have you ever been to the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower? Jiang Wushuang inquired casually. The once jovial drinking atmosphere fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. The second level? I wouldn't dare go there. Fanqing replied, his smile vanishing. Having spent 20 years in the Demon Suppression Tower, I've seen a few guards transferred to the second level, and they were never seen again. Why do you ask? An older guard interjected. Oh, just curious. Jiang Wushuang smiled and shook his head. From the expressions of the others, it was evident that they held a deep apprehension toward the second level. I advise you to suppress that curiosity. If one day you are truly sent to the second level, it would mean your end is nigh, Fanqing cautioned. Jiang Wushuang took a sip from the wine jar and smiled noncommittally. It was undeniable that going to the second level was perilous for them, but for him, the more dangerous the second level, the greater the cultivation points he could acquire, and the faster his strength would grow. However, it was clear from their words that gaining access to the second level was no easy feat, particularly for guards like them who held no status and would never attract the attention of the second level. Uncle Fan, is there any way to see other cell blocks? Jiang Wushuang pressed on, unwilling to give up. Since he could not temporarily access the second level, he had to settle for second best. There were 8 cell blocks like theirs in the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower. If he could activate all the prisoners within, it would yield a substantial reward. Want to see other cell blocks? Don't be foolish. Unless you can rid yourself of your status as a commoner and attain a minor official position, Fanqing shook his head in disbelief. They were all demoted prisoners, sent to the Demon Suppression Tower. Escaping the status of a commoner was nearly impossible. What are you daydreaming about? You think this place is your home? The other old guards laughed scornfully, while other newcomers were still adjusting. Jiang Wushuang had thoughts of wandering about. It was worth noting that these old guards did not dare to roam freely within the Demon Suppression Tower. Their activity was confined to the cell block and rest area. Jiang Wushuang sighed. Unable to access the second level and restricted from wandering even in the first, he could only quell his restlessness and quietly focus on improving his strength. Acquired 45 cultivation points. He acquired 50 cultivation points. Every day, Jiang Wushuang made it a point to collect cultivation points from the cell block. Although his hopes of activating more targets were dashed, the 2 targets he had provided a stable amount of cultivation points. After exactly 1 month in the Demon Suppression Tower, he had already reached the 9th level of physical cultivation. If all went smoothly, in about 10 days, he would gather enough points to break through to the foundational level, requiring 1,000 points. Previously, he estimated it would take 2 months to reach this level, but it now seemed overly cautious. A month and a half was more likely. Jiang Wushuang was now as swift as the wind, and his physique had become significantly sturdier. The surging vitality within him was nearly impossible to conceal. Fortunately, Fanqing and the others were preoccupied with their drinking, paying no mind to him, as they were all ordinary individuals. Otherwise, he would surely have been exposed. Jiang Wushuang had already decided that if anyone inquired, he would candidly admit to being a martial artist, as he was the son of a former minister and had trained in martial arts before. It all made sense. The only difficult aspect to explain would be his rapid increase in power. Typically, it took years for an ordinary person to advance from the 1st to the 9th level of physical cultivation. Even those with exceptional innate talent would require 1 to 2 years. Jiang Wushuang had ascended from an ordinary individual to the 9th level in merely 1 month. If the people from the Demon Suppression camp discovered this, he would surely be regarded as a monster and subjected to thorough investigation. After collecting cultivation points, just as he was about to return to the interrogation room for more drinking, he noticed that Fanqing and the others were being led out by a member of the Demon Suppression Guard. More than 10 individuals had gathered, creating quite a spectacle. Jiang Wushuang, you've come at the right time. Join us to welcome the new prisoners. Fanqing waved him over. Jiang Wushuang was elated at the prospect of finally having new targets to activate. Arriving at the prisoner reception area, he noticed more than 10 members of the Demon Suppression Guard standing upright. The usually laid-back Fanqing stood with an air of seriousness, waiting. Seeing Jiang Wushuang looking around like a naive child, he tugged at his sleeve, offering a warning glance. "Uncle Fan, is this how grand the reception is for new prisoners?" Jiang Wushuang whispered. Fanqing, gazing ahead, replied quietly, "I've never seen such a spectacle before." "Keep your wits about you," At that moment, a series of footsteps approached. Several figures surged in, their formidable aura causing even seasoned guards like Fanqing to feel breathless. Jiang Wushuang discreetly raised his gaze, spotting a tall, expressionless woman emanating a chilling aura, clad in purple brocade, wielding a long blade, with her hair tied high. The dual-bladed emblem at her waist was particularly striking. Her gaze swept across everyone present, instilling a sense of dread as if a sharp sword hung over their heads. Fanqing and the other guards were sweating profusely without realizing it. Jiang Wushuang also noticed that a guard he had seen before was respectfully accompanying the woman. She was a captain from the Divine Capture Camp. From the woman's insignia, Jiang Wushuang deduced her identity. The Divine Capture Camp frequently dealt with malevolent forces, exuding a distinct aura of death. Is this all you have on the first level? Jiang Wushuang heard the woman from the Divine Capture Camp express dissatisfaction. A bunch of useless fools. The Demon Suppression Guards lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. The guard stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Rest assured, Captain Shun, I will increase our manpower to ensure the prisoner does not escape. You'd best do so. This prisoner is exceptional. If anything goes awry, your position will be in jeopardy," the woman from the Divine Capture Camp stated before turning to leave. After a few exchanges, Jiang Wushuang could easily infer that the new prisoner held significant importance. "Quickly, everyone, follow me to welcome the prisoner." After dismissing the captain from the Divine Capture Camp, the guard wiped the sweat from his brow and beckoned the others to follow. Jiang Wushuang was the first to keep pace, only to realize that Fanqing and the other seasoned guards had somehow fallen to the back of the line. Chapter 8. The enchanting sacred melody. Under the lead of the guard, a dozen Demon Suppression Guards and several other guards marched in a grand procession to the entrance of the Demon Suppression Tower. A few members of the Divine Capture Camp descended from a prisoner transport vehicle, handing over a figure to the Divine Capture Camp. Given the grand display, Jiang Wushuang had expected to see a fierce criminal, but to his surprise, it was a seemingly delicate and alluring woman. She showed no signs of panic, instead curiously admiring the interior of the Demon Suppression Tower. Facing the somewhat rough treatment from the Demon Suppression Guards, the woman playfully exclaimed, "Oh, my dear brothers, you are hurting your sister. Can't you be a bit gentler?" The guards, however, were not deceived by her delicate appearance. They surrounded her and marched toward the cell block. Jiang Wushuang blended into the crowd, intentionally brushing against the woman. Just then, a large hand grasped his shoulder. Instinctively, Jiang Wushuang attempted to resist, but upon turning, he found the guard glaring at him in anger and was promptly tossed aside. "Get lost. How easily you are bewitched, you fool," the guard snorted. Jiang Wushuang was thrown but uninjured. Once the group passed, Fanqing came over to help him up. "I told you to stay away from prisoners. Now you understand, don't you? Some prisoners can enchant your mind without uttering a word, making you obedient," Fanqing lectured, his tone admonishing. Over the days, he had noticed Jiang Wushuang's efficiency and had grown fond of him, hence his extended advice. "Thank you, Uncle Fan, for your guidance." Jiang Wushuang feigned gratitude. The others believed he had been entranced, but in reality, he only sought to touch the prisoner to activate a target. He had chosen that moment precisely because the guard was present, and he was not worried about any mishaps. When he saw a soft glow before him, he was momentarily stunned. The number 110 within the light was particularly striking. Qiu Qianshan at the 5th level of energy provided him with only 50 cultivation points. The points offered by this woman were astonishingly twice as much. This indicated that her strength had reached a terrifying level of spirit gathering. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Beneath the woman's delicate exterior lay a fierce beast. No wonder the captain from the Divine Capture Camp had personally brought her in. Realizing the terrifying strength of the woman made Jiang Wushuang apprehensive about his earlier boldness. It was known that even the guard was only at the second level of energy. Should the woman suddenly break free, she could easily dispatch the guard with a mere flick of her wrist, let alone him. However, considering the odds of that happening were slim, he reassured himself. The chains binding her shimmered. They were specially crafted restraints designed to suppress a martial artist's power. The divine capture camp had evidently made thorough preparations to bring her to the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon arriving at the cell block, as they passed by the cells of Luan Hu and Qiu Qianshan, both were taken aback by the display, curious as to what kind of prisoner warranted such attention. After the woman was placed in her cell, the guard personally locked the door and then emphasized to Fanqing that no one was to open the cell, not even for feeding or watering. According to the guard, at her level, she wouldn't perish from a few days without food. The guard then leaned in to whisper something to Fanqing before departing with the others. Fanqing appeared as if he had turned to stone, standing dumbfounded for a long while. "Uncle Fan, what did the guard say to you?" Jiang Wushuang asked, intrigued. "Nothing, just inform me about that prisoner's identity," Fanqing said, retreating several paces, his face pale with fear. "Old Fan, who is this woman? Why did the guard personally oversee her?" The more Fanqing hesitated, the more the others grew curious. "What do you know?" "She is a demon from the Sanluo sect. I warn you, her methods are sinister. Stay away from her cell," Fanqing admonished before leaving the area without a moment's delay. The Sanluo sect? Jiang Wushuang was taken aback by the mention of this name. Whether from the memories of the original owner or from Zhang Ji's recollections, the Sanluo sect was notorious. It was one of the largest demonic sects in the Dian dynasty, which had caused great turmoil 10 years prior. Only after the combined efforts of the Divine Capture Camp and the Tianshu Pavilion, two prestigious organizations, were they able to significantly weaken the Sanluo sect. Since then, while the Sanluo sect had been severely weakened, it still caused frequent disturbances. No wonder this woman had reached the realm of spirit gathering. As a demon from the Sanluo sect, she naturally had this level of influence. I should keep my distance from her, Jiang Wushuang concluded. The guards, upon learning that such a formidable demon had been placed in their block, lost all interest in drinking. From their discussions, Jiang Wushuang learned that the female demon was named Yuhong, a leader of a branch within the Sanluo sect, notorious in the martial world for having slaughtered countless innocent lives. It was puzzling that such a dangerous criminal was not sent to the second level, but instead placed in their block. I heard she was originally meant for the second level, but something unexpected occurred, so they had to temporarily detain her on the first level for a few days. Fanqing, as the most senior guard, evidently had more insight into the matter. When Jiang Wushuang returned to the cell block to collect points, he did so with a heightened sense of vigilance. Acquired 45 cultivation points. Acquired 50 cultivation points. He acquired 110 cultivation points. However, after gathering over 200 points in one go, he felt a surge of delight. Just as he was reveling in his success in front of the cell, the alluring woman within was sizing him up, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "I didn't expect to find such a talented cultivator here. You're quite extraordinary, brother." The woman continued her praises, initially expecting a response from Jiang Wushuang, only to find that he had not even lifted his head, seemingly oblivious to her presence. "What a pity. Here you are, a gem hidden in the dust. No one with the discernment to recognize your worth," she lamented once more. "You're merely a lowly guard here, and I cannot bear to see it. If you wish, I can teach you to cultivate. Given time, you could break free from these shackles and dominate the martial world. It would be 1,000 times better than being here." The woman finally caught Jiang Wushuang's gaze, yet she found no hint of temptation in his bright eyes. "If you were truly that powerful, you wouldn't be imprisoned here," Jiang Wushuang retorted, cutting her off with a grin. He turned to leave. The woman was momentarily stunned, watching him depart with a look of surprise. "He wasn't swayed by my enchanting sacred melody?" Chapter 9. "Let me test it." Jiang Wushuang jogged away, finally exhaling in relief once he exited the cell block. Although he had appeared relaxed on the surface, his heart raced. The voice of that female demon seemed to possess a magical allure. Despite knowing her words were untrustworthy, he struggled to resist the urge to believe her, as if her voice held some kind of mystical power. Had he not been at the 9th level of physical cultivation, with a mind more steadfast than the average person, he might have fallen prey to her charms. It was no wonder Fanqing had always warned that even imprisoned, the criminals within the Demon Suppression Tower could stir up trouble. This time, he had truly experienced it firsthand. When Jiang Wushuang returned to collect cultivation points, The woman in the cell attempted to lure him with her voice again. However, before she could speak, he quickly finished collecting points and fled. Unappreciative, she huffed in frustration. Jiang Wushuang had to admit that while Yu Hong was dangerous, the cultivation points she provided were indeed substantial. Initially, it would have taken him over 10 days to reach the foundational level, but with her presence, his progress had doubled in just 5 days. He had amassed enough points for the 1,000 needed for the breakthrough. As he allocated his cultivation points, his strength quickly transformed from 9th level of physical cultivation, 0-1,000, to 1st level of foundation establishment, 0-2,000. A significant change occurred within him. His blood and energy surged like boiling water, tinging his skin a vivid red, and white vapor emanated from his body. The burning sensation made Jiang Wushuang's forehead throb, his clenched teeth gritting audibly. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only for a few breaths. Soon, his blood flow began to calm, and his skin returned to normal. A genuine energy began to form within him, coursing through every meridian in his body. As if after 3 years of drought, he was suddenly drenched by a torrential downpour. Had he truly reached the foundational level? Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of excitement. Each significant breakthrough in cultivation was a formidable hurdle. Yet for him, it seemed not particularly daunting. Following the old custom, after breaking through, one must strike a couple of times. His strength had increased more than tenfold, and true energy now coursed within him, enhancing his combat prowess dramatically when combined with martial skills. Jiang Wushuang concentrated his true energy in his palm, and with a slow yet elegant motion, he sliced through the air, creating ripples reminiscent of water. His hand moved across the table with the precision of a steel blade, effortlessly cleaving it in two, the cut impossibly smooth. With true energy at his disposal, even those at the 9th level of body refinement could be easily dispatched. Regardless of their martial skills, Jiang Wushuang could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of his foundation-building realm, far exceeding his expectations. Previously, he had thought the masters who could cleave mountains or rivers were exaggerated. Now, he felt capable of shattering boulders himself. The might of a master was beyond his imagination. He also noticed that upon reaching the foundation-building realm, his chasing stars and catching the moon technique had ascended to a new level, with both speed and agility multiplied several times over. This was the effect of his elevated realm. Now, even when faced with someone stronger, he felt confident in testing his agility against them. After leaving his quarters, he demonstrated chasing stars and catching the moon, gliding like a feather through the air, landing soundlessly. This time, he did not disturb the demon suppression guards, even when they passed nearby. As long as Jiang Wushuang concealed himself in time, he remained undetected. After several attempts, he reluctantly returned to his room in the interrogation chamber. Fanxing and others were gradually getting accustomed to the presence of the female demon Rainbow. They concluded that although she was terrifying, as long as they kept their distance, they could coexist peacefully. Thus, the chamber returned to its previous state of idleness and drinking. Jiang Wushuang sat alone in a corner, nursing a drink, while his breakthrough to the foundation-building realm brought him joy. The increasing demand for cultivation points began to weigh on him. Though he currently had a stable source of cultivation points to collect, it was clearly insufficient to keep pace with his rising strength. Previously, he could level up in just a few days. Now it took over 10 days for a single level. Moreover, the further he progressed, the slower the rate became. This heightened Jiang Wushuang's desire to activate new targets. However, the influx of new prisoners into the detention area was disappointingly slow. Since his arrival at the Demon Suppression Tower, only Rainbow had been delivered. Relying on new prisoners for hope seemed futile. Uncle Fan, is there any method to quickly rise through the ranks in this Demon Suppression Tower? Jiang Wushuang pondered the prisoners in other detention areas. Yet, to gain entry into those areas, he needed to elevate his own status. Although Fanxing was somewhat cowardly, he was knowledgeable and could answer any questions. You just arrived at the Demon Suppression Tower a month ago, and you already want to rise through the ranks? Fanxing responded incredulously. I've been here for 20 years and never dared to think that way. You might as well give up. Is there really no way? Jiang Wushuang pressed. There is one way, and that is to perform meritorious deeds. If you can achieve great merit, there may be a chance for promotion. However, in this Demon Suppression Tower, we are merely the lowest rank, with no opportunity for meritorious deeds. You should abandon your fantasies. Jiang Wushuang sat dejectedly in the corner. Although he was now a practitioner of the foundation-building realm, stronger than many of the demon suppression guards, it seemed of little use, as it did not change his identity as a lowly guard. One day, After collecting his cultivation points from the detention area, Jiang Wushuang spotted the commander approaching with several demon suppression guards. Soon, 2 guards dragged Qi Qianshan into the interrogation chamber. Over the past month, the commander had come to interrogate him every few days. After each round of brutal torture, he left with a grim expression. Qi Qianshan had long since lost his previous composure, his head drooping as he was dragged in like a dead dog and strapped to the torture rack. At this rate, Qi Qianshan would not be able to impatiently eager to unleash his newly acquired skills. Jiang Wushuang was keen to assess their potency. From Qi Qianshan's legacy, he had obtained a formidable 4th-tier martial technique known as the dual absolute slash of heaven and earth, elevated above his previous skill, chasing stars and catching the moon. This technique, having reached the level of mastery, was revealed to be rather sinister. It required the act of slaying to enhance its power. Qi Qianshan, in his pursuit of perfection, had committed heinous acts, slaughtering entire villages, sparing neither man nor beast. Despite its malevolent nature, the technique was undeniably lethal, emphasizing a swift, decisive kill. It comprised merely 2 strikes, one to slash the heavens and the other to cleave the earth, their brilliance dimming the very cosmos. This was the foundation of Qi Qianshan's reputation as an assassin, and it was evident why he was chosen for such perilous missions. Jiang Wushuang unsheathed his accompanying blade. Attempting to wield this newly learned technique, the blade glimmered. An icy chill enveloped the room, causing the tea on the table to frost over. Spectral images danced around the blade, and had he not restrained himself, he could have shattered the entire chamber with a single swing. The elegance of the swordsmanship left him astounded. Compared to his previous martial prowess, this technique was exponentially more powerful. It was designed for killing, guaranteed to draw blood with each strike. Though he had merely reached the 1st layer of foundational cultivation, he believed he could easily dispatch even those at the 5th layer. Currently, he was at the stage of mastery, and he envisaged that if he reached perfection, the techniques would multiply. However, such a sinister skill required a grim toll of lives for its complete mastery, a feat unattainable for most. Jiang Wushuang, an exception, could effortlessly ascend to perfection using his cultivation points. With a firm resolve, he planned to refine the dual absolute slash to its fullest potential. Armed with this deadly technique and the agility of chasing stars and catching the moon, he felt invincible among those at the foundational level. In the days that followed, Jiang Wushuang continued to cultivate diligently, sharing drinks with Fan Qing and others. The only source of discontent was the absence of Qi Qianshan, which cost him 50 cultivation points daily. After more than 10 days, he had only ascended to the 2nd layer of foundational cultivation, prompting him to lament the sluggish pace of his progress. While others took 1 or 2 years to advance a layer, he found himself dissatisfied after just over 10 days. If other martial artists knew of his thoughts, they would surely be infuriated. His confidence in his strength rendered him indifferent to the temptations of Yu Hong, the female fiend who initially attempted to engage him in conversation daily. However, after being repeatedly ignored, she lost interest and would only huff disdainfully upon seeing him. Aside from the occasional visits from the demon suppression guards to provide her sustenance, no significant disturbances arose. One day, while Jiang Wushuang was drinking with a group of guards, a demon suppression guard entered the interrogation room with a tray. "Who is Jiang Wushuang?" he called out, startling everyone present. "Your reward has arrived. Come and claim it." A spark of excitement ignited in Jiang Wushuang's eyes as he eagerly accepted the tray. After waiting for so long, his reward had finally come. Fan Qing, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, "Have you truly accomplished something?" The surrounding guards were equally incredulous. Following the handover of the tray, the demon suppression guard turned and departed, leaving the others in stunned silence. The tray contained an official uniform and a ceremonial blade, adorned with golden patterns, indicating its superior quality compared to the common black blades of the guards. "You have been promoted to the gold blade guard?" Fan Qing approached, unable to suppress his excitement as he gazed at the exquisite blade. "What is a gold blade guard?" inquired several newly appointed guards, their faces reflecting confusion. Fan Qing explained that the Demon Suppression Tower established the gold blade guard position to incentivize the guards to perform their duties well, a rank above the ordinary guards. Although it did not confer nobility or rank, it was the highest attainable position for regular guards. Due to high turnover rates and a lack of accomplishments among the guards, the position had remained vacant for years. "Brother Jiang, you are the only gold blade guard in the past 5 years. You should now be addressed as Lord Jiang." The group, now aware of the Gold Blade Guard's status, began to curry favor with him, while Fan Qing wore an expression of envy, having served in the Demon Suppression Tower for 20 years without achieving such a rank. Jiang Wushuang, having been there for less than 2 months, had reached a position they could only dream of. Jiang Wushuang quickly donned the Gold Blade Guard's distinctive robe, fastening the ceremonial sword at his waist, transforming his very demeanor. The older guards immediately displayed a newfound respect, astonished that a newcomer could rise to such authority so swiftly. While the Gold Blade Guard still lacked true nobility, the position came with a significant salary increase and various privileges, the most coveted of which was the freedom to enter and exit the Demon Suppression Tower at will. Unlike the ordinary guards, who were confined without exception, Jiang Wushuang, now a free man, reveled in the prospect of his newfound status. Lord Jiang, do you have connections with the commanding officer? Many guards gazed at him with envy. Unperturbed by their speculation, Jiang Wushuang was determined to achieve his goals in the other prison districts. Fanqing, which prison district has the most prisoners? He inquired, only to find Fanqing's eyes green with envy, replying, I'm not a Gold Blade Guard, and I've never been to other districts. How would I know? Jiang Wushuang chuckled, understanding Fanqing's feelings. After all, he had once believed he would be a mere lowly guard for life, never to step beyond the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower. Suddenly witnessing someone change their fate so drastically must have been disheartening. Come now, don't be disheartened. Tonight, I'll take you all out for a bit of fun, he announced. As a Gold Blade Guard, he had the authority to take ordinary guards out, though he was obliged to return them afterward to avoid trouble. With his strength, he could ensure their safe return. He was not merely taking them out for their sake, but also yearned to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the Demon Suppression Tower, even if only to breathe fresh air. Really? That's wonderful. Lord Jiang is magnificent? The group initially stared in disbelief before erupting into jubilant cheers. As a Gold Blade Guard, Jiang Wushuang was no longer required to perform menial tasks such as cleaning or delivering meals. His responsibilities now included patrolling the prison districts, effectively becoming the superior of ordinary guards. This elevated status allowed him to traverse the entire first floor freely, significantly increasing his opportunities for cultivation. Upon arriving at a new prison district, the Demon Suppression Guards stopped him at the entrance, verifying his identity before permitting entry. Entering the new district, he first visited the interrogation room, where several guards were drinking. Their surprise was palpable upon the arrival of an unfamiliar officer, causing them to hurriedly stand and bow, spilling several jars of wine in their nervousness. The guards were astounded by Jiang Wushuang's unfamiliar attire, unsure of his origins. Bring me the prisoner roster for your district, Jiang Wushuang instructed directly. The roster contained vital information about each prisoner, allowing him to familiarize himself before activating his targets. Soon, an agile guard presented the roster, accompanying Jiang Wushuang as they patrolled the district. Who is this? Why haven't we seen him before? A new official? Is he of high rank? He is a Gold Blade Guard. What is a Gold Blade Guard? As Jiang Wushuang exited the interrogation room, many guards wiped the sweat from their brows, exhaling relief while their curiosity about his identity grew. After the older guards explained the Gold Blade Guard's status, some expressed disdain, realizing that Gold Blade Guards were still of lowly rank, not much different from themselves. I was more nervous seeing him than I am with the commanding officer. Turns out he's just an ordinary person playing at authority. In the prison district, accompanied by several guards, Jiang Wushuang arrived at the cell housing the prisoner Zhao Wei, at the first layer of Qi cultivation. Open the door. After gaining insight into the prisoner, Jiang Wushuang intended to touch him to activate his target. However, the guard holding the key hesitated. Typically, ordinary guards only entered cells to handle corpses after a prisoner's death. Interrogations were conducted by Demon Suppression Guards. Although Jiang Wushuang was now a Gold Blade Guard, he was still just an ordinary person in their eyes, and if he were to perish, they would bear the responsibility. Just open the door. Any mishap won't fall on you, Jiang Wushuang assured. Hearing this, the guard finally unlocked the cell. Inside was an elderly man, frail and disheveled, missing several teeth and appearing harmless. Yet, upon Jiang Wushuang's touch, the old man's eyes snapped open, and with his chained hands, he struck Jiang Wushuang with a punch. A typical person would have succumbed immediately, yet Jiang Wushuang stood firm, absorbing the blow as if it were nothing more than a gentle caress. Behave yourself, Jiang Wushuang retorted, delivering a standing outside the demon tower. Several individuals closed their eyes, basking in the sweet air after years of confinement within its walls. Upon emerging from the tower, they discussed their next destination. Some lamented the insipid meals they had endured and yearned for a sumptuous feast, while others expressed a desire to reunite with family. As Jiang Wushuang had led them out, he felt responsible for returning them safely. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, they decided to stick together, leading to a spirited debate over their next stop. Eventually, someone suggested visiting a brothel, and the once vocal dissenters fell silent, ultimately concurring with the idea. With public opinion swaying in that direction, Jiang Wushuang had no choice but to acquiesce, understanding their sentiments. The guards had spent many years in the Demon Tower, with Fan Qing enduring a staggering 2 decades of confinement. Had it not been for Jiang Wushuang's rise to the Golden Blade Guard, they might never have tasted freedom. Thus, they made their way to the largest brothel in the capital, Chunyu Tower, where the entrance buzzed with activity. The sight of the welcoming courtesans rendered the group spellbound. Fan Qing, who had always hung back, was the first to rush inside, leaving Jiang Wushuang standing at the threshold, lost in thought as he gazed at the characters. Once the son of a minister of revenue and a frequent patron of such establishments, he was now a fallen figure, disgraced by his imprisonment in the Demon Tower. Is that not young Master Jiang? It has been a while since your last visit. A graceful figure approached, linking her arm with his. Jiang Wushuang turned to face a charming woman clad in sheer red, her undergarments tantalizingly visible beneath her delicate fabric. It was remarkable that she recognized him at all, given the debauchery he indulged in before his fall from grace, an existence of revelry and excess that had characterized his past. Now, returning to Chunyu Tower, he was no longer the carefree scion of privilege, but rather a disgraced figure of lowly status. Yet, he felt no sense of loss, though the outside world, his degradation marked a life of servitude and mediocrity. But unbeknownst to them, he had embarked on the path of martial arts. Given time, he would become a master renowned across the land, an inevitability in a world where martial prowess equates to power. Accompanied by the courtesan, Jiang Wushuang entered Chunyu Tower, where laughter and clinking cups filled the air. The guards reveled in the atmosphere, and Fan Qing, flushed with excitement, staggered over to Jiang Wushuang, exclaiming, "Why are you drinking alone? Jiang Darren? Are none of these lovely ladies to your liking?" Jiang Wushuang merely smiled, remaining silent. I see. You are now different from us, able to roam freely in and out of the Demon Tower. Indulging as you please, I shall take my leave upstairs. Not long after Fan Qing ascended, he returned with a frown, and soon the others joined him. So soon? Jiang Wushuang chuckled. What is the rush? It's curfew. They stopped the fun, he replied, disappointment evident. Jiang Wushuang noted that indeed, patrons were beginning to leave. This is quite disappointing. As they exited Chunyu Tower, they discovered the Imperial Guards patrolling the streets, an unusual sight for a place that had never before enforced a curfew. Jiang Wushuang inquired, I've heard it is due to the treachery of the Prime Minister, who has sought to suppress dissent. This matter is somewhat tied to you. You remember Qi Qianshan from our prison? He was the one who attempted to assassinate within the palace. The mastermind behind it all is the Prime Minister. As the guards conversed on their way back to the Demon Tower, Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the exposure of the Prime Minister's treachery stemmed from the interrogation of Qi Qianshan, leading to the current curfew. It became clear why the commander had swiftly promoted him to the Golden Blade Guard, a significant accomplishment for him. Days passed, and Jiang Wushuang diligently patrolled the prison, collecting insights and cultivating his abilities. In the early days, he advanced a level every few days, and though the pace slowed, he still managed to progress. Unbeknownst to him, he had achieved the 9th level of foundational cultivation, and with just a few more days, he would reach the point of breaking into the Qi Si. Jiang Wushuang's thoughts were consumed with excitement. When he first became a martial artist, the Qi Si realm seemed immensely powerful, and now he was on the verge of attaining it. He prioritized collecting cultivation points, focusing on Wu Yehua, a dwarf known for providing high returns. As Jiang Wushuang continued his rounds, he noticed Wu Yehua, as usual, cowering in a corner. After Jiang Wushuang departed, the dwarf's brow furrowed in contemplation. Brother Wu, do you think this Golden Blade Guard has caught on to us? Should we eliminate him before he disrupts our plans? Just a mere guard, nothing to worry about. He poses no threat, replied one of the prisoners. Now is not the time to act rashly. Keep your wits about you. Wu Yehua admonished, his expression betraying no emotion. Today, a notorious flower thief has been brought in, infamous for his heinous acts against women and their families. one guard remarked as he walked alongside Jiang Wushuang. Ever since he had become a Golden Blade guard, he had made it known that any new arrival should be reported to him immediately. Upon nearing the interrogation room, he saw the commander already questioning a brutish man, whose upper body was stripped bare, being struck with an iron rod by the demon guards. Jiang Wushuang was astonished to see that despite the rod's ferocity, it left no mark on the man, who merely laughed heartily at the blows. "A mere child. Is that all you've got?" "I barely feel a thing," the robust figure taunted. The guards, growing frustrated, increased their force, but even then, the man merely chuckled, unfazed by the punishment. Hong Jin, a first-level Qi cultivator from Hunyuan Valley, Jiang Wushuang read the prisoner's information and felt a glimmer of interest. The man's extraordinary physical strength was evident. Having seemingly honed his body into a weapon in that moment, Jiang Wushuang activated his ability to collect points, knowing that with the ongoing strife stemming from the Prime Minister's rebellion, new prisoners were arriving daily. After a productive day, he returned to the resting area and opened his attributes panel, a smile creeping onto his face. He had finally gathered enough points to break into the Qi. With the accumulation of 10,000 points, Jiang Wushuang braced himself for the upcoming challenge. His prior experience with breakthroughs reminded him of the discomfort that awaited. Yet, even with preparation, the pain was acute, as if a tempest raged within him. Gradually, the tumultuous energy within began to stabilize, converging towards his dantian. As it expanded, it felt as though he was on the verge of creating a new world within. As the energy settled, Jiang Wushuang marveled at the cyclone of energy forming within his dantian, continuously spinning. When he channeled this energy, it coalesced into a luminous sphere in his hand, signifying the formation of his Qi. Even as he drew upon the energy, it replenished itself swiftly, unlike the foundational level where energy was finite. The disparity between the two realms was astounding. With the newfound strength surging within him, Jiang Wushuang felt compelled to test his abilities. A simple punch produced a resounding crack, echoing with the potential to shake mountains. He ventured outside to practice his technique, chasing stars and moon, which would elevate his agility. While he refrained from attempting the heaven and earth dual slashing, a technique designed for lethal intent, he understood that even against a fifth-level Qi cultivator, he could easily prevail. Yet, he remained aware of the limitations that the upper realms of cultivation imposed upon him. Thus, he resolved to continue enhancing his strength. After a vigorous training session, he returned to his quarters, realizing that his speed and power now placed him among the elite of his peers. However, he recognized his sole vulnerability, his physical resilience. With thoughts of Hong Jin's formidable physique lingering in his mind, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring such strength to withstand the rigors of interrogation. As Jiang Wushuang resumed his duties, he was informed of 5 new prisoners arriving. Since his escapade outside the Demon Tower, veteran guards had begun to show him favor, hoping that one day he would lead them out for a taste of freedom. After a series of fruitful days, he found solace in the increasing number of prisoners, allowing his cultivation points to swell from 2,000 to 3,000 daily. On the 8th day, following his breakthrough to the Qi, he reached the 2nd level. During this time, Hong Jin was interrogated repeatedly, each session failing to break his spirit, much to the commander's frustration. One day, while drinking in the interrogation room, Jiang Wushuang's sharp senses picked up the sounds of a skirmish. The commotion suggested a prison break, and chaos ensued as guards and prisoners clashed. Alarm! A breakout is underway. Fan Qing burst in, panic-stricken. What is happening? Jiang Wushuang stood abruptly, his heart racing. I'm not sure. A horde of prisoners is escaping, and the guards are struggling to maintain control. Determined to assess the situation, Jiang Wushuang left the interrogation room, only to find the guards absent from their posts. Outside, chaos reigned as familiar faces emerged from their cells, laughter and shouts filling the air. Fool! How dare you! The commander's voice boomed as he dispatched an attacking prisoner with lethal precision. Jiang Wushuang's heart raced as he prepared to navigate the tumultuous scene ahead. As he stood there, a diminutive figure descended from the sky. Wu Yehua? Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted. In that moment, Wu Yehua, with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared devoid of any hint of weakness, showcasing an intimidating power that none could resist, not even the guards. Jiang Wushuang quickly assessed the chaotic situation and resolved to eliminate some of the escaping prisoners. He noticed that these fugitives were continuously liberating others from different cells, exacerbating the turmoil. Each of these individuals represented a potential gain for him. Whether they fled or perished, it would ultimately be a loss. However, the situation was spiraling out of control. Rather than allowing them to escape, it was better to eradicate them and seize their memories. Just as he prepared to act, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. The bald behemoth, Hong Jin, stealthily emerged from one cell and then crept toward another. Without a doubt, Jiang Wushuang yearned for Hong Jin's memory inheritance. The sheer strength of his physique had long piqued his envy. He dashed toward the cell Hong Jin had entered. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of two demon suppression guards lying lifeless on the ground, blood still oozing from their bodies, evidently slain only moments before. Jiang Wushuang recognized them. They would greet him with smiles each time he visited this cell. Before the corpses, Hong Jin was busy dismantling the cell's lock, preparing to release its Jiang Wushuang side, lamenting the recent turmoil that had resulted in the demise of over half of the inmates on the first floor. This unfortunate event also implied a significant deceleration in his daily cultivation gains. After the Demon Suppression Camp conducted a thorough count of the remaining prisoners to ensure that none were disguised, guards like Fan Qing returned to their respective cell blocks to clean up. Due to his identity as a Golden Blade Guard, Jiang Wushuang was tasked with handling the bodies, which suited him perfectly as these prisoners were all potential sources for his cultivation. Although deceased, he could still glean memories from them. Among the martial techniques he encountered, the 6th rank Falling Blade Sacred Knife seemed promising, but he already possessed the Heaven and Earth Dual Absolute Slash. The 5th rank Ninefold Fist, a robust technique with 9 layers that doubled its power with each layer, was somewhat acceptable. He gathered 1,200 cultivation points, though he preferred the cultivation points themselves. As he navigated between the corpses, he methodically extracted their memories. Despite acquiring several martial skills, their ranks were not particularly high. The best was only 5th rank, with most being 6th or even 7th rank. Fortunately, many provided substantial cultivation points, with the Qi Si realm prisoners yielding over 1,000 points each and the Foundation Establishment realm yielding several hundred. BEF, however, ever since the last upheaval when he nearly lost his life, he has undergone a transformation. Not only has he taken the initiative to approach the criminals, but he has also attempted to procure cultivation techniques from them. This is not the first time he has encountered such a situation. Uncle Fan. Jiang Wushuang stood at the corner, colliding head-on with Fan Qing, who was striding forward with a grim expression. Lord Jiang, you startled me. When did you arrive? Fan Qing asked, his gaze evasive. I've been here for a while. I heard all your conversations with the criminals, Jiang Wushuang replied, casting a glance at him. Uncle Fan, dealing with criminals is perilous. This is not your usual style. Upon realizing he had been caught, Fan Qing sighed and said, as long as I remain in the Demon Suppression Tower, there is no safety to speak of. Jiang Wushuang sighed in agreement. He had intended to help Fan Qing find a cultivation manual, but after reaching the Gathering Spirit realm, he discovered that Fan Qing lacked the qualifications for martial cultivation. His meridians were completely blocked. Forcing himself to practice would only lead to a quicker demise. However, Fan Qing refused to listen in his eyes, since Jiang Wushuang had managed to become a Golden Blade Guard and thrived in the Demon Suppression Tower through martial arts. He too could achieve the same. Uncle Fan, these criminals are all vile and wicked. If something goes awry, you will be doomed. Jiang Wushuang once again advised him, I've been in the Demon Suppression Tower for 20 years. I've seen all kinds of criminals. These people won't be able to deceive me. Fan Qing chuckled, then added, Lord Jiang, can you take me out for some fun today? Jiang Wushuang was taken aback. Didn't we just go to Chunyu Tower yesterday? You want to go again today? Fan Qing shrugged nonchalantly. One must seize joy while alive. After all, who knows if someone like me has a tomorrow? That evening, Jiang Wushuang took Fan Qing out of the Demon Suppression Tower to Chunyu Tower. It seemed that Fan Qing had truly come to terms with his situation. Reveling in the festivities, at over 40 years of age, he found 2 young women, embracing them as they ascended to a private room. Jiang Wushuang, however, remained as he always was, drinking alone. A handsome youth sitting alone in the bustling streets of pleasure found it difficult not to attract attention. Many of the women from Chunyu Tower gazed at him, whispering and occasionally stifling giggles. During this time, several women approached him, offering their affections, but Jiang Wushuang politely declined. It was not that he lacked interest in women. He was a normal man. However, physical transactions were not his pursuit. He was different from Fan Qing. He could enhance his strength by accumulating cultivation. Given enough time, he could become a formidable powerhouse, living for hundreds, even thousands of years in the face of such a promising future. He could fully pursue what he desired on this day. Jiang Wushuang arrived early at the prison area to gather cultivation. His recent enthusiasm had waned, and he had not accumulated any for several days. The cultivation provided by the prisoners had accumulated. Weaker individuals could offer hundreds of points, while some at the Qi realm provided several hundred. After a thorough round, he had gathered over 30,000 points. This was primarily due to the fact that prisoners were sent to his name was Bao Ding. After enduring several days of punishment, he had long lost his previous vigor. Now, sitting in his cell, even lifting his head felt laborious. There was not a single good inch of flesh on his body, resembling a small beast on the verge of being skinned alive. "Brat, one day, I shall eat you raw," Bao Ding coldly declared, evidently still harboring resentment over Jiang Wushuang's previous refusal to assist him. Jiang Wushuang frowned, vaguely guessing the nature of the deal between Fan Qing and Bao Ding. Naturally, he paid no heed to Bao Ding's threats. Regardless of whether this fellow remained imprisoned or roamed freely, he could easily dispatch him with a single strike. As the shift was nearing its end, Fan Qing approached Jiang Wushuang, expressing a desire to venture outside again. Recently, Jiang Wushuang had taken him along on his outings, which was not particularly unusual. However, when Jiang Wushuang scrutinized him, he sensed a hint of evasion in Fan Qing's gaze. "All right," Jiang Wushuang readily agreed. Yet, due to the arrival of a new prisoner, he needed to assist the demon suppression guards in the intake process, which delayed him slightly. Once everything was settled, he found Fan Qing pacing anxiously. Upon exiting the Demon Suppression Tower, Fan Qing questioned, "Is it just the two of us?" Recently, Jiang Wushuang had brought along several well-behaved guards during their outings, so this singular arrangement felt out of place. "I hadn't planned on going out today, but since you wish to, I made an exception for you," Jiang Wushuang replied with a smile. Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Fan Qing's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a grin. "Then I must thank Lord Jiang." The two of them made their way to Chunyu Tower with ease. Jiang Wushuang found a table to sit at alone, ordering a jar of fine wine and a few side dishes, while Fan Qing took a girl upstairs. Just as Jiang Wushuang raised a cup to drink, his brow furrowed suddenly. He noticed that while Fan Qing appeared to be enjoying himself upstairs, he had actually slipped out to the back courtyard and left through the rear door. If he was not mistaken, this must have been how Fan Qing had vanished before they returned to the Demon Suppression Tower. After leaving Chunyu Tower, Fan Qing kept glancing back, seemingly fearful of being followed. However, with Jiang Wushuang's peak-level skill of chasing stars and catching the moon, coupled with his strength at the second level of spirit gathering, as long as he chose not to reveal himself, Fan Qing would merely perceive a fleeting blur. Fan Qing journeyed to the outskirts of the Dacian imperial city, stopping before a small courtyard. After knocking a few times, he pushed the door open and entered. "You've made us wait," a hoarse voice echoed from inside. In the center of the room stood a table with a lantern lit, and two figures seated there. The Demon Suppression Tower has strict entry and exit regulations. "It's a miracle I could come out at all," Fan Qing said as he walked over and took a seat, attempting to maintain a facade of calm despite the fear brewing within him. "Humph, I say we should just storm the Demon Suppression Tower and rescue the fourth brother. The four saints of Lingnan have never feared anyone." One of the middle-aged men, whose sunken eyes and grotesque features were alarming, scoffed at Fan Qing. Though Fan Qing tried to appear composed, he was merely an ordinary person, and the fierce gaze directed at him sent chills down his spine. The Demon Suppression Tower was a significant stronghold of Dacian. Entering was one thing, but exiting was another matter entirely. "Old 3. You're too impulsive. I've done my research. The experts stationed in the Demon Suppression Tower far exceed what you've encountered, and the masters there are too numerous to count on one hand. If you force your way in, not only will you fail to rescue the fourth brother, but you'll also lose your own life," another man, whose eyes were also darkened, interjected, his voice hoarse and painful to hear, akin to needles piercing Fan Qing's ears. "Second brother, if what you say is true, then the fourth brother cannot be rescued?" Old 3 inquired, lifting his gaze. "If the fourth brother is confined on the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, we indeed have no means of rescuing him. Fortunately, he is only held on the first level. According to my investigations, the guards on the first level possess merely the Sea of Qi realm. As long as we plan meticulously, rescuing him shouldn't be insurmountable." Second brother grinned, revealing a set of grimy teeth. "And how do you propose we carry out this rescue?" Old 3 asked impatiently. Second brother turned to the fidgeting Fan Qing and stated, "We'll need to rely on this brother here." He works at the Demon Suppression Tower and is quite familiar with it. He should have better ideas than we do. Tell us, how do you intend to save the fourth brother? Old 3 pressed. Feeling as if he were under the scrutiny of 2 venomous snakes, Fan Qing was uncomfortable, yet he summoned his courage. You needn't fear. If you help us rescue the fourth brother, we will certainly reward you handsomely, second brother assured him. Fan Qing finally mustered the courage to speak. I have already discussed a plan with your fourth brother for the rescue. However, before we proceed, you must fulfill your promise to me. You need not worry. We will ensure you become a martial artist, Old 3 replied. Fan Qing shook his head. Words alone are insufficient. How can I trust you truly possess the means to make me a martial artist? I've heard that at my age, it is nearly impossible to cultivate martial arts. Second brother displayed his grimy teeth. Indeed, it is exceptionally challenging to cultivate martial arts at your age. However, we 4 saints of Lingnan possess secret methods that can not only make you a martial artist but also enable you to swiftly reach the Foundation Establishment realm. By then, even if you escape the Demon Suppression Tower, you will have the means to survive. With that, he produced a black pill and placed it in Fan Qing's hand. This is the dragon-building pill. Take it now, and you will immediately become a body-refining realm martial artist. Fan Qing recoiled slightly at the pungent odor emanating from the black pill. However, considering that these 2 men needed his assistance, he believed they would not deceive him. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he swallowed it whole. Gradually, a surge of heat coursed through his body, initially bringing a sense of comfort. However, it soon intensified to an unbearable degree, igniting a fire within him. Fan Qing collapsed to the ground, curling up and rolling about. This discomfort endured for what felt like the length of an incense stick before it finally subsided. When he stood up, he discovered that his strength had multiplied several times. With a mere punch, he could create a small crater in the ground. Is this the power of a martial artist? Truly terrifying. I have finally become a martial artist. Ha ha. Fan Qing laughed exuberantly, waving his fists. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 men at the table exchanged glances filled with derision. Chapter 24. Wise words fail to persuade the doomed despite his age. Fan Qing acted like a child, throwing punches and slaps around the room. You have become a martial artist. Should you now believe us? Second brother clapped his hands. Fan Qing nodded, naturally. Second brother continued. Now that you are a martial artist and have reached the 3rd level of body refining, if you continue taking our dragon-building pills, within a few months, you will reach the Foundation Establishment realm. With diligent practice, it is not impossible to attain the Sea of Qi realm. After rescuing the 4th brother, you shall return with us to Lingnan. There, we shall be kings. Wealth, women, whatever you desire, you shall have. Upon hearing this, Fan Qing's eyes sparkled, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I hope for your continued guidance in the future. Now, can you tell us how to save the 4th brother? Old 3 inquired. Fan Qing nodded. To rescue someone from the Demon Suppression Tower, a frontal assault will not suffice. You must infiltrate quietly and take him out without anyone noticing. You'll lead us in? Second brother asked, intrigued. Fan Qing shook his head. I am merely an ordinary guard. It is difficult for me to enter and exit the Demon Suppression Tower, much less bring you inside. You're unable to take us in, yet you waste our time? Old 3's expression darkened, interrupting Fan Qing. Ultimately, second brother waved his hand. Old 3, let him finish. Fan Qing pressed on. I cannot take you inside, but there is someone who can. He is a member of the Golden Blade Guard and can enter and exit the Demon Suppression Tower freely. However, convincing him to cooperate may require some time. He revealed a troubled expression. Old 3, however, smirked and licked his lips. That's simple. If he refuses to cooperate, I shall eat him alive. Fan Qing shivered at his demeanor. The notion of eating someone alive was far from idle threats. You fetch him, and we will handle him, second brother declared, a cruel smile spreading across his face. For a moment, Fan Qing hesitated. He was undertaking all of this to cultivate martial arts. Before proceeding, he had mentally prepared himself for the worst. At most, he would lose his life. But if successful, he could change his fate and escape a lifetime within the Demon Suppression Tower. Yet, now he faced the dilemma of dragging the unsuspecting Jiang Wushuang into this. During his time in the Demon Suppression Tower, he had maintained a good relationship with Jiang Wushuang, who, despite being a member of the Golden Blade Guard, had looked out for him. What? You cannot bring him? Old 3 frowned. After 2 breaths of hesitation, Fan Qing replied, No problem. I am his most trusted confidant. With determination flickering in his eyes, he resolved that his dream of martial cultivation would finally come true, freeing him from the constant fear of being crushed by others. Moreover, the four saints of Lingnan were powerful, and with their protection, he could escape the Demon Suppression Tower. This was his only chance to change his destiny, and no one could stop him. "Wait here. I will fetch him at once," Fan Qing declared as he exited the house. Upon opening the door, he froze in the moonlight. A young and handsome figure was approaching from the nearby hillside. The two men inside the house also noticed someone approaching and stood to greet him. "Is that him?" Old Three's gaze sharpened as he spoke. Fan Qing slowly nodded, confusion filling his eyes. He did not understand why Jiang Wushuang had come here. It seemed he had been discovered. Fan Qing quickly pieced together the situation. This was fortuitous, as it spared him from concocting a lie to deceive Jiang Wushuang. "Lord Jiang." Fan Qing approached, his demeanor somewhat awkward. "Uncle Fan, why are you out here in the wilderness instead of at Chunyu Tower?" Jiang Wushuang inquired calmly, eyeing Fan Qing. "Lord Jiang," Fan Qing stammered, feeling guilty under Jiang Wushuang's calm gaze. Jiang Wushuang glanced past Fan Qing to the two men standing at the door of the small house. "Are they the four saints of Lingnan?" Before Fan Qing could respond, the two men swiftly lunged forward, blocking Jiang Wushuang's path with cold, predatory smiles on their faces. The one in front, with sunken eyes that resembled a ghost, and the one behind him, whose sinister grin revealed a mouthful of blackened teeth, made Jiang Wushuang's stomach churn. The arrival of these two seemed to embolden Fan Qing, who spoke more confidently now. "Lord Jiang, these two are the second and third saints of Lingnan. They seek your assistance." Before Fan Qing could finish, Jiang Wushuang interrupted, "Second and third saints? They are merely two demons." Fan Qing was taken aback by his words. "Ha ha, you have some guts, kid, to call us demons to our faces. Tonight, you'll be our appetizer." Old Three laughed heartily, feigning a lunge towards Jiang Wushuang. Second brother quickly interjected, "Old Three, this young brother still intends to help us rescue the fourth brother. Mind your manners." Jiang Wushuang appeared to ignore their conversation, instead gazing toward the sky. The one hiding in the shadows, too afraid to reveal himself, must be the leader of your four saints of Lingnan. "Correct?" Fan Qing remained bewildered, while the two middle-aged men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Then, a voice like thunder rolled forth, "Ha ha, my boy, you managed to detect my presence. I underestimated you." As the voice faded, a figure clad in white appeared beside them. "Elder brother." "Elder brother," the two men bowed respectfully. Though referred to as elder brother, the white-clad figure appeared to be in his 30s. He held a folding fan, exuding the charm of a refined, debonair gentleman. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes concealed a deadly malice. The moment the white-clad man appeared, Fan Qing felt an immense pressure, as if a boulder rested upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Wushuang turned to Fan Qing, pausing momentarily before saying, "Uncle Fan, you shouldn't do this." With a sigh, Fan Qing replied, "Little Jiang, I'm sorry. If I remain in the Demon Suppression Tower, I will eventually perish. I have no choice." Jiang Wushuang's voice turned serious. "As long as I am here, you will not die. Return with me now, and I can pretend this never happened." Fan Qing shook his head. "Little Jiang, don't be naive. Though you are a martial artist, these three are the four saints of Lingnan. You cannot defeat them." Jiang Wushuang sighed softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. Indeed, wise words are often futile in persuading the doomed. Chapter 25. Annihilation Kid. "You think you can take him away? Have you not grasped the situation?" Old Three sneered, his sunken eyes flashing with menace. "We are not asking you. Today you will agree, and if you refuse..." "Heh." Old Two interjected ominously, "No need to waste words with him. Since he is unwilling, just kill him." Upon hearing this, Fan Qing's complexion changed slightly. "Brothers, you cannot enter the Demon Suppression Tower without his assistance." Old Three waved dismissively, "You needn't worry about that. My elder brother is skilled in disguise. Anyone he has met, he can imitate flawlessly. We can manage on our own." The white-clad man, who had remained silent, spoke coolly. Indeed, keeping him is unnecessary. Realizing the situation had escalated beyond his control, Fan Qing stepped forward. "Then I shall help the three of you take him down." Having just become a martial artist, he felt empowered, believing he could strike down even a fierce beast with a few punches. After joining Lingnan, he would rely on the three for protection. Capturing Jiang Wushuang would also serve as a pledge of loyalty. "Good. After rescuing the fourth brother, you will become our fifth brother." The 4 saints of Lingnan shall become the 5 saints of Lingnan, the white-clad man said, clearly pleased. Fan Qing joined in the laughter, oblivious to the mockery reflected in the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men. Little Jiang, since you did not heed my advice, I must apologize, he thought, gritting his teeth as he lunged at Jiang Wushuang in his mind. Jiang Wushuang was merely a body-refining realm martial artist, and he believed that with his recent strength boost, he could easily subdue him as he charged. Jiang Wushuang remained motionless, and when Fan Qing's punch landed, Jiang Wushuang did not even flinch. Fan Qing, however, was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he found himself bloodied and in disbelief. Impossible? How could this happen? I am also a body-refining realm martial artist. How could I lose to you? His hair disheveled and eyes wild, Fan Qing's newfound confidence crumbled in an instant. The 3 onlookers shared expressions of astonishment. How could Jiang Wushuang, simply standing there, have inflicted such a grievous injury on Fan Qing? Kid, it seems I underestimated you, the white-clad man remarked, his earlier surprise vanishing. He looked down at the injured Fan Qing, shaking his head in disappointment. A waste is indeed a waste. Old 3, dispose of him. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils contracted sharply. Jiang Wushuang had suddenly vanished before his eyes and reappeared before Old 3, delivering a powerful punch. The young man, deceptively unassuming, has provoked the wrong individual today. The elder, far from being defenseless, reveals a menacing grin, his sunken eyes gleaming with malice. Ha! You lack even the skills of a fighter, yet you dare to challenge me? As the fist descends, the laughter abruptly ceases. An intangible force crashes down, distorting his face. In the next moment, it feels as though the very earth quakes. The young man struggles to maintain his footing, instinctively raising his hands above his head in a futile attempt to block the impending blow. However, the fist is relentless, shattering his arms like brittle twigs, failing to halt its advance. The ground trembles violently, dust swirling into the air as he is struck as if by a colossal hammer descending from the heavens. His body pinned to the ground, leaving only his head exposed. His features, once recognizable, are now grotesquely altered, blood oozing from his face, dripping onto the earth. No need for martial skills, I can still end your life. Jiang Wushuang observes the half-buried body with an impassive expression, slowly retracting his fist. The men in white and the middle-aged man stand frozen, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fan Qing's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets, his mouth agape as if to swallow an egg. In the next instant, the man in white regains his composure, his expression resembling that of a ghost as he gazes at Jiang Wushuang. You are of the gathering spirit, and you are a master. His voice quakes, stumbling over his words. To him, the 3rd man was already at the 2nd level of gathering spirit, yet he was obliterated with a single punch. Only a master could achieve such a feat. The next moment, he lets out a shriek, his soul seemingly escaping him, for Jiang Wushuang has materialized before him. This time, he does not strike, but instead draws a long knife from his waist. With a swift motion, a tempest brews, enveloping the moonlight in a shroud of malevolence. The man in white attempts to flee but finds himself frozen, unable to move. His eyes widen in terror as he bellows in anguish. As the leader of the 4 saints of Lingnan, he has always been the predator, never the prey. He never imagined he would become a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. With a flash of the blade, the man's eyes slowly close, a fissure appearing on his forehead, splitting his body in twain as he collapses to the ground. Jiang Wushuang regards the fallen corpse with a look of astonishment. This marks the first time he has wielded the pinnacle technique, heaven and earth dual absolute slash, its power having multiplied manifold. Truly a killing technique. Even he is taken aback. Please spare me. A trembling voice interrupts his thoughts, accompanied by the sound of chattering teeth. Jiang Wushuang turns to see the middle-aged man with blackened teeth, now kneeling and fervently begging for mercy. Initially intent on escaping, witnessing the white-clad man's utter defeat has left him paralyzed with fear. At this moment, he curses Fan Qing for bringing him to this disastrous encounter, leading to their annihilation. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Wushuang states calmly, I am willing to become your servant, to toil for you. The black-toothed man continues to plead, I require you to accompany me back to the Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Wushuang contemplates before speaking. Confined within the tower, the black-toothed man could refine his skills. as he is a practitioner of the gathering spirit realm. Thank you, my lord. The black-toothed man feels as if he has been granted a reprieve, grateful for the chance to survive. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer of the blade catches his eye. He gazes incredulously at Jiang Wushuang, who slowly sheathes his knife. "Tea is too troublesome to escort you back. It is far simpler to eliminate you," Jiang Wushuang observes as the man's form cleaves in two before his eyes. He is merely a lowly golden knife guard. Capturing others is not his duty, and he sees no need to invite trouble. After dispatching the three men, he turns his gaze towards Fan Qing, who cowers in the corner. Chapter 26. The Path of No Return. Fan Qing stares vacantly, his mind in a daze. Since the turmoil at the Demon Suppression Tower nearly cost him his life, he has viewed Jiang Wushuang as an emblem of strength, aspiring to cultivate martial arts for self-preservation. He believed that by consuming the dragon-building pill provided by the four saints of Lingnan, he could transform into a formidable practitioner like Jiang Wushuang. Little did he expect that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such monstrous strength, effortlessly dispatching even the audacious four saints of Lingnan. At this moment, he realizes that surpassing Jiang Wushuang in this lifetime is an impossibility. Gazing at the figure before him, Fan Qing's emotions swirl: shock, envy, resentment, regret. Finally, he sighs softly, "You are so powerful. Why are you unwilling to teach me martial arts?" In his eyes, Jiang Wushuang's accomplishments should easily enable him to mentor others. "Why?" Fan Qing reiterates, but his excitement and injuries lead to a fit of violent coughing, causing blood to spill forth. "It is not that I refuse to assist you. Rather, your meridians are obstructed, rendering you unfit for cultivation. Forcing it will only hasten your demise." Jiang Wushuang replies sternly, "I have grown weary of this rhetoric. I am now a practitioner as well," Fan Qing argues, lying on the ground, his face as pale as death. "What you possess is not true cultivation. It is merely the consumption of a life-burning elixir. Though you have temporarily gained power, your days are numbered." Jiang Wushuang silently shakes his head. There are no miraculous means to drastically enhance one's strength. Even if such methods existed, they would exact a far steeper price, namely, your life. Fan Qing has clearly been deceived by the four saints of Lingnan. Consuming a similar substance, that's impossible. You must be lying. Fan Qing struggles to accept this grim reality, yet his agitation triggers another violent coughing fit. Jiang Wushuang observes him with a twinge of compassion. But now, no one can save him. His earlier attacks against Jiang Wushuang, aimed at impressing the four saints, have sealed his fate. He remains unaware that Jiang Wushuang's Songlong 100 refinements has reached its zenith, with his physical resilience rivaling that of weapons capable of rebounding attacks. The severity of Fan Qing's injuries mirrors the ferocity of his previous assault. Moreover, the elixir he consumed has inflicted further harm upon his body, leaving him with little time to live. Indeed, after a frenzied scream, he collapses, his eyes wide in shock. Jiang Wushuang gazes at the lifeless form for a moment, reflecting on the futility of Fan Qing's actions, driven solely by a desire to escape the shackles of the Demon Suppression Tower. Regrettably, he has chosen a path of no return, hastening his demise. Such is the nature of this world. The weak, regardless of their struggles, cannot alter their fates. Jiang Wushuang stands in place for a while, not rushing to depart. Instead, he approaches the three corpses to extract their memories. He begins with the third man's memories, witnessing the lives of four children in a village. Their father, a hunter, would often be away for days but would return with meat for the family. Their mother tended to her four sons. One day, a band of marauders descended upon the village, killing everyone except for the children, who were captured and imprisoned in a cave, receiving scant sustenance. Initially, the children coexisted peacefully, but as food dwindled, conflict arose. The survivors became bloodthirsty beasts, yet the four children united to become the last remaining survivors in the cave. Eventually, they were released and trained in martial arts. As they matured, they became formidable warriors and leaders of their sect. However, 10 years ago, their sect faced turmoil. The four did not forget the massacre of their village and seized the opportunity to kill those responsible, defecting from the sect to establish themselves as the notorious four demons of Lingnan. Jiang Wushuang is taken aback. It is no wonder these four acted with such cruelty, having origins in the same demonic sect as the Rainbow Demonis within the Demon Suppression Tower. Gained 1,500 cultivation points. As he grows increasingly familiar with the system's rules, he realizes that while receiving memory inheritances, he can choose between martial techniques or cultivation points. The third man practiced a 6th-grade martial skill, Clear Wind Overpowering Blade. Although this technique is ferocious, its lethality pales in comparison to his heaven and earth dual absolute slash, which has reached its pinnacle. Thus, he decisively opts for cultivation points. The second set of memories belongs to the man in white. In addition to practicing the Clear Wind Overpowering Blade, he trained in a deceptive technique called Thousand Birds Transformation. He often altered his appearance before committing evil deeds. He is the only one among the 4 saints of Lingnan not on the wanted list. However, this disguising technique is only 7th grade, effective against practitioners of similar strength, but easily seen through by those much stronger. Were the man in white to truly disguise himself and infiltrate the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, he might succeed. However, the second level would likely prove impossible. Jiang Wushuang contemplates this before again opting for cultivation points. Gain 2,350 cultivation points. The Thousand Birds transformation would not aid him in infiltrating the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, so he chooses the more practical option of cultivation points. Lastly, the man with the blackened teeth provides him with 1,800 cultivation points. Altogether, he has acquired over 5,000 points, making this venture worthwhile. As he departs, Jiang Wushuang takes Fan Qing's corpse with him. He brought him out of the Demon Suppression Tower, and even in death, he must return to fulfill his duty. Upon returning to the tower, the guarding demon suppression guards recognize Fan Qing and only conduct a brief registration, inquiring a few questions before allowing the matter to pass without further ado. The guards within the demon suppression tower hold little status. Death is merely death, especially since Jiang Wushuang expressed a desire to escape. Hence, they said nothing further, as new prisoners are routinely brought in each month. Following this incident, Jiang Wushuang resolves never to escort others out of the demon suppression tower again, for it only invites calamity. Just like Fan Qing, had he never been given the opportunity to exit, he would not have encountered the 4 saints of Lingnan, nor would he have sought freedom, ultimately leading him down a path of no return. Although everyone possesses the right to pursue freedom, not all can possess the ability to accrue cultivation points and grow stronger. For some, freedom is an elusive concept, and once they become enamored with it, the consequences can be dire. Chapter 27. The essence of the blade. A day later, the bodies in the small courtyard are discovered by nearby villagers, who promptly report to the authorities. Initially, a few officers arrive to assess the situation, and one hastily departs. Soon after, a larger group follows in a hurried manner. They belong to the divine capturing camp, seasoned in dealing with demons and monsters, clad in ornate garments and wielding long knives, exuding an aura of cold, lethal intent. The local officers feel an overwhelming sense of pressure as the group surveys the chaotic scene and the 3 corpses, 2 of which lie severed in half. After examining the bodies, the officers' faces grow grave. This matter is of great significance and must be reported to Lord Qin, who immediately. One member of the divine capturing camp swiftly departs, and shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in purple arrives on horseback. Her hair is elegantly tied up, exuding an air of confidence as she leaps from her mount, landing gracefully before the group. The members of the divine capturing camp bow in respect. "What do you require of me regarding a few corpses?" The woman stands amidst the carnage, her gaze sweeping over the dead, her brows slightly furrowing. "Reporting to you, my lady, these 3 individuals are of no ordinary origin." One of her subordinates steps forward. "Oh, what is their background?" With a calm demeanor, the woman, Gu Zhiling, responds, "They are among the 4 demons of Lingnan, and for reasons unknown, have been slain here." The speaker looks up at Gu Zhiling, observing her expression shift. "The 4 demons of Lingnan?" Gu Zhiling pauses for a moment, then lets out a cold laugh. "How fortuitous, we have just captured one of them, and now they have delivered themselves to us. Do they intend to raid the Demon Suppression Tower to rescue their comrade?" "It would seem so." Her subordinate nods in agreement. Gu Zhiling scans the bodies, remarking, "To think those we could not capture have been dispatched by someone else. Can you discern who the perpetrator might be?" After some contemplation, the subordinate replies, "Given the 4 demons of Lingnan's history of heinous acts, it appears to be a vendetta. They fell victim to the heaven and earth dual absolute slash. Heaven and earth dual absolute slash? Gu Zhiling raises an eyebrow, intrigued. This is a forbidden technique, undoubtedly the work of someone from a demonic sect The heaven and earth dual absolute / requires bloodshed for cultivation, and those who practice it are stained with the blood of their victims. What a pity that the killer has escaped. Jiang Wushang's gaze lands upon the corpses, noting how 2 of them have been cleaved as if slicing through tofu, a testament to the killer's formidable strength. Such a powerful demon is precisely the target she seeks to apprehend. Capturing him would be a significant achievement. The members of the divine capturing camp are also eager for the challenge. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupts from beside one of the severed bodies. Jiang Wushang turns to see an officer, who has been attempting to move the corpses, now with bloodied hands, recoiling in horror. What happened? I touched the body, and my hand. The officer's face is pale, retreating in fright, as though he has seen a ghost. The members of the divine capturing camp exchange puzzled glances, unable to comprehend how a corpse could inflict harm. Immediately, one of them reaches out to touch the split body. The moment he makes contact, he recoils as if bitten by a venomous snake, a look of panic crossing his face. Jiang Wushang, her brow furrowed, stands by, suddenly realizing, do not touch. It bears remnants of blade intent. Blade intent? The members of the divine capturing camp are bewildered. Jiang Wushang takes a deep breath, explaining, the individual who practiced the heaven and earth dual absolute / must have attained its pinnacle. Otherwise, such blade intent could not linger. Pinnacle heaven and earth dual absolute / The surrounding individuals turn pale. Each member of the divine capturing camp is a martial artist. They understand the difficulty of mastering a martial technique to its zenith. No wonder even the 4 demons of Lingnan could be slain with a single stroke. The realization dawns that this individual has cultivated a forbidden skill to its peak, a testament to his terrifying power. Those who had considered capturing him now feel a wave of trepidation. A demon of this caliber is beyond their capabilities. Jiang Wushang, too, struggles to maintain her composure. Having recently reached a level of proficiency in her own blade techniques, she understands the immense effort required to attain such mastery. Yet, even achieving a high level of skill is a monumental task. She feels it may be impossible to reach the pinnacle in her lifetime. She knows that few can achieve such heights in martial arts. Now, a demon has accomplished this incredible feat, leaving her in disbelief. Moreover, this demon wields the heaven and earth dual absolute / a technique that demands bloodshed for its refinement. To reach its peak, one must create mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet, there have been no large-scale massacres in the past decade. She cannot fathom how this individual has managed such a feat. Jiang Wushang takes a deep breath, kneeling to touch the wound on one of the corpses. As she nears, a sharp pain shoots through her, as if invisible blades are cleaving at her. Only by surrounding her hand with her inner energy can she mitigate the sensation. Is this the blade intent left by the heaven and earth dual absolute / Jiang Wushang's eyes brim with questions. Logically, this blade intent should be filled with the essence of slaughter, yet upon closer inspection, she discovers an overwhelming, pure, and vigorous power, entirely incongruent with her understanding of this dark technique. Rumors suggest that the artifacts of the demonic sect can corrupt one's mind with even a slight exposure. It is not uncommon for members of the divine catcher camp to fall under the influence of these dark forces. The dual absolute / an item belonging to the demonic sect, should not possess such traits. The confusion in Wu Zhiling's eyes deepened, for instead of sensing malevolence, she unexpectedly gleaned profound insights from the remnants of the sword's intent. Her previous misunderstandings regarding the path of the sword now seemed to illuminate before her. To her astonishment, she found herself greatly enriched by this experience. Lord Wu, a subordinate's voice snapped Wu Zhiling from her reverie. Are you all right, Lord Wu? She was startled into cold sweat, realizing that while she had claimed to be unaffected, she had unwittingly succumbed to its influence. She quickly stepped back, glancing at the bisected corpse, her heart still racing. Quickly, take these bodies back to the divine catcher camp. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, though her subordinates looked puzzled. Believing that with the death of the individual, a simple investigation followed by cremation would suffice. Why the unnecessary effort to transport the corpses? Wu Zhiling continued, this matter is of great importance and requires consultation with the masters of the divine catcher camp. The slayers of these 3 are likely masters of the demonic path. Chapter 28. No rival below the master Jiang Wushuang had resumed his monotonous routine of cultivating within the Demon Suppressing Tower. The demise of Fanqing on the first floor had little impact. Firstly, the guard's position was subordinate, and no one paid heed. Moreover, He had perished while attempting to escape, a self-inflicted demise. One day, Jiang Wushuang declared he would no longer take anyone outside. The news sparked considerable discussion among the guards. Life in the Demon Suppressing Tower was already dreary, and the occasional outing had become a motivation for the guards to curry favor with Jiang Wushuang. Now that hope was dashed, it was hard to accept. However, after a few days of murmuring, the topic faded away. After all, Jiang Wushuang was a golden blade guard, and once he spoke, any dissent would be kept to oneself. "Hey, you there, come here." One day, while Jiang Wushuang was collecting his cultivation points as per his routine, a voice called out to him. Turning, he saw a pair of bloodshot eyes glaring at him from behind the bars. "I ask you, what happened to that guard named Fanqing? Where has he gone?" Jiang Wushuang glanced at him and replied, "Did no one tell you? He is dead." "Dead?" The figure in the cell was momentarily stunned, then filled with confusion. "That is impossible. My brothers wouldn't kill him. If they were to kill, they would have rescued me first. This doesn't make sense." Jiang Wushuang shook his head at the delusional Bao Ding, who still fantasized about his three brethren coming to save him, oblivious to the fact that he was the sole survivor of the four saints of Lingnan. His fervent desire to escape was somewhat understandable, given that he had suffered greatly under the punishments of the Demon Suppressing Tower. His previous bravado had long since faded, leaving him mentally unstable, muttering to himself, "Hey, kid, help me with something, and you'll get anything you desire. Wealth, women, or even a way out of the Demon Suppressing Tower." Bao Ding pressed his face against the bars. Jiang Wushuang, however, did not even spare him a glance as he turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. "You'd better behave. Leaving will only lead to a quicker demise." In the ensuing days, Bao Ding attempted to entice other guards, but upon learning they had no chance of leaving the tower, he abandoned that notion. He then refocused on Jiang Wushuang, the Golden Blade Guard, but in his eyes, this guard was akin to a stone in a cesspit, odious and unyielding. Ignoring him entirely. One day, he was called for interrogation, not by a first-floor guard or members of the demon-suppressing camp, but by the divine catcher camp that had sent him here. Jiang Wushuang guessed that the inquiry was likely related to the four saints of Lingnan he had slain and hurried to the interrogation room to gather information. Unfortunately, even the members of the demon-suppressing camp had been dismissed, leaving him to wait outside. When the members of the divine catcher camp exited the interrogation room, he was momentarily taken aback. For the first to emerge was a woman. With her hair tied back and an imposing aura, even the first-floor guards bowed in her presence. The woman merely nodded without expression. It was evident from her attire that she was a thousand household from the divine catcher camp, the second he had encountered. The first being the female thousand household who had personally escorted the notorious Yu Hong. One could not help but notice the abundance of women in the divine catcher camp, unlike the demon-suppressing camp, which was exclusively male. As the crowd dispersed, discussions erupted around them. "This thousand household is quite beautiful. Naturally, she is one of the dual absolutes of the divine catcher camp." "What are the dual absolutes? Are all thousand households women?" Such a notion was absurd, as there were only two female thousand households in the divine catcher camp. This woman, Wu Jiling, was one of them, not only strikingly beautiful but also immensely talented, having achieved mastery at such a young age. Rumor had it that her family background was also impressive. Is that true? If I could win her favor, my rise would be assured. I warn you, wipe the drool from your mouth. If you wish to live, do not harbor any fantasies about her. After the members of the divine catcher camp departed, Bao Ding was escorted back to his cell. Having been dragged out of the interrogation room by two demon-suppressing guards, appearing utterly exhausted, he repetitively muttered, "Impossible, my brothers cannot be dead. No one can kill them." Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly. It was evident that the divine catcher camp had come to investigate the deaths of the three. Yet they had gleaned nothing and left hurriedly. Jiang Wushuang had previously worried that he might attract attention, but upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. The deceased were notorious figures. No one would suspect a mere golden blade guard. "Kid, why are you still alive? Tell me." One day, Bao Ding called out to Jiang Wushuang again, pressing his face against the bars with such fervor that his features contorted. "Why shouldn't I be alive?" Jiang Wushuang replied calmly, gazing at the deranged Bao Ding. "What do you know?" Bao Ding's eyes were fixed on the diminutive golden blade guard. In his escape plan, this guard was either to assist him or perish. However, with his brothers and Fanqing dead, the ones who should have died remained alive, leading to suspicion. Jiang Wushuang suddenly smiled and said, "What if I told you that I killed all three of them? Would you believe me?" Bao Ding's expression faltered. His mind conjured images of Fan Qing introducing him to this golden blade guard, who then drew his sword and slaughtered his brothers, returning to the demon suppressing tower alone. Everything seemed plausible. Yet, Bao Ding suddenly burst into laughter. "You? Kill my brothers? Ha! Even if you practiced for 10 lifetimes, you couldn't touch a single hair on them." His voice echoed through the cell block. When he regained his senses, he found the golden blade guard had already turned away. Watching the guard's retreating figure, he yelled again, "Tell me what happened." Jiang Wushuang shook his head. "The truth has already been revealed to you, yet you refuse to believe it. What more is there to say?" Reflecting on the battle against the three, Jiang Wushuang felt they were simply too weak. None could withstand a single strike from him. Killing them was as effortless as chopping vegetables. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Through that confrontation, he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. It was not that the three were weak, but rather that he had become extraordinarily powerful. The pinnacle technique, Songlong 100 refinements, had elevated his physical prowess to a terrifying level. This explained why he had defeated one with a mere punch, without employing any martial skills, as his body itself had become a formidable weapon. By this measure alone, he surpassed many warriors of the same rank, coupled with the fact that he had also elevated the dual absolute / to its peak. He found himself unmatched among those in the gathering spirit realm point. One could say he was invincible below the master. Chapter 29. The Great Case of the Imperial City after the arrival of the Divine Catcher Camp. It was not long before Bao Ding was sent to the guillotine. This behavior aligned perfectly with the new guard's character. Anyone who could be dispatched for execution would not be allowed to linger. An inconsequential episode had thus passed. 2 months later, Jiang Wushuang finally accumulated 30,000 cultivation points and successfully advanced to the third layer of gathering spirit. Although his strength had increased, he was already invincible below the master. And this modest growth did not elate him. After all, no matter how much he advanced, he could never surpass a master. Masters were deemed such because their true energy had transformed into true essence. Achieving a qualitative leap, and no matter how gifted or extraordinary one might be, none could challenge a master. This was the reason masters stood in such high regard. Jiang Wushuang calculated that to reach the 9th layer of gathering spirit would require at least a couple of years. A rather optimistic estimate. He had grown accustomed to rapid advancement, so the sudden slowdown was somewhat disconcerting. However, this situation could not be altered. He could only adapt slowly. One day, upon entering the cell block to gather cultivation points, he noticed several demon-suppressing guards stationed outside the interrogation room. Such a large assembly indicated that the guard captain was personally interrogating a prisoner. Indeed, as Jiang Wushuang approached, he saw the captain emerge with a sullen expression, remaining silent. Inside the interrogation room, an elderly man was bound to the torture rack. Though he had been thoroughly beaten, he continued to curse vehemently, evidently a tough nut to crack. Simultaneously, Jiang Wushuang observed that the influx of prisoners had significantly increased in recent days. The captain had been conducting daily interrogations, and several prisoners had died under torture. Even the guards had noticed the anomaly. It turned out that the Dacian imperial city had recently been unsettled by a band of audacious flower thieves, resulting in numerous young women going missing, causing widespread. The commander cast his gaze upon the two demon-subduing guards, and it was no wonder that he harbored doubts. He had personally interrogated the relevant suspects over the past few days. No one knew better than he how tight-lipped these individuals were. Despite employing various forms of punishment, none had yielded any confessions. The results obtained by a mere golden blade guard were, frankly, hard to believe. The two demon-subduing guards, under the weight of the commander's stare, exchanged furtive glances. Just as they were about to depart, the commander erupted in fury, his brows furrowed and eyes blazing. "Incompetence, utterly useless. You were tasked with interrogating them, and yet you neglected your duties?" After a harsh reprimand, he glared at the two once more. This matter was of great significance. He had to conduct another interrogation himself. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. For the sake of this case, he had not slept for several days. The uproar in the imperial city had left the populace in a state of anxiety. The Divine Capture Camp had detained the relevant suspects and sent them his way. The higher-ups were eagerly awaiting his updates on the missing girl. Yet, after several days of interrogations, he had lost hope for her rescue. "Commander, the suspect is already deceased." As he reached the door, the commander's pupils constricted at the voice that echoed behind him. "No witnesses? Commander, whether it is true or not, we shall investigate," replied another demon-subduing guard. The commander furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before conceding. "Very well, we shall proceed accordingly." He ordered that the news be sent to the divine capture camp immediately. Furthermore, he instructed the guards to gather personnel and set off with him. One of the guards, bewildered, asked, "Are we also going?" The commander replied sternly, "Of course, if the news proves true, it would be a significant achievement, and we cannot let the divine capture camp reap all the glory." The guard's eyes gleamed at the prospect of merit. "I will gather the men at once." Before departing, the commander cast a glance at Jiang Wushuang and remarked, "If this matter proves true, I shall also credit you with an achievement." With that, he swiftly exited the demon-subduing tower. Jiang Wushuang, uninterested in accolades, brushed it off. The next day, as he entered the prison area, he was approached by a demon-subduing guard, flushed with excitement. "Brother Jiang, I've finally found you. Come with me. The commander wishes to see you, Dado." "What is it about?" "It is certainly good news." The guard smiled mysteriously, leading the way. Upon seeing Jiang Wushuang approach, the commander rose to greet him, beaming with joy. "Ah, my fine lad. The information you provided yesterday has been immensely helpful. Not only did we locate the Minister of War's daughter in that cave, but we also recovered several missing girls." The commander's tone turned grim. "The audacious Red Lotus sect dares to wreak havoc in the Imperial City. The divine capture camp is mobilizing to ensure they pay the price. You have achieved a great feat. Pray tell, how did you manage to extract a confession from the suspect?" the commander inquired, curiosity etched on his face, as did the guards nearby. They had toiled all night without success. And now here was Jiang Wushuang, who had seemingly obtained a confession in no time at all. If he had not employed some clever method, who would believe it? "Well, I merely employed a couple of torture devices." "And he confessed," Jiang Wushuang offered casually. Noticing the commander's astonishment, he added, "Perhaps the suspect realized his fate was sealed and chose to confess." He had no desire for accolades. Being a free and untroubled Golden Blade guard was sufficient for him. Each day, he focused on honing his skills, aspiring to reach invincibility. When that day arrived, the world would be his oyster. The commander paused, momentarily taken aback, yet unable to conceive of any other explanation. He assumed Jiang Wushuang was simply fortunate. "Very well, what reward do you seek?" Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment before responding. "Is it possible to rid me of my disgraceful status?" The first condition for entering the second level of the demon-subduing tower was to not have a disgraceful status. Yet, he had been demoted to such a status upon being sent to the tower. "You wish to be free of disgrace?" The commander's smile faded. "This may prove challenging. Instead, I can offer you a monetary reward." Jiang Wushuang sighed inwardly. Indeed, shedding his disgrace would be a formidable task. Ultimately, he left with 500 taels of silver. Just as he was about to depart, the commander called out to him again. Turning back, he saw the commander's serious expression. "You truly wish to be free of disgrace?" Jiang Wushuang nodded. "I dream of it." The commander remained silent, merely gesturing for him to leave. After this incident, Jiang Wushuang had left a commendable impression on the new commander. A few days later, he was summoned back to the interrogation room. Suspect, nearly at death's door from torture, was bound to the rack. "Xiao Jiang, this suspect has endured an entire night without uttering a word. You give it a try." The commander patted Jiang Wushuang's shoulder before wearily exiting the room. Jiang Wushuang smiled ruefully. He had no skill in interrogation. He could merely receive the memory inheritance. However, since the commander had called him, it was evident that this suspect was of great importance. He approached the two remaining demon-subduing guards. "Are you both going to rest?" Once he was alone in the interrogation room, he channeled a surge of true energy, ending the suspect's life. Meanwhile, shortly after the commander returned to his quarters, a guard delivered the suspect's confession. "I left just moments ago." "And he confessed?" The commander was taken aback. Had he known this would happen, he would not have wasted an entire night. From then on, whenever faced with a stubborn suspect, the commander would summon Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang consistently delivered, with confessions arriving swiftly. The commander was curious to know how Jiang Wushuang managed it, but Jiang Wushuang never divulged his methods. Each time he interrogated, he would send others out of the room, leaving no one to witness his techniques. Upon learning that Jiang Wushuang was the son of a former minister of revenue, the commander seemed to understand, presuming that some ancestral interrogation secret had been passed down. Thereafter, he ceased to inquire further. As time passed, the commander grew increasingly fond of this golden blade guard. During leisure moments, he would even invite him for drinks. Upon discovering that Jiang Wushuang had reached the foundation establishment stage, he was astonished. Achieving such a level at this age demonstrated considerable martial talent. Of course, Jiang Wushuang had intentionally revealed this to lay the groundwork for his future aspirations. Excellent. The lad indeed possesses a unique talent for interrogation. The commander laughed heartily while holding a confession. This suspect was of great significance. The divine capture camp required results within 3 days. Remarkably, only half an hour had passed, and the results were already in. Even the divine capture camp was taken aback by the swift confession. Interrogation is truly Brother Jiang's forte. The demon-subduing guards grew increasingly fond of Jiang Wushuang. Since he began assisting, there had been no more all-night interrogations. Life had become considerably easier, albeit at the expense of the suspects. One interrogated, one dead, the commander chuckled. Chapter 31. Journey to the second level. Jiang Wushuang had not anticipated that, inadvertently, he would assist the commander, earning himself the reputation of an interrogation prodigy among the demon-subduing guards. Whenever a tough case arose in the first level of the tower, they would call upon him. As he successfully interrogated suspect after suspect, he became an indispensable aid on the first level. Naturally, Jiang Wushuang's efforts were not in vain. Each suspect he interrogated resulted in a wealth of memory inheritances. Times, he could collect several in a single day. Now, he could select whether to acquire martial skills or cultivation points from the inherited memories. With his strength having reached the third layer of the gathering spirit stage, he had also perfected his martial arts skills. Moreover, the skills practiced by the suspects on the first level were of little interest to him. Thus, he had recently focused solely on accumulating cultivation points from the memory inheritances. The cultivation points gained from memories were dozens of times greater than those acquired through conventional means. Consequently, his speed of cultivation had seen a noticeable increase. Initially, he had planned to take 4 months to gather the necessary points to reach the fourth layer of the gathering spirit stage. Now, he had achieved it in just 3 months. Cultivation points, increase for me. In his chamber, as Jiang Wushuang depleted his accumulated cultivation points, the water in his energy sea expanded dramatically. The volume of true energy surged several times over, significantly boosting his power. He immediately employed the technique chasing stars and moon to traverse the first level. With his enhanced strength and growing familiarity with the first level of the demon-subduing tower, he could unleash chasing stars and moon without triggering any restrictions, moving about as if the place were deserted. Even the commander could not detect his presence. He lingered outside the commander's quarters for a while. Recently, with no interrogation troubles, the commander had relaxed, enjoying drinks with 2 subordinates while occasionally reminiscing about Jiang Wushuang's interrogation feats. Jiang Wushuang, lacking the habit of eavesdropping, departed after a brief stay. He then traversed various prison zones, collecting cultivation points without a soul noticing his presence. Even if someone thought they saw a flicker, upon rubbing their eyes and looking again, nothing would remain. Eventually, Jiang Wushuang arrived at a black stone wall. A shimmering light curtain rippled across the surface. He had seen several figures enter the light curtain only to vanish instantly. Later, upon inquiring with the commander, he learned that this was the entrance to the second level of the demon-subduing tower. Jiang Wushuang felt an urge to step inside, but upon regaining his composure, he decisively chose to forego it, despite the absence of guards, who knew what awaited on the second level. If he were to enter and find it impossible to return, it would be troublesome. His current strength allowed him to roam freely on the first level, but that did not guarantee the same on the second. The lack of guards at the entrance suggested that the second level was unconcerned about intrusions. After lingering for a while, Jiang Wushuang shook his head and returned to his quarters. Days passed in a somewhat monotonous and dull manner. One day, a demon-subduing guard approached Jiang Wushuang again. Brother Jiang, we have another tough nut to crack. Could you lend a hand? A tough nut? How tough? After an hour of interrogation, we exhausted all the torture devices, yet he refuses to speak. An hour is considered tough? Jiang Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. In the past, he had endured days of continuous interrogations, utilizing various devices until the suspects were nearly dead before they could be deemed tough nuts. Now, merely an hour without a confession was enough to qualify? These demon-subduing guards had truly grown accustomed to him. since he began assisting with interrogations, they had lowered their standards for tough nuts considerably. Following the guard to the interrogation room, Jiang Wushu, the scene is set with enforcers clad in red and black, armored soldiers, and seemingly frail scholars, among whom stands Jiang Wushuang. These individuals have been summoned from various institutions of the Great Qian dynasty to join the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Noticing the silence, the Demon Suppression Guard steps forward and walks into a luminous barrier, vanishing from sight. A throng of people follows suit, each stepping into the light. The moment Jiang Wushuang enters the barrier, he is enveloped in a blinding white light, and in the next instant, he finds himself in a dimly lit stone chamber. Behind him, others continue to emerge from the barrier. In the chamber, they undergo a verification process before stepping into yet another barrier. The security on the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower is even more formidable than anticipated. After several checkpoints, they finally arrive at the true second level. Jiang Wushuang gazes around the dim corridor, slightly furrowing his brow. This second level is entirely different from the first, resembling an underground lair despite the fact that they have ascended. The surroundings are riddled with openings leading to various areas, and the group, following the lead of the Demon Suppression Guard, wins through the labyrinthine passages, uncertain of their destination. Most individuals keep their heads down, fearful of touching anything forbidden, while Jiang Wushuang curiously surveys his surroundings. The second level is significantly larger than the first, akin to another world, and he finds it quite astonishing. Rumors about the Demon Suppression Tower being a treasure of the Great Qian dynasty now seem credible, as it stands resilient amidst the chaos of countless upheavals. Clearly, there are deeper mysteries at play as they traverse the corridor. Cold winds sweep through, causing the torches on the walls to flicker. Although the group consists of martial practitioners, they find themselves shivering from the biting cold, unlike Jiang Wushuang, who remains unfazed. His prowess at the fourth stage of concentration, coupled with the pinnacle technique Zonglong by Lian, renders him impervious to such chill. Under the guidance of the Demon Suppression Guard, they arrive at a stone chamber that feels like a different realm compared to the corridor outside. The moment Jiang Wushuang steps into the chamber, the chill dissipates, replaced by a comforting warmth. He notices several figures awaiting their arrival. Jiang Wushuang's gaze falls upon the foremost individual, a burly figure clad in armor, a black token hanging from his waist reminiscent of the guards from the first level. Undoubtedly, this individual is the chief guard of the second level, exuding an aura vastly more powerful than that of his counterpart in the first level, unmistakably a practitioner of the concentration realm. His piercing gaze compels everyone to bow their heads, none daring to meet his eyes. Despite being unmatched beneath the master level, Jiang Wushuang finds himself mirroring the caution of the others, bowing his head respectfully. Have we only received a handful of individuals this month? The chief guard scoffs. A subordinate nearby offers a wry smile, explaining, we are required to replenish personnel every month, with specific strength criteria. Few are willing to come. The chief guard's expression darkens. We guard the most nefarious criminals, yet we can barely muster a few. I would love to release a few to give those rascals a headache. The subordinate's face pales at the remark, and he whispers, Guard Captain, please be cautious with your words. I will ensure the administrative department seeks more recruits. The captain huffs in response, then turns his gaze to Jiang Wushuang and the others. Many tremble under the weight of his scrutinizing stare, as though a colossal sword hovers above, ready to descend at any moment. The pressure is palpable, making some struggle to breathe. Jiang Wushuang, however, merely sways slightly to indicate his respect. The chief guard's attention lands on Jiang Wushuang, and his brow furrows. Why is there still a guard from the first level here? Are the administrative personnel becoming increasingly negligent, shoving anyone into our second level? A subordinate interjects. This person was not assigned by the administrative department. He was recommended by the first level's captain, Zhao Hu. The chief guard raises an eyebrow. Zhao Hu? What is his intent? Is he lamenting my decision to send him to the first level? Is he sending me trash to vex me? Fine. If he keeps provoking me, I might assign him to guard the imperial tomb. With a cold huff, the chief guard then proceeds to assign duties based on each individual's strength. The second level divides the demon suppression guards into 3 tiers. Third-tier guards handle cleaning tasks akin to first-tier guards. Second-tier guards oversee various checkpoints and prisons, while first-tier guards serve as core personnel responsible for interrogations and detentions. In no time, a recording guard categorizes everyone into 3 groups. 6 are designated as third-tier, 3 as second-tier, and 2 as first-tier. Just as the chief guard prepares to leave, he catches sight of the first-tier designation given to the individual he finds displeasing. Prompting him to halt in surprise, he approaches Jiang Wushuang, scrutinizing him closely. These two are first-tier. He glances at the recording guard, who nods, pointing out a man beside Jiang Wushuang. His name is Yushou, 35 years old, a constable from the Dali Temple, at the 6th stage of foundation. The chief guard appraises him, nodding slowly in acknowledgement of his 6th stage strength. Yet, upon injecting a strand of true energy into Yushou's body, he frowns. Clearly at the 5th stage, why claim to be at the 6th? The man, his face reddening, stammers, "I am but a step away from reaching the 6th stage. A step away still means you are at the 5th stage. To dare exaggerate your strength, you will be reclassified to 2nd tier." The chief guard scoffs, shaking his head in disbelief at the lack of suitable candidates. Just as he begins to focus on Jiang Wushuang, he inquires about his strength. The recording guard hesitates, recalling the previous exaggeration. His name is Jiang Wushuang, a first-level guard in the Demon Suppression Tower, strength at the 8th stage of foundation. The moment the guard utters this, the chief guard's brow furrows. Before he can speak, he directs a cold gaze at Jiang Wushuang. "Are you truly at the 8th stage? Deceiving a superior is a grave offense." Jiang Wushuang, feeling all eyes upon him, feels a wave of exasperation. Others inflate their claims while he humbly conceals his true strength. Why the suspicion directed at him? Chapter 33. Another punch. The recording guard, growing impatient, prompts, "I have just recently broken through to the 8th stage." Jiang Wushuang averts his gaze, thinking the 8th stage is hardly impressive. However, the astonished expressions surrounding him make him reconsider if perhaps he has been too ostentatious. Had he known, he would have claimed to be at the 2nd stage instead. After all, with divine concealment, he could masquerade at any level he desired. Before entering the 2nd level, he had specifically elevated divine concealment to its pinnacle. Now, even in front of a master, he could maintain his facade. His goal is to quietly cultivate his strength in the 2nd level, aspiring to reach the master level as swiftly as possible. Drawing attention is not his intention. His earlier revelation of a moderately high yet not low level was merely to facilitate his movement within the 2nd level and gain more privileges. However, judging by the reactions, perhaps he had indeed been too conspicuous. It soon dawns on him that it's not the 8th stage that is too high, but rather his youth. At under 20 years of age, achieving the 8th stage marks him as a martial genius. Well, that was hasty, he muses, regretting the misstep influenced by the earlier constable. He assumed a slight edge and strength would pose no issue. Yet it has drawn attention. Now, there is no turning back. He must maintain his ACT. To this end, he ensures his aura appears as that of an 8th stage practitioner. The recording guard scrutinizes this youth before him, noting his aura is indeed robust. However, compared to the 8th stage guards, there seems to be a slight disparity. "All right, take a swing at me." The recording guard steps forward, determined to test Jiang Wushuang personally, having noticed the chief guard's lingering doubts. Jiang Wushuang hesitates, feeling the weight of the situation. "You wish for me to strike you? That seems ill-advised." Jiang Wushuang feigns reluctance. Although he possesses divine concealment to mask his strength, it is merely a guise. His true power lies within the concentration realm, and he fears losing control and inadvertently harming this guard, risking being labeled a criminal himself. The guard, misinterpreting Jiang Wushuang's hesitation as reluctance to strike due to his status, encourages, "Do not fear. Go ahead. Show me your strength." Realizing he cannot avoid the confrontation, Jiang Wushuang reluctantly clenches his fist, struggling to find the right balance. A light punch would undermine his claimed strength, while too much force could injure the guard. "Am I merely to stand here while you hit me?" Jiang Wushuang queries. After a moment's silence, he continues, having assessed the guard's strength. It appears to be at the 9th stage of foundation, and he wonders where the guard's confidence stems from. "You think I can't handle a punch? Go ahead, but if you hold back, I will demote you to 2nd tier." Jiang Wushuang, sensing the challenge, is unyielding. He delivers a straightforward punch, devoid of any grand technique. Yet, the recording guard stumbles back 5 steps before steadying himself. His face contorting in shock, he stands still for several breaths, allowing his tumultuous insides to settle. His eyes reflect sheer astonishment as he feels nearly struck to his demise. Yet, he cannot express anger or exhibit too much vulnerability, as it would humiliate him. He'll be a 9th-stage practitioner unable to withstand a single blow from an 8th-stage individual is a reputation he cannot afford to tarnish. Thus, he forces a smile, feigning indifference as he pats his chest. Not bad. You are indeed at the 8th stage, though your strength could use some improvement. Initially, he aimed to portray himself as formidable, but Jiang Wushuang's next remark leaves him feeling exposed. Is that so? I held back for fear of injuring you. How about another punch? The guard's expression freezes, awkwardly waving his hands. No need. Really? Your strength is quite adequate. It's just that my physical resilience is above average. Meanwhile, the chief guard, who had been silently observing, raises an eyebrow. As a practitioner of the concentration realm, he is not blind to the recording guard's feigned bravado. An 8th-stage practitioner nearly causing a 9th-stage guard to vomit blood indicates the youth's strength surpasses the ordinary. Let me assess for myself. The chief guard suddenly grips Jiang Wushuang's shoulder, and Jiang Wushuang feels a current of true energy surge into him. He swiftly suppresses his restless energy, fearing that a misstep could result in the chief guard's untimely end. Indeed, your true energy is substantial. You are at the 8th stage. Pleased, the chief guard withdraws his hand, scrutinizing Jiang Wushuang from head to toe. Jiang Wushuang feigns surprise while internally stifling laughter. The chief guard's assessment merely reflects his suppressed state. The true energy within him far exceeds what the chief guard has discerned. I require individuals like you in the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The chief guard finally relaxes, seizing the roster from the recording guard. Upon locating Jiang Wushuang's page, he raises an eyebrow once more. You are of lowly birth? Jiang Wushuang nods, concerned that the chief guard might send him back to the 1st level, as lowly-born individuals are typically barred from the 2nd level. However, the chief guard contemplates, being of lowly birth is not a significant issue. If you join my demon suppression camp, I can assist you in shedding that status. The mission of the Demon Suppression Tower is to guard against malevolent forces, a grave responsibility. Even those condemned to death may escape their fates if they serve the tower. For Jiang Wushuang, a mere son of a traitor, entangled in imprisonment, such a minor offense can be easily absolved. From this day forth, you shall be a 1st-tier demon suppression guard in my camp, assigned to the Gue prison area. However, you must complete the assessment to join the camp within 2 months. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to return you to the 1st level. The chief guard swiftly makes his decision, then adds with a chuckle, I was lamenting my lack of capable subordinates. Unexpectedly, I have found a gem among this lot of mediocrity. Work diligently in the 2nd level, and you shall be rewarded. He concludes, when you see Zhao Hu, please extend my gratitude. Zhao Hu, the captain of the 1st level, had initially irked the chief guard by sending an underling, but now he realizes he misjudged him. In an instant, all eyes in the stone chamber turn to Jiang Wushuang. Witnessing the chief guard's interest in him, those who joined the 2nd level alongside him gaze upon him with envy. Chapter 34, Gue Prison. After the chief guard departs the stone chamber, a demon suppression guard brings clothing for the newcomers to change into. Jiang Wushuang, being the sole 1st-tier guard among them, is adorned in blue with black trim, complete with a waist token, exuding an air of authority that surpasses the others. He hadn't anticipated the intricacies involved in joining the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. A slight display of his strength has earned him the rank of 1st-tier guard, which is quite commendable. After all, 1st-tier guards hold a position akin to minor officials, albeit of the 9th rank. Nevertheless, it is a rank that allows for gradual promotion. The 2nd level comprises 4 prison areas, with the Gue prison housing the fewest inmates, a privilege granted to him by the chief guard. The inmates at this level are considerably more formidable than those at the 1st level, with the weakest being of the concentration realm. Fewer inmates equate to lesser danger. The recording guard, who had previously been struck by Jiang Wushuang, leads the way, perhaps influenced by the chief guard's regard or perhaps humbled by that punch. His demeanor towards Jiang Wushuang, the newcomer, is notably amiable. Few inmates, you say? Jiang Wushuang responds, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. For others, fewer inmates might be a blessing, but he prefers an abundance of them. Additionally, hearing that the 2nd level contains only 4 prison areas slightly disheartens him. The 1st level boasts 8. He perceives this as a reduction in opportunity, particularly as the strength of each inmate here surpasses that of several at the 1st level. Moreover, he has yet to encounter the cultivation of a master, leaving him curious about the potential heights he might reach. Everything is ripe with anticipation. You must perform well there. You are not yet a true member of the Demon Suppression Camp. Only after spending 2 months here and passing the assessment will you be considered a full member. However, given your 8th stage strength and the chief guard's favor, your induction into the camp will surely be uncomplicated, the guard advises, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. Having spent over a decade in the Demon Suppression Tower, he remains a second-tier guard, with little hope of advancing to first tier. Thank you for your guidance, Jiang Wushuang responds, feigning humility, which pleases the guard. While the second level poses greater risks than the first, you need not worry excessively. During the assessment phase, you will not be tasked with interrogations. Simply observe and learn, but do not wander off. The second level resembles a labyrinth, unfamiliar and easy to get lost in. Jiang Wushuang followed closely behind the Demon Suppression Guard, twisting and turning. Already disoriented, it truly felt like a maze. Moreover, according to his words, upon arriving at the second level, one could only remain within their assigned prison area and was forbidden to wander aimlessly. This severely limited the opportunities to collect targets, presenting a significant challenge, as he mentioned. Only by passing assessments and becoming a true first-class Demon Suppression Guard could one roam freely on the second level. It seems another arduous 2 months await. Soon, under the guidance of the Demon Suppression Guard, they arrived at a grand entrance. While it was referred to as a gate, it resembled more of a cave entrance, flanked by 2 black stone pillars with a stone door in between. The heavy stone door shimmered with light, clearly imbued with restrictions. The second level of the Demon Suppression Tower was far more formidable than the first. They had already passed several such barriers along the way. As the Demon Suppression Guard unraveled the restrictions and opened the stone door, another stone chamber appeared before them. As Jiang Wushuang entered, he saw a figure seated at a stone table, drinking, while another figure was meditating on the ground nearby. Du Chong, I bring you a newcomer, the guiding guard announced, bowing slightly to the 30-year-old man at the table before turning to leave. This man was Wu Chong of the Gue prison area, equivalent to the head of this section. Jiang Wushuang would now be under his jurisdiction. A glance at the two revealed that Wu Chong was at the 6th level of Qi Si. While the seated figure on the ground was at the 1st level, it could not be denied that the strength of the Demon Suppression Guards on the 2nd level was significantly greater than that of the 1st. On the 1st level, aside from the commander who was at Qi Si, the other guards were merely at the Foundation establishment stage, with most at levels 2 or 3, and very few at levels 5 or 6. Are we short on personnel? What does it mean to send a newcomer here? The meditating figure suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Wushuang with a smile. Tang Fu, do you look down on the new arrivals again? But this time, you might be mistaken. He is someone the commander has taken a liking to. Wu Chong, seated on the stone bench, scrutinized Jiang Wushuang, and upon learning that he was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, his eyes lit up. A martial arts genius. How shallow of me, my apologies. Tang Fu stood up, circling Jiang Wushuang with curiosity, peppering him with questions. Welcome to the Gue prison area. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Just moments ago, Tang Fu had regarded Jiang Wushuang with disdain, but now he was eager to curry favor in his eyes. Someone favored by the commander would undoubtedly rise through the ranks faster than he could. Not building a good relationship now could mean missing future opportunities. Wu Chong, I leave him in your care. You are responsible for guiding him, Wu Chongdui said with a smile, showing no airs towards the newcomer. Tang Fu nodded eagerly, no problem. Through their conversation, Jiang Wushuang learned that the tasks on the 2nd level were largely similar to those on the 1st, interrogating, detaining, and preventing prisoners from escaping. However, the prisoners on the 2nd level were considerably stronger, and the responsibilities were greater. For instance, every day, guards had to inspect the seals on the prisoners to prevent them from regaining strength and causing chaos. The difficulty of interrogations also increased significantly. For prisoners above the gathering spirit realm, their physical strength was astonishing. The torture devices used on the 1st level were no longer effective. Instead, the 2nd level relied more on formations, such as fire, water, and lightning formations. Although Jiang Wushuang had been regarded as an interrogation genius on the 1st level, he did not intend to continue in that capacity here. After all, his methods might work on the 1st level but would not suffice on the 2nd. It was better to focus on improving his cultivation. Jiang Wushuang quickly determined his development path on the 2nd level. Although there were only 4 prison areas, each contained 40 cells, housing prisoners no fewer than those on the 1st level. Among these individuals, there were many at the gathering spirit realm and even some masters. You must be cautious while working here. These demons devour people without leaving a trace. A slight mistake could cost you your life. Although our Gue prison area houses the fewest prisoners among the 4 sections, we still have around 20. I will show you around the prison area. Tang Fu produced a uniquely shaped key, emanating subtle waves of restrictions. With a swift motion, he opened a nearby stone door and stepped inside. Jiang Wushuang, who had previously thought that the second level had fewer prisoners, was now wide-eyed with excitement. He immediately followed Tang Fu through the door. Finally, he could begin improving his cultivation on the second level. Chapter 35. Master Estivine. Since Jiang Wushuang followed Tang Fu through the stone door, only to find himself in a corridor rather than a cell, he couldn't help but marvel at how the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower seemed like an endless cave. Isn't this quite strange? Tang Fu turned back with a smile. I felt the same way when I first arrived. This is not a prison area, but clearly an extensive underground cavern. Some say the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower was originally like this, while others claim it was transformed by someone using the Great Passage Divine technique for the sake of more conveniently laying down restrictions to trap master-level individuals. Are you feeling dizzy yet? I frequently lost my way when I first arrived, even getting lost on my way to interrogate prisoners several times. In fact, each corridor has different markers. If you pay attention, you'll gradually become familiar with them. As Tang Fu spoke, he pointed out inconspicuous places along the corridor. Following Tang Fu's directions, Jiang Wushuang indeed spotted a peculiar mark. If he hadn't known to look for a marker, he would have easily missed it. In such an environment, even if the prisoners managed to escape their cells, they would likely find themselves lost. After several turns, Jiang Wushuang still found himself within the corridor. The torches along the walls flickered continuously, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Moreover, he had yet to encounter a single guard. Brother Tang, how many demon suppression guards do we have in the Gue prison area? Jiang Wushuang inquired curiously. Not many. Including you, there are a total of 11. Tang Fu replied as they walked. So few? Jiang Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. The Demon Suppression Tower required constant guarding, meaning those 11 guards had to be divided between day and night shifts, resulting in only about 5 guards on duty at any one time. For a prison area housing over 20 prisoners, this number was clearly insufficient. There used to be many more, about 20 or so. But Tang Fu paused, turning back to say, they all perished. Jiang Wushuang was momentarily stunned. They died? Aren't there replacements? There are indeed replacements, but they cannot keep pace with the losses. Moreover, first-class demon suppression guards have high requirements regarding strength and other aspects, and many aspiring martial artists often choose not to come to the Demon Suppression Tower. After all, the tower is fraught with danger and offers few opportunities for merit. Overseeing these prisoners yields little reward, and should any turmoil arise, one could be charged with dereliction of duty. Who would willingly come here? Compared to our demon suppression camp, the divine capture camp is much better. Capturing a prisoner earns merit, and as long as one possesses strength, the rewards are abundant. Tang Fu's eyes sparkled. Little Jiang, I'm not trying to discourage you, but despite your impressive talent, it will be difficult for you to stand out in this Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Wushuang smiled lightly, choosing not to respond. He was not here to seek accolades or positions of power. He was focused on the prisoners held here, aiming to enhance his cultivation through them. True martial prowess transcends the allure of titles. Genuine masters stand above, drawing the attention and respect of even the imperial court. Tang Fu was unaware of this, as he had never considered that he could reach the master level. Jiang Wushuang, on the other hand, believed that even if he remained on the first level, he could become a master within a few years. Now that he was on the second level, progress would undoubtedly accelerate. As they conversed, Tang Fu suddenly halted before a stone door. As it opened, they entered a small cave-like space, devoid of additional openings. It was evidently the end of the corridor. This is our Gue prison area's number 1 prisoner. Tang Fu led Jiang Wushuang through the stone door and into the chamber. Within, a figure with disheveled hair sat cross-legged in the center. There were no barriers or enclosures surrounding him. If it weren't for the iron chains binding him and the myriad sealing nails embedded in his body, Jiang Wushuang might have doubted this was a prison cell. Are you curious about how we can find prisoners? Tang Fu noticed Jiang Wushuang's expression and smiled mysteriously. He then raised his hand and tapped twice in the air, causing a beam of light to shine down upon the prisoner, enveloping him entirely. A semi-transparent, pale white light curtain shimmered like a cage, trapping the prisoner within. Jiang Wushuang was astonished to witness such a thing for the first time. This is a restriction set by our master in the Demon Suppression camp. Without the key to the restriction, even a master would find it difficult to break free. Tang Fu's expression turned serious as he retracted his playful demeanor. Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted. The methods employed by masters were even more formidable than he had imagined, at the same time. He wondered whether his peak technique, the dual supreme slash, could break through this barrier. Tang Fu walked around the light curtain, carefully examining the prisoner's condition before nodding. Under the illumination of the light curtain, the disheveled figure appeared increasingly gaunt. Aside from the 6 sealing nails embedded in his back, his body was pierced by chains, with blood occasionally dripping down. Upon hearing the two enter, the figure slowly raised his head, and as his movement tugged at the chains, flashes of light danced across them. What Jiang Wushuang saw was the followers of the Sen Luo sect are but 3 individuals, and their confinement together is primarily due to the considerable trouble this dark sect has caused the Daqian dynasty, making it convenient for interrogation. Tang Bu leaned closer and whispered, "You've heard of the great upheaval the Sen Luo sect incited in the Daqian dynasty 10 years ago, haven't you?" Jiang Wushuang nodded. This incident had stirred considerable chaos at the time. It was said that all the masters of Daqian were mobilized. Even those above the master level were alarmed. Although the Sen Luo sect suffered heavy losses, the Daqian dynasty also sustained significant casualties. Once the foremost of the 6 demonic sects, the Sen Luo sect, despite its devastation, still harbors many remnants and remains a primary target for capture by the court. Pay close attention to matters concerning the Sen Luo sect. You might earn some merit. Tang Bu winked at Jiang Wushuang, revealing his intention to curry favor by divulging secrets he knew. Jiang Wushuang clasped his hands in gratitude. In truth, he had little interest in earning merit. He would not mind slaying a few members of the demonic sect if given the chance, for he could gain cultivation from killing. As they approached the next cell, it was indeed not occupied by members of the Sen Luo sect. To be precise, those within were not human at all. A deep, guttural roar reverberated throughout the cavern. Tang Bu instinctively covered his ears. Before them stood a massive tiger, its sleek black fur resembling steel needles. Its eyes were larger than fists, and as it opened its mouth, rows of sharp fangs were revealed. A thunderous roar escaped it, sending a gust of wind towards Jiang Wushuang and Tang Bu, carrying with it an unpleasant, pungent odor. Though Tang Bu had previously faced the likes of the old demon He Song without flinching, he now dared only to glance at the giant tiger from a distance, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Jiang Wushuang, now at the gathering spirit realm, could effortlessly crush ordinary beasts with a mere finger. Yet he too felt a sense of pressure. Should the tiger charge, he sensed it would require considerable effort to subdue it. Unlike other prisoners, this tiger was restrained not only by binding spells but also confined within a black iron cage. It was currently thrashing about, attempting to break free. Unfortunately, the cage was no ordinary object. It emitted a faint glow and gradually constricted, rendering the tiger immobile, bound as if in shackles. The tiger could only lay within the luminous barrier, emitting a series of low growls. "What is this?" Jiang Wushuang turned to Tang Bu, his eyes filled with curiosity. "This is a tiger demon, brought here just a couple of days ago. It remains wild and untamed." Tang Bu replied, gesturing for Jiang Wushuang to keep his distance from the black tiger. "A tiger demon?" Jiang Wushuang frowned. While he was aware of the existence of demons in this world, this was his first encounter. Gazing at the black tiger, a spark of curiosity flickered in his eyes. He wondered if this creature could provide him with cultivation. Chapter 37. Gains from the 2nd level, so this is a demon? It seems quite extraordinary, Jiang Wushuang marveled. His curiosity peaked after the initial surprise. Although the tiger demon appeared similar to an ordinary tiger, it harbored the power within that resembled a dormant volcano, capable of unleashing formidable attacks at any moment. Tang Bu, observing Jiang Wushuang's lack of fear, felt somewhat speechless. Extraordinary. This is a 4th-tier tiger demon, comparable to a master at the gathering spirit realm. Moreover, demons are inherently ferocious. When truly engaged in combat, even warriors of the same realm often find themselves at a disadvantage. I tell you, the most dangerous prisoners in the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower are not the masters, but these demons. Tang Bu warned Jiang Wushuang sternly. This fear stemmed from the nature of demons. While human masters were fearsome, they were bound by numerous restrictions and had to behave. Demons, however, were different. Human restraints had limited effects on them, and their physical prowess far exceeded that of human warriors, making them exceedingly difficult to control. Thus, he always kept his distance from various demon species. As they conversed, Tangbu noticed that Jiang Wushuang had already approached the tiger demon. Not only that, but he even reached out to pet the creature. "What are you doing?" Tangbu exclaimed, rushing over to pull him back. He certainly did not wish for this newcomer to be bitten by the tiger demon on his first day patrolling the prison. A smile appeared on Jiang Wushuang's lips. The moment he touched the tiger demon, a soft glow enveloped him. This fourth-tier martial demon, akin to a human at the gathering spirit realm, gifted him with 120 points of cultivation. It was just as he had anticipated. Demons could indeed provide him with cultivation points. He had heard that the second level housed many similar creatures to the tiger demon. It was not a waste of resources. "You truly are a fearless rookie," Tangbo remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. This was not his first time leading a newcomer through the prison. Others would often tremble in fear upon their first sight of a demon, some even soiling themselves. Yet here was Jiang Wushuang, treating the tiger demon as if it were a pet. "All right, we'll end the patrol here for today. You'll gradually get to know the other prisoners." Tangbu exited the cavern, securing the stone door behind him and stretching lazily. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback by his words. Including the tiger demon, he had only activated 4 targets. That was hardly sufficient. Every day he delayed in activating targets meant a day less of cultivation points. It felt like a loss. Immediately, he adopted a cautious demeanor and said, "I have just joined the second level and have yet to truly integrate into the demon suppression camp. I must perform well to avoid any future oversights during my shifts. I kindly request Brother Tang to show me around once more." Tangbu halted, regarding Jiang Wushuang with a peculiar expression. While others tremble at their first sight of several prisoners, you seem to be enjoying it." After some insistence from Jiang Wushuang, Tangbu ultimately relented and led him through the entirety of the Gue prison area. Of course, he did not miss the opportunity. Including several demons, he activated a total of 22 targets. Among them, 2 at the master level provided a total of 11,000 cultivation points. The remaining 20 were all at the gathering spirit realm, collectively offering just over 2,000 points. It appeared that the primary targets for cultivation in the second level would be the master level prisoners. After a rough calculation, he realized he could easily accumulate over 10,000 cultivation points daily. Coupled with the targets from the first level, breaking through the 20,000 mark in a single day seemed plausible. Moreover, there were 3 more prison areas like Gue in the second level. Once activated, his gains could multiply significantly. Jiang Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. Faced with such vast cultivation points, reaching the master level seemed imminent. Subsequently, Tangbu arranged for his living quarters, which were akin to a prison cell but included a bed, table, and chairs, lacking any restraints. Though simple, it was relatively comfortable and quiet, unlike the first level, where the sounds of patrolling guards could be heard outside. The following day, Jiang Wushuang arrived early for duty in the Gue prison area. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the maze-like corridors, he took a considerable amount of time to arrive. "Why are you so late?" Tangbu greeted him, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar faces. They, too, were first-tier demon suppression guards in the Gue prison area. Apparently, they had each had their own tasks the previous day and had not been introduced. According to Tangbu, though the Gue prison area had fewer prisoners, it also had fewer guards. Besides guarding the Demon Suppression Tower and conducting interrogations, they often had to venture out on assignments, such as escorting important prisoners or transporting them to designated locations. In summary, while first-tier guards held a rank and received decent pay, their responsibilities were considerable. Jiang Wushuang humbly introduced himself to the other 3, and when they learned he was favored by the commander, they welcomed him warmly. Each was in their 30s or 40s, having reached the Qi-Si realm but struggling to progress further without extraordinary opportunities. Jiang Wushuang, however, was different. Having already attained the 8th level of foundation building at a young age, it was entirely plausible for him to reach the gathering spirit realm and perhaps even become a guard at the second level in the future. To Jiang Wushuang's surprise, he quickly integrated into the team in the Gue prison area. Whenever he encountered uncertainties during duty, the others were eager to assist him. Each day, he either accompanied Tangbu to patrol the cells or to interrogate prisoners. Compared to the first level, the frequency of interrogations at the second level was significantly higher. The prisoners here were generally summoned for questioning every few days, with several being brought to the interrogation chamber daily to endure various formations. In contrast to the lower-tier prisoners of the first level, those at the gathering spirit realm and above were notoriously difficult to extract confessions from. Even when subjected to torturous formations, they remained unyielding. Interrogating such individuals presented no particularly effective methods. It often required repeated physical punishment to gradually wear down their will. Thus, over the days, Jiang Wushuang found himself either interrogating prisoners or en route to do so. These prisoners were indeed resilient. Neither the blade formations nor the flames could compel them to speak. Observing Tangbu struggle during the interrogations, Jiang Wushuang thought it would be far simpler to slay them and extract their memories directly. However, he refrained from doing so, as he had no justification for such actions. Instead, he remained quietly by the side, serving as an obedient assistant. For him, leading a laid-back life while gathering cultivation points was the most gratifying pursuit. Chapter 38. The old demon strikes in the interrogation chamber. Today's subject was the master-level old demon He-Song. He was ensnared in a storm of lightning, bolts of electric serpents flickering in the void, relentlessly striking his head, body, and limbs. Despite He-Song's formidable ability to conceal his presence, his face contorted in agony, teeth clenched, and his body twitched painfully. Even the restraining chains binding him began to emit wisps of smoke under the relentless assault of the lightning. Nearby, the long-absent Captain Dewey held a radiant black disk, channeling visible streams of true energy into it. With his manipulation, the lightning within the array intensified, swelling in number until it completely engulfed He-Song, with only his wails piercing through the crackling storm. This was the Nine Thunder Array, a technique only Captain Dewey could wield. Tangbu watched Dewey with keen eyes. Under the onslaught of heavenly lightning, even a master's spirit would be shaken. Once the lightning reached the 9th level, it could obliterate the master's very essence. If I could control such power, I would first make those gathering spirit realm prisoners who refused to speak taste its wrath. Jiang Wushuang mused. Though he had witnessed various torturous formations in recent days, this thunder array was a first for him. The sheer might of the lightning was undeniably impressive. He couldn't help but wonder if his peak state of Songlong 100 refinements could withstand such fury. Of course, he aimed merely to endure a single level of lightning. As Tangbu had mentioned, the 9th level was lethal even to masters, and he knew he could not withstand it, at least not until he achieved the master level. He-Song endured the onslaught of the lightning array for a full hour. When the storm dissipated, he was left charred and smoking, curled into a ball and shuddering uncontrollably. Jiang Wushuang had never envisioned that a master could be reduced to such a state of torment. One must admit that the methods employed within the Demon Suppression Tower for interrogating prisoners were indeed effective. Even if they failed to extract information, they could still end a life through sheer torture. After regaining his breath, He-Song's darkened face revealed a cold smirk. His icy gaze swept over Jiang Wushuang and the others, as though he intended to engrave their tormentors into his memory for future retribution. Captain, this fellow still possesses spirit. Let me use the flame array on him, Tangbu suggested, glancing at the panting Dewey. The exertion of manipulating the formation took its toll on Dewey. After an hour of torturing He-Song, he himself was nearing his limit. Jiang Wushuang quietly observed. Had he been in control, he could have endured several hours without breaking a sweat. Ultimately, Dewey's Qi realm was simply too weak. Forget it. The flame array 1T inflict significant harm on the old demon. It would merely waste energy. We'll call it a day, Dewey said, leaning against the wall to catch his breath before instructing. You go and interrogate prisoner number 13. Tangbu nodded. Jiang Wushuang had intended to follow but was halted by Dewey. Xiao Jiang, you remain here to assist me with He-Song. Tangbu turned back as well, telling Jiang Wushuang, Xiao Jiang, Captain Du is considerably fatigued. You stay to help him. Jiang Wushuang nodded and approached, prepared to carry He-Song back to his cell. Upon glancing back, he noticed Dewey was still propped against the wall, catching his breath. After a moment, Dewey finally approached, saying, Let us go. The two walked in tandem down the dim corridor. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the passage. Reverberating endlessly in the long stretch, Dewey abruptly turned toward the source of the sound, his expression shifting slightly. Not good. It's coming from cell number 13. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. Remember, whatever you do, do not look into the old demon's eyes. With that, Dewey cast a final glance at Jiang Wushuang before vanishing down the corridor. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly. If memory served, cell number 13 housed a pig demon. However, since Dewey had gone, it should be manageable. He decided to escort He-Song back to his cell alone. Though He-Song was a master, his power was sealed, and after being tormented by the formation, he posed no threat. He was like a beaten dog, and Jiang Wushuang paid him little mind. However, as he walked, he suddenly halted. Turning sharply, he saw the disheveled figure of Hisong, whose eyes were now fixed on him with a menacing glare. The old demon, who had just moments ago appeared as a defeated creature, now displayed a fierce demeanor. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang felt as though that gaze had transformed into a sword, piercing into his skull. The scenery before him vanished, replaced by two enormous whirlpools that consumed everything in Hisong's eyes. Jiang Wushuang's gaze shifted from black to white, his entire being seemingly petrified in place. After what felt like an eternity of breaths, Jiang Wushuang slowly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Before long, two figures hurriedly approached through the dim passage. It was Du Yi and Tangbu. Xiao Jiang, what happened to you? Tangbu exclaimed, lifting Jiang Wushuang's motionless form in alarm. Du Yi swiftly subdued Hisong, his gaze then shifting to Jiang Wushuang. Tangbu, how is he? Du Yi inquired, his brow furrowing. He seems to have fallen under the old demon's influence. Tangbu replied gravely. A flicker of regret passed through Du Yi's eyes. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left him alone. He then angrily struck Hisong. Tangbu spoke solemnly. If anyone is to blame, it's me. Had I not provoked the pig demon, you would not have misunderstood. But it's too late for regrets now. Before he could finish, his eyes widened as he saw Jiang Wushuang, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly open his eyes and slowly rise, stretching languidly. Tangbu and Du Yi exchanged stunned glances. You're all right? Tangbu exclaimed, regaining his composure and gripping Jiang Wushuang's shoulders, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Jiang Wushuang looked bewildered. Why are you staring at me like that? Du Yi rushed over, circling him before asking, how do you feel? Jiang Wushuang shook his head. I feel nothing. Du Yi was incredulous. I just noticed one of the restraining nails on the old demon had loosened. You survived that. You must be incredibly fortunate. Tangbu's expression changed drastically. Although only one restraining nail had loosened, it was still a master's power. Even a mere fragment of spiritual intent could easily claim 10 lives. I suppose I am quite lucky, Jiang Wushuang said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Tangbu rolled his eyes. You are not just lucky. You are practically favored by the heavens. Do you have any idea how many people have died from a loosening restraining nail on the old demon last time? He extended his hand, counting, 5. 5 people in total. All right, as long as you're fine. Tangbu, you first take Xiao Zhang back to rest, and I will stay here to escort the old demon back. Du Yi said, lifting Hisong, the old demon. Jiang Wushuang followed behind Tangbu on their way back, casting a glance at Hisong before turning away, a cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. As Du Yi watched the two retreat into the distance, the smile on his face faded, and his gaze turned icy and indifferent. Beside him, Hisong, who had previously been treated like a dead dog, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Young master, Yu Hong was right. This kid must be hiding a secret. Chapter 39. Battling demons. Du Yi's pupils constricted as he spoke in a deep voice. Being demoted to the Demon Suppressing Tower and yet managing to escape the disgrace, reaching the 2nd level, must indicate he has some backing. But I wonder, is he coming for us? Hisong's eyes flashed with malice as he made a gesture across his throat, asking, should we take action? Du Yi gazed thoughtfully down the dim and shadowy corridor for a moment before replying, we cannot act hastily. You've already made your move once. He will be on guard. Striking now would only expose us. Hisong fell silent for a moment before saying, young master, your concerns are not unfounded, but this child remains a potential threat. I fear it may jeopardize our grand plans. Du Yi raised an eyebrow. Do not worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. Yes, young master, Hisong replied and once again lowered his head, appearing like a dead dog held in Du Yi's grasp. Jiang Wushuang had just arrived at the interrogation room with Tangbu when he was sent back to rest. You have suffered an attack from a grandmaster. Go back and recuperate. Report any abnormalities immediately, Tangbu reminded him repeatedly. Despite his usual contempt for those grandmaster-level prisoners, he did not dare to underestimate their attacks, especially since Hisong had struck when the binding talisman was weakened. He simply could not fathom how Jiang Wushuang had survived. Jiang Wushuang nodded and turned back towards his quarters. Only he knew that nothing significant had occurred in that moment. He had indeed experienced an attack from divine consciousness. Had it been Tangbu, he would have likely died several times over. However, he had reached the gathering spirit realm, granting him some resistance against such attacks. Moreover, Song's strike had been weakened due to the binding talisman being loosened. That meager assault posed no harm to him. Upon realizing the abnormal nature of the attack, he had initially intended to counterattack. Although Song was a grandmaster, in that situation, he could have slain him hundreds of times over. But doing so would have led to an explanation that he could not afford. Furthermore, he could not bear the thought of Song dying. After all, this fellow could provide him with 5,000 cultivation points in a single day. Thus, he chose to feign injury. Just as he had surmised, Song had not taken him seriously, believing him to be doomed. Was it merely a coincidence that the binding talisman loosened while he was escorting him? As Jiang Wushuang pondered this, he couldn't help but frown. Every day, a check was conducted on the prisoners in the second level of the Demon Suppressing Tower, especially on Grandmaster-level figures like Song, who were under close scrutiny. He found this somewhat peculiar. However, he didn't dwell on it. Should he encounter a life-threatening situation, he would not hold back. Regardless of whether they were Grandmasters or not, a single strike would suffice. Of course, the most prudent course of action was to become a Grandmaster himself as soon as possible. The next day, as Jiang Wushuang arrived at the prison area, he was surrounded by several fellow demon suppressors on duty. They all regarded him with curious eyes. Apparently, they had heard about his encounter with Song and were utterly astonished, finding it hard to believe that he had emerged unscathed. What a remarkable lad. He truly suffered no harm. Strange, when did Song become so merciful? Facing the inquisitive gazes, Jiang Wushuang offered a sheepish smile, saying, "Perhaps I was too weak. He simply lost interest in me." Tangbu approached, shaking his head. "You know too little about these demons. They are bloodthirsty by nature. If given the chance, they would crush even an ant." "Then I must indeed be fortunate," Jiang Wushuang replied, wanting to brush off the incident. Fortunately, Wu Zhangdui soon entered, halting their discussion. "Xiao Jiang, are you all right? Do you still need to rest today?" Dewey scrutinized Jiang Wushuang with concern. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang realized his acting skills were lacking. After all, he had been attacked by a Grandmaster-level figure. He should at least feign needing to recuperate for 3 to 5 days. However, since he was already here, pretending now would seem too insincere. "Wu Zhang, I'm fine." After Dewey left, Jiang Wushuang followed Tangbu to begin a day of interrogations. As Jiang Wushuang gained a deeper understanding of various formations, Tangbu began allowing him to manipulate the arrays. It must be said that the formations within the Demon Suppressing Tower were exceptionally intricate, broadening his horizons. After consecutively switching between 3 prisoners, it was time to disperse for a break. Just as Jiang Wushuang turned to head back for rest, Tangbu called out to him, "Don't rush off just yet. You've been here for several days and should be familiar with things by now. Next, it's time for you to engage in some training." Tangbu walked into a corridor, beckoning Jiang Wushuang to follow. Training? Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. This term felt somewhat foreign to him, as his strength had come from collecting cultivation points rather than actual training. "It's also part of your assessment," Tangbu added. Only then did Jiang Wushuang follow along. He had yet to truly join the demon suppressing camp and needed to pass an assessment over the course of 2 months. Only by passing could he move freely throughout the entire second level. "Tanggu, what does the assessment entail?" Jiang Wushuang asked curiously as he caught up. "You'll find out shortly," Tangbu replied with a mysterious smile. They navigated the winding corridors for quite a while until they arrived at a stone door. As the stone door opened, they entered a stone chamber. The moment Jiang Wushuang stepped inside, his attention was captivated by the stone walls, which bore numerous squares, each numbered and holding jade plates that shimmered with light. Some emitted a green glow, while others glowed red, with faint waves of restrictions emanating from them. Jiang Wushuang noticed these jade plates bore resemblance to the array plates used in controlling formations. "Tanggu, it's been several days since you last visited the martial arts training room," remarked 2 demon suppressors stationed in the chamber upon seeing Tangbu. Jiang Wushuang could tell from their attire that they were second-tier demon suppressors. "The recent tasks have been difficult to manage. I apologize for the delay," Tangbu explained as he gestured towards Jiang Wushuang. "This new brother has just arrived. Take him around to familiarize him." Afterward, he led Jiang Wushuang through another stone door. After navigating another series of twists and turns, they arrived at a cave entrance. This cave lacked a stone door, with its entrance shrouded in a blue light curtain. Jiang Wushuang peered through the curtain and saw a blurry figure moving rapidly within. Tangbu stepped into the light curtain first, and Jiang Wushuang followed closely behind. As they entered the cave, Jiang Wushuang was met with a pungent odor, followed shortly by a low growl from nearby. Turning to look, he found a massive, fiery red wolf fixating on him intently. The wolf's body was half-crouched, its front legs slightly bent, fur bristling, emitting low growls as it prepared to attack. This was a second-tier wolf demon with unsealed strength. Your assessment task is to battle demons, defeating 3 within 2 months. Tangbu pointed at the lurking wolf demon in the corner and chuckled. So, are you afraid? Chapter 40. A fatal encounter. Jiang Wushuang examined the fiery red wolf demon. True to its unsealed status, it showed no fear of Jiang Wushuang and his companion, instead perceiving them as prey. Jiang Wushuang merely glanced at it before dismissing it entirely. This wolf demon was only of the second tier, equivalent to a foundational martial artist. Compared to the 4th-tier tiger demon he had encountered before, it was 2 levels lower. Even against that tiger demon, Jiang Wushuang could have slain it. This wolf demon was simply no challenge. Defeating 3 demons like this would be a piece of cake. Is the assessment really this simple? Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but ask. Tangbu shot him a glance, saying, Simple? You have no idea how strong demons can be in battle. Then he waved a hand. You stand aside and watch closely. Jiang Wushuang had just taken 2 steps back when he saw Tangbu leap towards the wolf demon. Logically, Tangbu was at the Qi realm, albeit at the 1st level, still higher than the 2nd-tier wolf demon. However, Tangbu struggled to suppress the wolf demon. His punches landed on the wolf's body, yet the beast absorbed the blows with its formidable physique. Tangbu did not dare let his guard down against the wolf's attacks. When the wolf lunged, the green stones on the walls shattered like tofu. Were it not for the binding restrictions, this wolf demon would not have been contained at all. Jiang Wushuang observed with interest, slowly understanding the purpose of such an assessment. The inherent battle prowess of demons surpassed that of humans. Fighting them would hone one's courage and enhance strength. Defeating these demons would demonstrate the capability to become a 1st-tier demon suppressor. After several rounds of battle, neither the wolf demon nor Tangbu gained the upper hand. Both seemed evenly matched. Yet in reality, Tangbu was slightly at a disadvantage, given his marginally higher realm. How about it? Do you still think it's simple? Tangbu paused in his attacks, breath slightly ragged. Facing him, the wolf demon had awakened its intelligence, seemingly realizing it could not defeat the human before it, letting out a series of low growls without making a move. Jiang Wushuang found this amusing. He could crush the wolf demon with a single finger, but considering he was merely at the 8th layer of foundation and wanting to give Tangbu some face, he feigned surprise, saying, Tangbu, you are formidable. Tangbu humbly shook his head. That's not the case. I clearly made some progress in my strength. It1TB long before I reached the 2nd level of the Qi. Yet I still can't take down this wolf demon. It frustrates me. After speaking, a hint of disappointment crossed his eyes as he exited the cave. Noticing Jiang Wushuang lagging behind, he turned back. Why are you still standing there? Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback and then pointed at himself. I'm not going to fight it. Tangbu chuckled. Are you foolish? If I can't defeat it, why would you stay behind to seek punishment? After saying this, he turned and added, Let us go. I'll find you a weaker demon. Jiang Wushuang promptly followed. He was indifferent. Whether the demon was strong or weak, he could dispatch it with ease. Tangbu seemed very familiar with the place, knowing precisely which cell housed which demon. He emphasized that newcomers like Jiang Wushuang should first select the weakest demons to practice against. After all, there were many newcomers who had perished before even joining the demon suppressor camp. Standing before a cave, Jiang Wushuang had not yet entered when he faintly heard sounds of air being cut, as if something was moving rapidly inside. Upon entering, he saw a gray figure darting through the air. Each time it zipped past them, it stirred up a gust of wind that caused Tangbu to squint. Behave yourself, Tangbu shouted, delivering a punch. The swiftly moving figure halted abruptly, revealing a giant eagle. The eagle, having been struck, flapped its wings a few times, dropping several feathers. This was a golden-billed eagle demon, although it was also a 2nd-tier demon. Its combat prowess was considerably weaker than that of the wolf demon. Your task today is to remain here for 2 hours, Tangbu said, turning to Jiang Wushuang. And of course, if you can't hold on, you don't have to force it. You can escape. Don't worry about losing face. After all, losing face is far better than losing your life. Tangbu joked as he turned and exited the cave. In an instant, Jiang Wushuang was left alone with the giant eagle, which quickly shifted its gaze from Tangbu to him. Its slightly reddened eagle eyes fixated on Jiang Wushuang, radiating hatred and bloodlust towards humans. If an ordinary 8th-layer foundational martial artist were to be subjected to such a gaze from a demon, they would likely be frightened into fleeing. However, Jiang Wushuang remained unfazed. With his gathering spirit realm cultivation, he was only concerned about whether he could slay a demon here. After all, this was merely a martial arts training room. The demons present were merely there as sparring partners. Just as he contemplated how to deal with these eagle demons, the eagle demon took the initiative to attack. It must be said that the speed of eagle demons was astonishing. Each movement was swifter than lightning. An ordinary foundational martial artist would indeed struggle to handle such speed. Yet Jiang Wushuang was clearly no ordinary person. He stood still in the face of the eagle demon's assault, allowing its claws and golden beak to descend upon him. With a loud thud, the eagle demon retreated as swiftly as it had advanced. It dove down only to crash against the ground like a ball, rebounding back up. Ultimately, it slammed heavily against the stone wall, sliding down slowly afterward. When it landed, its claws pointed upwards, wings splayed out, it lay motionless, utterly devoid of life. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback. Is it dead? He had not anticipated that such a ferocious eagle demon would be so fragile. Or perhaps he had not even struck. He had merely utilized Songlong Bailing to rebound the attack. Had a single defensive maneuver led to its demise? Surely it wasn't feigning death. Jiang Wushuang approached, lifting the eagle demon to inspect it closely. To his astonishment, it was indeed dead. A bitter smile crept onto his face. If Tangbu were to inquire about this later, how would he explain it? That the eagle demon had collided with him and died? Who would believe that? Had he known this would happen, he would not have engaged the eagle demon directly. As Jiang Wushuang pondered how to craft an excuse, a soft glow appeared before him. This was the memory inheritance of the eagle demon? Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. However, upon reflection, it was not unusual for demons to possess memory inheritances. After all, demons could provide him with cultivation points. Yet he was curious. While human martial artists' memory inheritances offered him martial techniques and cultivation points, what could the memory inheritance of a demon provide? A hint of anticipation flickered across Jiang Wushuang's face as he reached out to touch the glowing orb. Chapter 41. Innate divine ability. Since arriving on the 2nd level, Jiang Wushuang had not received any memory inheritances for several days. After all, the 2nd level housed notorious demons. Although he underwent daily interrogations, he had yet to eliminate a single one. Moreover, his range of activity was limited to the Gue character zone, and there were not many prisoners. Unexpectedly, his first memory inheritance received would come from a demon. As the memory inheritance transformed into flowing light and entered his body, vivid images began to unfold in his mind. Initially, he saw a common giant eagle soaring through the sky, surviving by catching small animals like mice and rabbits. Of course, some seemingly smaller creatures were no easy prey in the images. A pair of blood-red eyes belonging to a black rat nearly managed to bite off the giant eagle's claws. Fortunately, this black rat had only recently transformed into a demon and, against the much larger eagle, stood no chance and was swiftly consumed. After devouring the black rat, the giant eagle's eyes began to change from black to red. Its body gradually shrank in size. Yet this did not weaken it. Instead, its speed increased, and its intelligence grew. Gradually, it ceased to prey on small animals and began capturing other demons. The blood of these demons further empowered the giant eagle, but the more it consumed, the more bloodthirsty it became. Eventually, the giant eagle became dissatisfied with the taste of demon flesh and began attacking humans. Initially, it targeted ordinary humans, and then it turned to martial artists. Utilizing its terrifying speed advantage, it wreaked havoc on village after village, leaving behind screams and corpses. The final image depicted the giant eagle being captured by the Divine Capture Camp's experts during an assault on a human caravan. Indeed, demons were exceptionally vicious. Jiang Wushuang frowned. He had received many memory inheritances from notorious figures, witnessing many cruel scenes. Yet he was astonished to see such brutality from a mere second-tier eagle demon, having harmed countless humans in its wake. From the perspective of the eagle demon, it became apparent that although the demon race had awakened their intelligence, their wild instincts remained unbridled in their realm. The law of the jungle prevailed, which explained why ordinary humans regarded demons with such trepidation. The threat posed by demons was indeed significant. Just then, Jiang Wushuang discovered an additional entry on his attribute panel. Talent ability, Wine Control, 7th grade, Realm. Minor success, 1500 2000. Talent ability? Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. The cultivation of demons differed fundamentally from that of human warriors. He had previously heard from Tangbu that demons not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also awakened various innate talents. Of course, the awakening of such abilities was not exclusive to demons. Some exceptionally talented warriors with unique bloodlines also had a chance to awaken similar powers, though it was exceedingly difficult. Jiang Wushuang had not anticipated that he could not awaken the ability himself, but could instead acquire it from demons. Moreover, while others could awaken only one ability at most, he could collect a variety of talents through his method. It was an exhilarating prospect. Eager to experience his newfound talent ability, Jiang Wushuang lightly lifted himself on his toes, and as if stepping upon an invisible breeze, he began to float. Am I flying? Is this wind control? Jiang Wushuang was astounded. For ordinary warriors, flight was a distant dream. Only those who surpassed the master level could achieve it. If anyone were to see him floating in midair, it would surely cause a panic. Like a child, he darted about in the air, moving incessantly. After a considerable time, he gently descended to the ground, still unsatisfied with his playtime. However, unlike the eagle demon, he lacked wings, and flying consumed a substantial amount of vital energy. Remarkably, he had lost 1/3 of the liquid vital energy in his reservoir during that brief flight. It seemed that wind control did not permit prolonged flight. Jiang Wushuang concluded this from his brief experience. Furthermore, the speed of his flight was not particularly swift, significantly slower than when he utilized chasing stars and moon on the ground. This could be attributed to the fact that his talent was only at the 7th grade, which was rather low, and it certainly correlated with his current realm, as his talent was merely at the minor success stage. With that thought, Jiang Wushuang promptly utilized his cultivation points to elevate his wind control from minor success to major success, and then to pinnacle. Indeed, upon attempting to fly once more, his speed increased several-fold, nearly matching that of chasing stars and moon. The consumption of vital energy also decreased by half. With this ability, even when facing a master, he felt a newfound confidence. After all, even if he could not win, he could still escape by flying. A master would be left helpless in such a scenario. Meanwhile, after Tangbu left, he ventured to the cave of the wolf demon, engaging in battle for an hour. In his training, real combat was an essential avenue for enhancing strength. Thus, he was a frequent visitor to this martial training room, often coming here to fight after dispersing his energy. He had initially planned to battle the wolf demon for another hour. But considering it was Jiang Wushuang's first visit, he felt a tinge of worry. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of continuing his training and made his way toward the cave of the eagle demon. Although the eagle demon was the weakest of all in the martial training room and lacked formidable attack power, it could fly and was exceedingly swift, making it quite troublesome. When Tangbu first arrived at the martial training room, he had suffered greatly against the eagle demon. Although the eagle demon's attacks were not life-threatening, they had drained his vital energy to the brink of peril. Jiang Wushuang, though stronger than Tangbu was back then, would still be prone to unforeseen circumstances in his inaugural encounter with the demon. With this in mind, Tangbu quickened his pace. Upon reaching the cave, silence enveloped the interior, casting a shadow of unease over him. He had already inquired with the 2 guards at the entrance, who confirmed that Jiang Wushuang had not emerged. Damn it! That kid should have fled if he couldn't win. Tangbu's expression shifted, and he rushed inside. Upon witnessing the scene within, he froze in astonishment. There lay Jiang Wushuang against the stone wall, reclining on the ground with his hands behind his head, casually observing the cave's ceiling. Are you all right? Tangbu hesitated to voice this concern. Of course. What are you doing lying there? Jiang Wushuang, surprised by Tangbu's sudden entrance, sat up with a puzzled look. Didn't you tell me to stay here for 2 hours? Jiang Wushuang spread his hands in front of him. Tangbu chuckled bitterly. I meant for you to practice your combat skills against the eagle demon, not to take NAP. As he spoke, he recalled something and began scanning the cave for the eagle demon. By the way, where is the eagle demon? Yet, after searching the entire cave, he found no sign of it. Jiang Wushuang sat on the ground, his expression somewhat awkward. It is right here with that. He lifted a lifeless golden-beaked giant eagle beside him. This is... Tangbu's eyes widened, his face frozen in disbelief. The two stared at each other for a good while. Once Tangbu regained his composure, he leaped up, exclaiming, I was worried you'd be killed, and instead, you've slain it? Chapter 42. The rescue. Seeing Tangbu react so dramatically, Jiang Wushuang looked for help, saying, "Brother Tang, I killed the eagle demon. What should I do now?" Tangbu approached and took the eagle demon's corpse from Jiang Wushuang, scrutinizing it closely. After a long moment, he regarded Jiang Wushuang with a peculiar expression. "Well, it's dead, so it's dead. Others would struggle to kill it, yet you've given me quite the eye-opener." The more he looked at Jiang Wushuang, the less he could fathom him. The eagle demon had evidently been struck down by an overwhelming force, dying swiftly. While he could also kill the eagle demon, he could not do so with such efficiency. Indeed, no wonder he was favored by the guard commander. His martial talent far surpassed his own. "All right, your task for today is complete," Tangbu declared, turning to exit the cave, still carrying the eagle demon's corpse. Initially, he had intended for Jiang Wushuang to engage in combat with the eagle demon for 2 hours. But now that Jiang Wushuang had directly killed it, he deemed it an exceptional fulfillment of the objective. Jiang Wushuang followed behind Tangbu, letting out a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated this situation. In Tangbu's eyes, Jiang Wushuang's martial talent was superior to others. Although killing the eagle demon was unexpected, it was still within reason. Upon reaching the stone chamber, Tangbu conversed in hushed tones with the 2 guards stationed there, before departing the stone chamber with the eagle demon's corpse in hand. "Brother Tang, how should we handle the eagle demon's body?" Jiang Wushuang inquired curiously. "What else can we do? Take it back and stew it." Tangbu replied with a grin. "It's been a while since I've had demon meat." Tangbu discovered that Jiang Wushuang had no reaction to this and couldn't help but speak up. "Go become the holy son of the demon sect. One must possess some innate talent. But so what? He will still be locked in the Demon Suppression Tower, summoned by us every day." Jiang Wushuang replied with a faint smile. "Well, that's true. Once inside the Demon Suppression Tower, he is nothing." Tangbu laughed heartily in response. As the prisoners were being escorted to the prison cart, Jiang Wushuang casually activated a target, accumulating a mere 150 cultivation points. Nevertheless, Jiang Wushuang was determined not to miss any opportunity for acquisition. Upon exiting the Divine Catcher camp, a full moon had risen in the east. The streets of the imperial city were already bustling with lights and activity. Jiang Wushuang and his companion followed at the back of the escorting team. Surrounded by elite guards from the Divine Catcher camp, at the forefront, astride a tall horse, was the previously encountered Captain Wu Zhiling, whose gaze was unwavering as she rode through, causing bystanders to scatter. "Xiao Jiang, what do you think of Captain Wu?" Tangbu asked, continually glancing ahead and occasionally whispering to Jiang Wushuang. With the Divine Catcher camp clearing a path, he felt no fear of unforeseen events. "Do you have ideas?" Jiang Wushuang turned and smiled. "Everyone possesses a desire for beauty." Tangbu leaned closer and whispered, "What do you think would impress a beauty like Captain Wu?" Jiang Wushuang sighed with a bitter smile. "Have you not considered the disparity in status before pursuing her?" Tangbu paused, realization dawning upon him about their differences in status, yet he soon laughed, saying, "Many novels suggest that as long as love is mutual, status differences can be overlooked. Though I am merely a lowly demon suppressor, what if Captain Wu has a penchant for my type?" Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing for the first time how thick-skinned Tangbu was. They engaged in light banter until suddenly, Jiang Wushuang halted, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead at the dimly lit path. His eyes sharpened, seemingly able to penetrate the void. Tangbu, still murmuring, inadvertently collided with a stopped guard from the Divine Catcher camp, only then realizing they had entered a darkened pathway, devoid of any visibility. The guards around them unsheathed their weapons, exuding an air of tension. Tangbu felt a chill run down his spine, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. Is someone attempting to ambush the prison cart? "Xiao Jiang, fear not, no one dares to act recklessly in front of the Divine Catcher camp," he comforted, drawing his own knife, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing. Jiang Wushuang's expression remained cold as he stared into the darkness, sensing a powerful presence drawing near. Chapter 44. Half-step master. Beneath the vast sky, the moonlight illuminated Wu Zhiling's cold visage. Her eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through the dark mist ahead. A shadowy figure approached, each step seemingly imbued with immense strength that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Wu Zhiling's expression turned grave, her long knife poised for an imminent strike. Despite the solitary figure blocking her path, an overwhelming pressure weighed upon her. As the figure emerged from the mist, Wu Zhiling discerned an elderly man with graying hair, stooped yet intimidating, his gaze piercing like a steel needle, causing a prickling sensation upon her skin. Who dares obstruct the path of the divine catcher camp? Wu Zhiling's voice rang out, firm and commanding, despite her femininity. The old man, however, offered no reply and raised his hand to strike. The surrounding mist surged violently, morphing into a colossal blade that descended from the heavens. At the rear, Tongbu sensed the rising tension but was oblivious to the unfolding events. Only upon seeing the old man did he grasp that an ambush was indeed underway. Only one? He glanced at Jiang Wushuang. Fear not, the experts of the divine catcher camp can handle him. Just as he spoke, the old man swung his blade, unleashing a tempest that blinded them. The adversary seemed capable of single-handedly facing an army. Tongbu's complexion paled, and he instinctively pulled Jiang Wushuang back. This level of combat was clearly beyond their capacity to intervene. Wu Zhiling leaped from her horse, her body enveloped in a radiant display of blade light, charging fearlessly at the descending blade. Yet, despite her fierce assault, she could not halt the blade's advance. Upon contact, she was flung back like a pebble, tumbling several times before managing to half-kneel on the ground. Tongbu's heart raced, realizing the old man's power far exceeded his expectations. No wonder he dares to ambush prisoners in the imperial city. Could he be a master? Yet, it should be fine. The divine catcher camp must have prepared for this, he stammered, attempting to reassure himself. Just then, four figures shot skyward beside the prison cart. They were 4 middle-aged men, each surrounded by a flurry of blade light, resembling shooting stars as they charged towards the descending blade. With a thunderous clash, the massive blade shattered, dispersing into shimmering motes across the night sky. The divine catcher camp indeed has formidable experts. You need not fear. Stay close to me and protect the prisoner, Tongbu urged, shielding himself from the gusts of wind as he slowly retreated. Jiang Wushuang glanced back, somewhat speechless. Protect the prisoner? Why retreat? At that moment, another blade descended from the sky, this one significantly larger. The ground trembled beneath them, and the previous gusts rendered them unable to lift their heads. The 4 who had shattered the blade earlier attempted to ascend once more. However, this time, they were unable to withstand the onslaught and were sent crashing to the ground, creating 4 massive craters upon impact. Run! Tongbu's face blanched, and he pivoted to flee. Yet, after only a couple of steps, the ground quaked violently, numbing his legs and making it difficult to stand. Just then, a hand grasped him, lifting him like a chick and tossing him away. He turned to see who had aided him. But a cloud of dust obscured his vision, leaving him with only the sounds of furious shouts from the divine catcher camp. After what felt like an eternity, the tremors subsided, and the dust began to settle. Tongbu's heart, the holy son of the Red Lotus, gazed at the youth before him. Astonishment etched upon his face. At first glance, the boy seemed somewhat familiar, and upon deeper reflection, he finally recalled who he was. Wasn't he this the little guard who had trailed at the end of the escort convoy? It appears you have come to capture me, the holy son of the Red Lotus stated in a low tone. The boy strolled forward, finally halting in front of the dilapidated temple, his gaze lingering on the elderly man and the young one for a moment before he slowly spoke. No, I have come to kill you. The holy son of the Red Lotus was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha ha. Once the laughter subsided, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he retorted. Just based on you? Chapter 46. The 7-string penetrating needle in the divine capture camp. Wu Zhiling paced anxiously, awaiting news. Recalling the entire incident of the prison cart being ambushed, her unease became increasingly apparent. The Red Lotus sect had always acted discreetly among the 6 demonic sects, rarely confronting the imperial court directly when pursued. Yet in recent months, these nefarious factions had behaved unusually, not only orchestrating a series of girl abductions in the imperial city, causing widespread panic, but also brazenly intercepting prisoners within the imperial city itself, directly challenging the might of the Great Qian Empire. Such abnormal occurrences surely hinted at sinister motives. The Red Lotus sect's actions were undoubtedly calculated. Throughout the history of the Great Qian, the 6 demonic sects' rebellions had led to bloodshed, ranging from minor skirmishes to vast rivers of blood. A cold glint flickered in Wu Zhiling's eyes. The memory of the Sanluo sect's attack on the imperial mausoleum a decade ago was still fresh in her mind. Such atrocities must not be allowed to transpire again. Wu Qianhu, the commander, has emerged from seclusion. A divine capture camp guard approached, cupping his hands in respect. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiling's worries dissipated in disbelief. The commander will personally intervene? The commander stated that the Red Lotus sect's behavior has been unusual. We cannot allow these demonic sects to run rampant. That is splendid. With the commander's involvement, even 10 of the old monsters from Yongchang would be insufficient. Wu Zhiling's spirit soared. The commander had been a master for 60 years, ranked among the great masters. With his intervention, the Red Lotus sect would hardly be able to stir up any trouble. She immediately made her way outside. Although the commander was taking action, she was still unaware of where the old monster from Yongchang had taken the holy son of the Red Lotus. The pressing matter was to locate their whereabouts. Long before she sought the commander's assistance, the entire divine capture camp and the imperial city's garrison had mobilized, conducting a thorough search across the city. Have any traces of the holy son of the Red Lotus been discovered? Wu Zhiling inquired of her subordinates as she walked out. To redeem her previous mistakes, she also wished to join the search party. Returning to Qianhu, several locations within the imperial city have reported sightings of the Red Lotus sect's demons. I believe we will soon have some leads. The audacity of the Red Lotus sect to carry out such brazen acts within the imperial city? Wu Zhiling's brows furrowed at the revelation. No, those individuals were merely providing cover for the Holy Son's escape. Her subordinates also sensed something was amiss and quickly added. No wonder several city wall guards were slain, and yet no one witnessed the murderer. Could it be they have already fled the city? Wu Zhiling's expression shifted. The earlier excitement of the commander's personal involvement evaporated instantly. The speed of the Red Lotus sect's actions far exceeded her expectations. They had evidently escaped the imperial city in no time. Outside the city, among the mountains, capturing them again would be tenfold more challenging. If we cannot locate them, having a master intervene would be futile. Everyone, search outside the city. Wu Zhiling mounted her horse and led a team towards the city's outskirts. Her brow remained tightly knit, a sense of foreboding creeping in. This time, it seemed the holy son of the Red Lotus might escape. On the other side, within the dilapidated temple, the old monster from Yongchang was exceedingly cautious, continuously altering their course and even erasing traces of their passage. The likelihood of being pursued was nearly impossible. However, they never imagined that Jiang Wushuang possessed the wind-control divine ability. As the two fled, a pair of eyes in the void relentlessly locked onto them. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Wushuang felt it was time to take action and revealed himself. However, his attire as a demon suppression guard evidently led the two to underestimate him. You wish to kill me? The holy son of the Red Lotus scrutinized Jiang Wushuang once more, shaking his head. Though he was unsure how the youth had tracked them here, he confirmed once again that the opponent was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. One finger would suffice to deal with him. Though the old monster from Yongchang acted with caution, upon hearing the youth's brazen words, his brow furrowed. This boy clearly had not grasped the situation. Boy, you have yet to comprehend who we are? The holy son of the Red Lotus scoffed, his gaze sharpening. Under the moonlight, the boy's indifferent eyes swept over the two before he stated, the holy son of the Red Lotus. Eighth layer of spirit gathering, the martial genius of the Red Lotus sect for a century, the mastermind behind the abduction of numerous girls in the imperial city. Indeed, you are the one I intend to kill. The boy's calm and indifferent gaze caused the holy son of the Red Lotus to retract the condescending smile from his face. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. The holy son of the Red Lotus stepped forward, sweeping his long sleeves, and instantly, several sounds of the air being sliced echoed. Jiang Wushuang's face flickered with surprise. 3 strands of true energy surged forth from the holy son's hand, transforming into 3 slender needles that tore through the night air. However, he did not dodge. Rather, he allowed the true energy to shoot towards his brow. The true energy needles flashed past, seemingly indestructible, yet upon chapter 48, unfortunate. I too am invincible below the master under the moonlight. The blade in Jiang Wushuang's hand glimmered softly, enveloped in true energy. The sky was filled with malevolent energy, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. Encased in frost, it felt as though the temperature had plummeted by more than 10 degrees. Although the holy son of Red Lotus was at a considerable distance, he still shivered, astonishment evident in his eyes. As a member of the demonic sect, he was well versed in various sinister martial arts and techniques. Yet, at this moment, the knife wielded by the youth appeared more ominous than the techniques he had mastered. Despite being from the Demon Suppression camp, The skills he practiced seemed more wicked than those he had learned in his own sect, prompting him to question whether the youth truly hailed from the demon suppression camp. Elder Yongchang furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Young lad, I must concede that you are a rare martial talent. Not only have you reached a terrifying level of physical training, but your comprehension of the way of the blade far surpasses that of your peers. Why not join my Red Lotus sect? I shall spare your life. As Elder Yongchang spoke, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. He once believed the Holy Son of Red Lotus to be a once-in-a-century martial genius, destined to bring great prosperity to the sect. However, in comparison to the youth before him, the Holy Son's brilliance paled significantly, revealing a chasm of difference. If he could bring this youth back and control him with secret arts, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable weapon of the Red Lotus sect within a century. To capture me and bring me back to the Red Lotus sect, you might want to reconsider the blade in my hand, Jiang Wushuang replied. Standing with his back to the full moon, Elder Yongchang let out a deep laugh, then spoke solemnly, though you wield a blade, in my eyes, you are still insignificant. You do not comprehend what it means to be half a step from mastery. Let me enlighten you. It means invincibility below the master. With that, Elder Yongchang raised his blade to the heavens, ceasing any further words. True energy and essence surged skyward. In an instant, countless knife shadows rained down like raindrops. Elder Yongchang struck down with his blade, merging the myriad of knife shadows into one. Compared to the previous dozens of feet, this strike was now twice as large. This attack had transcended the confines of the gathering spirit realm, achievable only by one half a step from mastery. As the ferocious blade descended, the ground shattered with a resounding crack, forcing the Holy Son of Red Lotus to retreat several dozen feet under the impact. His mind shaken, he wondered what kind of assault the youth would face at the forefront. As he gazed at the battle unfolding, his pupils contracted. To his astonishment, the youth remained unscathed beneath the terrifying assault of the half-step master. That figure soared from the dust, shattering the descending blade above him with a single stroke. Is this even human? The Holy Son of Red Lotus stood agape, frozen in disbelief. Elder Yongchang's countenance grew grave as he leaped into the air, unleashing a second, then a third strike. Each blow was more fearsome than the last, each carrying greater destructive power. Thunderous booms echoed as the ground trembled violently, creating a chasm deep enough to cleave the mountain in two. Elder Yongchang stood with his blade raised, panting slightly as he gazed at the scene before him. His flying dragon ghost blade, while extraordinarily powerful, took a considerable toll on his body. It had been years since he had fought with all his strength. The youth had forced him to unleash 3 consecutive strikes, each more potent than the last, and he was clearly beginning to feel the strain. Elder Yongchang's gaze remained fixed on the chasm, his expression devoid of relief. After several breaths, when the youth's figure had yet to reappear, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Elder Yongchang, has he perished? The incredulous voice of the Holy Son echoed in his ears. Clearly, he too had not anticipated that the youth could endure this long. He should have perished. After all, my flying dragon ghost blade would make even a master retreat. Elder Yongchang looked at the chasm before him, slowly lowering his raised blade. However, just as the blade hovered, not only was the plan thwarted, but the Holy Son of the Red Lotus was also captured, ultimately benefiting Jiang Wushuang. However, the Red Lotus sect is likely to make a resurgence. According to their memories, an elder of the Red Lotus sect requires a special place around the imperial city to prolong his life using secret techniques. To ensure the continuation of their lineage, those individuals may be willing to take risks. Such an elder-level figure seeking to extend their life would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. If this were to occur, the land would be littered with corpses, and bones would stretch for miles. Of course, the Great Qian would undoubtedly intervene. He believes that there are also formidable beings above the master level within Great Qian. Moreover, he has a feeling that this being might reside within the Demon Suppression Tower. After all, the tower suppresses evil and must have someone of significant stature guarding it. However, individuals of such caliber rarely reveal themselves to the world. With this thought, Jiang Wushuang felt a tinge of vigilance within him. Even within the Demon Suppression Tower, he must exercise caution. After all, until now, the martial skills he practiced primarily derived from malevolent paths, making it easy for him to be mistaken for a great demon. While pondering this, he turned his gaze toward the foot of the mountain, his brow slightly raised. Were there visitors approaching? The members of the divine capture camp were indeed swift in their arrival. Jiang Wushuang shook his head with a smile, then utilized the technique controlling wind to float away, vanishing from the mountain peak. He must admit, the sensation of flight was truly delightful in the dimly lit forest. A group of several people swiftly passed by. The leader was Wu Zhiling, whom Jiang Wushuang had encountered twice before, a captain of the divine capture camp. Intelligence indicated that the ancient monster of Yongchang was likely fleeing in this direction, so they needed to search meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. Wu Zhiling's gaze fell upon the only narrow path in the woods. Although it was night, martial artists possessed extraordinary vision, allowing them to see clearly even in the darkness. However, Captain Wu had not discovered any traces along the way. One subordinate, looking at the long-haired figure leading the charge, raised an objection. Would a half-step master leave any traces while escaping? Wu Zhiling turned back, her cold gaze silencing the speaking subordinate, that moment. Another subordinate, however, remarked, "But even if we find the ancient monster of Yongchang, we won't be able to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiling furrowed her brow. This was indeed the dilemma of their current search. The area outside the imperial city was too vast. Even if they found traces, it would take time for the masters of the divine capture camp to arrive. Even if they couldn't confront him, they needed to stall him. As long as the commander arrived, he would have no means to escape. Wu Zhiling spoke solemnly. Her subordinates fell silent, yet worry lingered in their eyes, fearing they might not be able to hold off a half-step master. Wu Zhiling's fervent search was understood by them. The holy son of the Red Lotus, whom they had finally managed to capture, had been snatched from her grasp. She was undeniably implicated in this matter. Only by recapturing him could she atone for her shortcomings. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from a distance, echoing like a collapsing mountain. The group's faces shifted, gazing toward the source of the sound. Their eyes filled with shock. They discerned a flash of blade light in the distance. The soaring blade shadows signified that a cataclysmic battle was underway. It was undoubtedly their target. A hint of joy appeared on Wu Zhiling's face as she instructed one of her companions to return and report. The remaining members then observed from a distance. Soon, the commotion atop the mountain ceased, and the night sky regained its tranquility. Wu Zhiling was supposed to wait here for the commander to arrive, but her unease compelled her to venture closer. Who would dare to fight the ancient monster of Yongchang? Wu Zhiling pondered in confusion. As she approached, the scene before her left her dumbfounded. Her subordinates gaped in fear. Not far away, a mountain peak had been cleaved in two. What kind of power was this? Some gasped in astonishment, feeling a chill, unwilling to advance any further. Yet, Wu Zhiling dashed toward the mountain. A few subordinates could only muster the courage to follow. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a chasm that bisected the mountain. The scars of battle were a harrowing sight. Beneath a large tree, Wu Zhiling discovered a headless corpse. As she approached for a closer look, her eyes widened in shock. Was this not the holy son of the Red Lotus? The severed head lay on the ground, eyes wide open, eternally unclosed. Who could kill the holy son of the Red Lotus? Wu Zhiling furrowed her brow, then exclaimed in delight, "It must be that other masters from the divine capture camp have arrived." Her subordinates nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. Just then, a shout came from the distance. "Captain Wu, there's a corpse here. It seems to be the ancient monster of Yongchang." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiling immediately rushed over. Before her lay a corpse cleaved in two, scattered across different areas. Though the body was beyond recognition, not only is he young and sensible, with a promising future, but he also frequently brings gifts to treat everyone. Who wouldn't he like such a person? Here comes Xiao Jiang, again bearing roast chicken. We are all left salivating. A few of the Demon Suppression guards hurried over upon hearing the news. One by one, they tore off chicken legs and seized wine jars to drink. The second-tier Demon Suppression guards were quite busy. They usually indulged in food and drink only after their shifts outside the Demon Suppression Tower. It was rare for someone like Jiang Wushuang, who was on duty, to bring gifts. While several were feasting, Jiang Wushuang's gaze shifted towards a prisoner within the formation. "Stay away from him. That old fellow is a master and quite dangerous," Sun Wu warned as he noticed Jiang Wushuang approaching the prisoner. Jiang Wushuang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight within. He intended to activate the master. A master holds at least several thousand cultivation points. Immediately, he nodded in feigned agreement, yet continued towards the prisoner. The old man appeared disheveled, with a gaunt face that seemed nothing more than skin stretched over bone. His sunken eyes contained pale irises, resembling a corpse, instilling a sense of dread. "Come here, young lad. I won't harm you, at most. I'll refine your spirit and turn you into my puppet." The old man, bound by restrictive chains, looked at Jiang Wushuang with a sinister grin. Most would recoil in fear under his snake-like gaze, yet Jiang Wushuang merely raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, he had felt a surge of mental attack. Although it was weak, it could not be dispelled by his true energy. Allowing it to roam freely within him, it felt as though invisible eyes were fixed upon him, rendering him unable to evade. "Yuan the Elder Ghost, you dare bully our newcomer? It seems the soul-refining array hasn't greeted you enough," Sun Wu remarked as he approached, coldly snorting while glancing at Jiang Wushuang, asking, "Are you all right?" Jiang Wushuang recounted his feelings honestly. Sun Wu laughed heartily, saying, "This old fellow is a ghost cultivator with an immensely powerful spirit. Even the soul-locking nails cannot completely restrain his spirit. He enjoys using residual mental energy to pry into others' secrets. You've already been seen through." A nearby demon suppression guard chimed in, laughing. Unable to resist, Jiang Wushuang glanced back at the old man. In a wonder, the mental energy felt so peculiar. It was vastly different from other masters. It turned out he was a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators specialize in the spirit, capable of nurturing and commanding spirits, employing sinister and terrifying methods. Among masters, they are indeed a formidable class. However, ghost cultivators face immense challenges in their training, with rigorous requirements for talent, making them exceedingly rare. Masters of such caliber are even more seldom seen. One must acknowledge that within the Demon Suppression Tower, a diverse array of prisoners could emerge. As Jiang Wushuang continued to observe Yuan the Elder Ghost, the latter was also sizing him up, his pale eyes filled with suspicion. Despite his sealed powers, the remnants of his spirit could still penetrate the secrets within the bodies of the demon suppression guards, even perceiving their dantions clearly. Yet, when he attempted to pry into the young lad before him, he was met with an inexplicable force. Though he could see the state of the boy's interior, it felt merely superficial, concealing unknown depths beneath. When he sought to delve deeper, he found himself unable to do so. "This boy is intriguingly elusive," Yuan the Elder Ghost sneered coldly, a glimmer of odd light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly at his words. Had this fellow discovered his secret? That shouldn't be possible. With his peak-level spirit concealment technique, even a master would struggle to see through his powers. How could this old man, sealed away, still perceive anything? Of course, it was also possible that ghost cultivators possessed peculiar techniques, with spirits so potent they could see through the spirit concealment technique. If that were true, this old man could not be left alive. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Wushuang's eyes. For the first time on the second tier of the Demon Suppression Tower, he contemplated eliminating a prisoner. Chapter 53. The Renzi Tragedy. The disturbance within the Demon Suppression Tower necessitated an investigation into its cause. Through the survivor Sun Wu's account, the guards grasped the overall situation. Yuan the Elder Ghost, being a ghost cultivator with a formidable spirit, had somehow managed to remove 3 of the 7 soul-locking nails affixed to his head. When the demon suppression guards discovered this, he unleashed a mental attack, obliterating 6 of them. Sun Wu survived solely due to the timely arrival of the guards, who disrupted the ghost's spirit as it attempted to escape. This was primarily because 4 soul-locking nails remained on Yuan's head, limiting the power of his disembodied spirit. Had he regained his master-level strength, it would not merely have resulted in the death of 6 guards. The entire second tier of the Demon Suppression Tower would have been drenched in blood. Before leaving, the guards confirmed that Yuan the Elder Ghost had not feigned death. Jiang Wushuang remained among the guards, waiting to seize the memory inheritance from the ghost cultivator. Once the guards departed, he finally saw his chance. However, upon entering the stone chamber and seeing Sun Wu's dejected expression, he walked over to pat his shoulder and offered some words of comfort. Sun Wu was the first demon suppression guard Jiang Wushuang met in the Renzi area, and they had developed a decent rapport. Sun Wu looked up, his face pale with fear, saying, "It was terrifying. I came so close to ending up like my brothers here." He gazed at the 6 corpses on the ground, his expression complicated. Soon, several guards familiar with Sun Wu approached to offer their condolences. Jiang Wushuang quietly stepped aside, moving towards the corpse of Yuan the Elder Ghost. As he initiated the memory inheritance. Vivid images flooded his mind. He saw a rebellious youth who joined a ghost cultivator sect called the Moon Soul Palace at a young age. With considerable talent, he rose from a named disciple to an inner disciple and then a core disciple, ultimately becoming an elder of the sect. Unfortunately, his good fortune was short-lived. He perished during an internal conflict within the sect while still at the 8th level of gathering spirit. The old man managed to be reborn? Jiang Wushuang was astounded. Ghost cultivators indeed possess mysterious capabilities. In the images, Deyuan the elder ghost, though he perished during the infighting, was reborn through another disciple. He climbed back up from a minor disciple to the elder position once more. This time, he successfully took revenge, imprisoning the souls of those who had killed him and tormenting them even after death. Subsequently, he secured his position as an elder and advanced to the master level. Becoming a significant figure within the Moon Soul Palace, a few months prior, he had developed ambitions regarding the Great Qian Dragon Vein and was subsequently attacked by 3 masters, leading to his imprisonment in the Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Wushuang gazed at the corpses on the ground, his expression complex. Who would have imagined that the old man had lived 2 lives? Moreover, this death could very well be yet another rebirth. As he continued to view the images, Jiang Wushuang discerned a clue. Sun Wu's survival was not as he claimed. It was not merely due to the timely arrival of the guards. Rather, Deyuan the elder ghost had intentionally spared his life. Additionally, it appeared that while his spirit seemed to have been dispersed by the second-tier guards, a fragment had already entered Sun Wu's body. Residual soul rebirth? Jiang Wushuang frowned. No, it was more akin to possession, not genuine rebirth. It was merely occupying another's body. After absorbing the entirety of Deyuan the elder ghost's memory, Jiang Wushuang comprehended the situation. One must concede that while ghost cultivators face arduous training, they are exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Compared to other martial artists, they seem to possess an additional life. As he pondered, Jiang Wushuang noticed a new entry in his martial technique log. Martial technique. 9 tripods refining spirit, 1st rank, realm. Great accomplishment, 3,210,000. It was, astonishingly, a 1st rank technique. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback. Simultaneously, a monumental transformation was occurring within him. In his dantian, countless streams of true energy gathered above the water's surface, coalescing into a translucent water sphere. The sphere expanded, gradually rotating and losing its regular shape as true energy continued to amass. The previously filled 2/3 of his dantian was now depleting at a visible rate. Jiang Wushuang's expression shifted. Were it not for his true energy being dozens of times greater than others, he would have been drained and perished long ago. Finally, as only a small pool of water remained in his dantian, the extraction of true energy ceased. A semi-transparent entity now floated above, resembling an infant. This is a divine infant? Jiang Wushuang was stunned, his eyes filled with shock. It is said that masters possess formidable spirit power due to the presence of a divine infant within them. However, he was still at the 5th level of gathering spirit, and to conceive a divine infant at this stage was hard to believe. Jiang Wushuang took a deep breath, gradually calming his astonishment. The 9 tripods refining spirit provided by Deyuan was indeed a technique for cultivating the spirit, and being a 1st-rank technique, it was not impossible for a divine infant to manifest at the gathering spirit level. Yet, it was certainly unattainable for others. The vast amount of true energy required for divine infant condensation would deplete an ordinary gathering spirit cultivator entirely. Only a prodigy like Jiang Wushuang, with an enormous reservoir of true energy, stood a slim chance. Simultaneously, he noted that his divine infant was not fully formed. It merely resembled an infant in appearance, lacking defined features. It was a rudimentary shape. Nevertheless, his spirit had grown immensely. Originally capable of projecting a few zhong, his spirit now enveloped the entire 2nd tier of the Demon Suppression Tower. This moment, the 2nd tier appeared as a miniature map in his mind, including information about the prisoners. It turned out that there were still many prisoners he had yet to activate. Jiang Wushuang was astonished. He then realized that his spirit swept over the gathering spirit cultivators, who remained oblivious to his presence. When it comes to those master-level criminals, they can instantly sense it. Who dares to probe this place with divine consciousness? In the cell, the old demon, Hisong, who was originally seated with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Such weak divine consciousness dares to reveal itself. After a moment of astonishment, a trace of disdain appeared in Hisong's gaze. Not only he Song, but all master-level criminals reacted similarly. Jiang Wushuang quickly withdrew his divine consciousness. Although his power had grown significantly, it still paled in comparison to that of a true master. If discovered by the masters stationed here, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Jiang, are you all right? Came Tang Bu's voice beside him. You look a bit pale. Jiang Wushuang shook his head, scanning the surroundings, realizing he could no longer see Sun Wu's figure. Where is Uncle Sun? He has gone back to rest. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow and risked releasing his divine consciousness once more. He found Sun Wu walking down a corridor, but his direction was not towards his quarters. Rather, he was heading towards the exit of the Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Wushuang immediately ran towards the stone chamber's exit. Where are you going, Xiao Jiang? Tang Bu's voice called from behind. I'm going to rest as well. Jiang Wushuang replied without looking back. But your shift isn't over yet. Tang Bu sighed. It's understandable for Sun Wu to return for rest after being frightened. Why are you following along? As Jiang Wushuang exited the Demon Suppression Tower, he saw Sun Wu walking towards the Imperial City, his head lowered and moving slowly, resembling someone who had just survived a life-and-death ordeal, still in shock. Uncle Sun, Jiang Wushuang called out as he hastened to catch up. Sun Wu paused and turned back. Xiao Jiang, why are you out during your shift? A puzzled expression crossed his face. I was worried about you, so I came to check. Jiang Wushuang looked concerned. I'm fine. You should hurry back to the Demon Suppression Tower. If the guards find you negligent, it won't end well. Sun Wu shook his head, forcing a smile. It's all right. Brother Tang is covering for me. Jiang Wushuang smiled and said, wherever you go, I'll accompany you. Sun Wu sighed. All right then, I plan to go to Chunyu Tower. Only in the realm of gentle grace can I find some relaxation. Jiang Wushuang nodded. It's been a while since I visited Chunyu Tower. They both proceeded towards the Imperial City together. Sun Wu led the way, while Jiang Wushuang followed behind. At first, Sun Wu would engage in conversation with Jiang Wushuang, but as they moved further from the Demon Suppression Tower, silence enveloped them. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at a secluded path, devoid of any other presence, with a dilapidated shack nearby. Suddenly, Sun Wu halted in the middle of the path, turning his back to Jiang Wushuang. Uncle Sun, this direction doesn't seem to lead to Chunyu Tower, Jiang Wushuang observed calmly. Sun Wu slowly turned around, a strange smile adorning his face. Since you know this isn't the way to Chunyu Tower, why do you dare to follow? With that, Sun Wu swiftly drew his blade, aiming directly at Jiang Wushuang's neck. The speed was astonishing. Had he truly been at the Foundation establishment stage, that strike would have been fatal. However, Jiang Wushuang stepped back effortlessly, avoiding the blade, and retaliated with a punch that sent Sun Wu flying. You have indeed concealed your strength. Sun Wu rose from the rubble, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. You are not Sun Wu, are you? Jiang Wushuang replied calmly. Sun Wu showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect someone in the Demon Suppression Tower would be able to see through my soul control technique. He did not panic at the revelation of his identity, for he was certain that only the boy before him had followed him. Jiang Wushuang smirked. Should I call you Elder Da, or should I call you Sengzhong? Sun Wu's previously calm smile suddenly froze, and he spoke solemnly. How do you know my name is Sengzhong? You are not from the Demon Suppression Tower. Who exactly are you? Sengzhong was his original name, but since his soul had been reborn, no one had called him that in a long time. His gaze fixated on the boy before him, searching for a hint of understanding on his face. Unfortunately, the boy remained unfazed. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to understand that none of the criminals under my command can escape. Jiang Wushuang scoffed. Although Elder Da was a master, he was merely a remnant soul occupying Sun Wu's body, with very limited power at his disposal. He could be easily vanquished. Yet, the next moment, he was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Sun Wu had somehow acquired a black banner. After several swings, countless black mists erupted from it, accompanied by shrill and chilling cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Soon after, numerous ghostly faces began to emerge from the black smoke, clawing and lunging forward. What had been a bright sunny day was suddenly shrouded in darkness, the temperature plummeting, and the world dimmed. The area was filled with the howls of spirits, as though one had traversed into a realm of endless torment. Sun Wu lifted the black banner, from which ghastly apparitions continued to emerge, laughing coldly. No matter who you are, you will become a soul in my myriad ghost banner. Though he was merely a remnant soul, with the aid of the artifact, as long as he did not encounter a master, no one could obstruct his path. Just as he was laughing coldly, he suddenly froze in surprise. The ghostly generals emerging from the myriad ghost banner were retreating in panic. Immediately afterward, the black smoke was drawn away as if caught in a whirlpool. Sun Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. The boy was opening his mouth wide, and in the blink of an eye, the sky full of black smoke and the ghostly generals that had failed to retreat were swallowed whole. You also practice 9 tripod refining spirit? Sun Wu's expression finally changed. His eyes filled with terror, his voice trembling. He recognized immediately that the boy was using a technique from 9 tripod refining spirit. No one understood 9 tripod refining spirit better than he did. Only by cultivating it to the pinnacle could one directly consume ghostly generals. The boy's level of cultivation was unexpectedly higher than his own. How could he remain calm? In the next second, the boy suddenly appeared before him, one hand gripping his throat while the other pulled a translucent figure from his brow. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Elder Da from earlier. Elder Da struggled frantically in Jiang Wushuang's grasp, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. You actually broke my soul control technique? You are not a master. How can you possess such powerful divine soul strength? How could your 9 tripod refining spirit reach such a pinnacle? What connection do you have with my moon soul hall? Who exactly are you? Spare me, I am willing to become your ghost servant. Elder Da was utterly panicked. He had exerted great effort and cunning to escape from the Demon Suppression Tower, only to be captured before he could even leave the Imperial City. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the remnant soul in his hand and swallowed it whole. He had no need for any ghost servants. He was astonished to discover that the pinnacle of 9 tripod refining spirit could refine souls. After refining Elder Da's remnant soul, his divine soul was further enhanced, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. On his way here, he had elevated 9 tripod refining spirit to its peak. He then realized he could refine divine souls to enhance his divine consciousness. The ghostly generals within the myriad ghost banner, deadly to others, were rare nourishment for him. The myriad ghost banner, meticulously crafted by Elder Da over a lifetime, had all become his Dai in that brief moment. The divine infant in his sea of chi seemed to shine even brighter. Reflecting on this, he picked up the myriad ghost banner that had fallen to the ground, releasing all the ghostly generals inside and swallowing them whole. With sufficient ghostly generals to refine, he could possess divine consciousness comparable to a master. Jiang Wushuang was filled with excitement. Unfortunately, the remaining ghostly generals in the myriad ghost banner were few and weak. Refining them only slightly enhanced his divine infant. It dawned on him that to achieve divine consciousness on par with a master, he would need to refine a vast quantity of souls. A daunting task. I can still gain a memory inheritance? Jiang Wushuang looked at the light orb before him, astonished. Previously, he had received an inheritance from Elder Da, and he didn't expect that by refining a remnant soul, a memory inheritance would appear again. What would he gain this time? Jiang Wushuang was filled with curiosity. With great anticipation, Jiang Wushuang received the memory inheritance left behind by the remnant soul. This time, instead of a martial skill, it provided him with 200,000 cultivation points. Jiang Wushuang stared at the soaring cultivation points, momentarily stunned. Although this was merely a remnant soul left by Elder Da, he had once been at the master level. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the fallen Sun Wu. Elder Da's soul control technique was vastly different from ordinary possession methods. It first controlled Sun Wu's divine soul and then gradually fused with it. Eventually, Elder Da became Sun Wu, and Sun Wu became Elder Da. The two were one and the same. Fortunately, Elder Da had not yet had the chance to fully merge with Sun Wu before Jiang Wushuang extracted him. Although Sun Wu's soul had sustained some injury, his life was not in danger. Jiang Wushuang contemplated for a moment before carrying him back to the Demon Suppression Tower and returning him to his quarters. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Tower, Jiang Wushuang made a new discovery. The second floor, which usually seemed dim, now appeared to be drifting with a faint purple-black mist, within which numerous weak souls lingered. As he walked through the corridor, fierce and menacing faces floated in the air, all staring at him. Some were criminals who had died in the Demon Suppression Tower, while others were demon suppression guards. Their souls lingered here after death. However, these souls were too weak for ordinary warriors to perceive. Only ghosts of Elder Da's caliber could detect them. Jiang Wushuang could only see them because he had elevated 9 tripod refining spirit to its peak and further strengthened his divine soul. These souls, either pale-faced or glaring with anger, would not pose any threat to him, but they were somewhat bothersome to behold. He then opened his mouth. The souls that had been floating around moments before suddenly panicked and fled. But Jiang Wushuang's hurricane-like summoning swiftly sucked in all the souls from the corridor. In an instant, the corridor became noticeably brighter. Unfortunately, although the number of souls was considerable, they were all too weak. Refining them did not enhance his divine soul at all. Upon returning to his dwelling cave, Jiang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. He noticed another translucent soul drifting before him. Although the soul appeared pale and listless, Jiang Wushuang found it somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, he realized it was one of the 6 demon suppression guards who had perished at Elder Da's hands. However, at this moment, he seemed to drift aimlessly in the air, devoid of consciousness. Jiang Wushuang opened his mouth, intending to swallow it, but found himself unable to do so. After all, it was somewhat of an acquaintance. He immediately released a wisp of divine consciousness, hoping to communicate and inquire if it had any lingering attachments. Unfortunately, the soul continued to float aimlessly, offering no response. Just as Jiang Wushuang was about to give up, he noticed that as his divine consciousness enveloped the soul, he found himself in control of it. A connection formed between them. The soul no longer floated aimlessly, but moved in accordance with Jiang Wushuang's commands. As the soul passed through the stone door and entered the corridor, it observed everything, and Jiang Wushuang took pleasure in manipulating it around the second floor. When they arrived at a cell, they saw an old man, bound by restrictive chains, attempting to break free. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he not only failed to escape the binding chains but triggered a contraction, rendering him immobile as he collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, it turned out there was another master-level criminal here. Jiang Wushuang had been seeking opportunities to activate the other 3 prison areas, with master criminals being the art of soul binding ensnares the spirit, rendering one incapable of recalling events once under control. This is precisely why Jiang Wushuang felt assured in bringing him back. After bidding farewell to the bewildered Sunwu, Jiang Wushuang stepped into the Gui division, where he spotted Dui waving at him. Tangbu and the other demon guards assigned to the Gui division were also present. It turned out that the Ren division had lost 6 first-class demon guards, resulting in a shortage of manpower, necessitating the dispatch of someone from their side to assist in the defense. Xiao Jiang, how about you? Dui fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wushuang. No problem, Jiang Wushuang replied, his mind immediately conjuring the cold, indifferent face of the individual in question. Nevertheless, he played along with the pretense, eager to discern the other's intentions in the ensuing days. Jiang Wushuang stood watch at the Ren division until the newly arrived demon guards could manage on their own, allowing him to return to the Gui division. During this period, he encountered Du Yi and He Song conspiring on several occasions, but their hushed discourse remained enigmatic to him. Aside from that, nothing of significance transpired. Since he had gained the ability to manipulate the souls of the deceased to enhance his cultivation, Jiang Wushuang found his days considerably eased. He merely conducted routine interrogations of prisoners. Occasionally, he would join Tangbu and others for drinks in the Imperial City or saunter through the Chunyu Tower. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and with the bounty of prisoners from the 2nd level providing ample cultivation, Jiang Wushuang's prowess surged, swiftly reaching the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm. As his strength grew, so too did the vitality of the spirit within his energy seat. He was confident that should he encounter a half-step master, he could easily vanquish them. Even against a true master, he felt capable of a fierce contest. Although martial artists generally believe that a gathering spirit cultivator could not challenge a master, he sensed he could defy that notion. One day, upon arriving at the Gui division's prison area, Jiang Wushuang noticed Tangbu and several other demon guards standing outside the interrogation room. From within, the anguished cries of a tortured prisoner echoed. Tanggu, what's going on? Jiang Wushuang approached, puzzled. It's unusually quiet here, he remarked. Keep your voice down. The captain is personally interrogating the prisoner inside. Tangbu gestured for silence. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the interrogation room, where Dewey was manipulating a formation plate, with the captain standing nearby. I've never seen a captain personally interrogate a prisoner before, Jiang Wushuang said, moving beside Tangbu to lean against the stone wall. It's rare for the captain to take such a hands-on approach. Tangbu whispered in Jiang Wushuang's ear. Yesterday, a new prisoner arrived with critical intelligence that needs to be obtained immediately. What intelligence could be so vital? Jiang Wushuang inquired casually. Tangbu leaned closer, saying, the Scarlet Fire Xuanji. Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Tangbu. exclaiming, "No wonder the captain is taking this so seriously." The Scarlet Fire Xuanji is an exceedingly rare spiritual treasure said to enable a gathering spirit cultivator at the 9th level to break through to the master realm with the consumption of a single herb. However, it is extremely scarce and nearly impossible to find. Moreover, consuming it carries substantial risks, including the potential loss of life should one fail to enhance their power. Of course, this is merely a rumor. Many martial artists continue to pursue the Scarlet Fire Xuanji, as the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Numerous half-step masters, despite their dedication, may never break through. Treasures like the Scarlet Fire Xuanji represent their only hope. If I could consume one, I could leap from the first level of the energy sea directly into the gathering spirit realm. Tang Bu's eyes gleamed with desire. Just be wary of exploding before you even reach the gathering spirit realm. Someone nearby chimed in, "If I can never cultivate to the gathering spirit realm, I would still risk it," Tang Bu retorted angrily, then sighed. "Unfortunately, such a treasure is unlikely to come into my possession." Having waited outside the interrogation room for 2 hours, the captain finally emerged. Jiang Wushuang and the others immediately stood straight and saluted. Regrettably, the captain walked past them with a sullen expression, ignoring the group. "Did you extract any information?" Tang Bu and the others rushed into the interrogation room. Dewey was seated nearby, slightly out of breath, stating, "The tough nut just arrived. It's not easy to make him talk." Jiang Wushuang turned to look at a figure lay within the formation, bloodied and motionless. The man had thick eyebrows and large eyes, bearing a fierce countenance, but his aura was faint, having been thoroughly tortured by the formation. Tang Bu paid no heed, taking over the formation, declaring, "I'll make him reveal the location of the Scarlet Fire Xuanji, no matter what." Even if the man knew he could not obtain it, any useful information extracted would be a significant achievement. The man within the formation slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon them. "And did the Wheel of Fate experts also come to seize the Crimson Fire mysterious herb?" Su Tianlin's expression froze. Previously brimming with confidence, he now appeared dazed. If even those more formidable than masters had arrived, the Crimson Fire mysterious herb would certainly be beyond his grasp. After all, even if he were to find it, he would have no choice but to surrender it to a Wheel of Fate expert if they desired it. "Junior sister, are you certain you did not miss-see?" At this moment, Ning Yunlong's self-assured demeanor had vanished, replaced by disbelief. Wheel of Fate-level beings were elusive. How could one appear here? Surely, he must have misjudged. Xie Qingqing was also uncertain. She was well aware of the nature of Wheel of Fate experts. They were all ancient beings, however. The image of that young man contrasted starkly with such formidable entities. All she could do was recount her vision of the youth soaring through the air. Ning Yunlong was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Is it him? Impossible! I could crush him with one hand. How could he be a Wheel of Fate expert?" Su Tianlin shook his head and said, "Qingqing, you must have seen wrong. That young man, I have investigated, lacks even the strength of the Qi-Si realm. How could he possibly fly?" Xie Qingqing furrowed her brow, murmuring, "Could it truly be that I made an error?" Su Tianlin nodded affirmatively, asserting, "You definitely misjudged." Ning Yunlong exhaled deeply, stating, "Junior sister, you nearly scared me to death." Su Tianlin wiped the sweat that had formed on his forehead in fright and chuckled. He then took the lead towards Silver Stream Mountain, saying, "All right, come with me to obtain the Crimson Fire mysterious herb eye in the sky." A figure soared past. If one were not attentive, they would merely mistake it for a bird in flight. Jiang Wushuang advanced against the wind, surveying the mountains below. Upon entering Silver Stream Mountain, the speed of his steed significantly decreased, crawling slower than his own walking pace. He noticed that many individuals had gathered at Silver Stream Mountain. Drawn by the allure of the Crimson Fire mysterious herb, to avoid being outpaced, he utilized his divine ability, wind control. After flying approximately 30 miles, Jiang Wushuang descended upon a mountain peak. Although he had reached the 8th layer of spirit concentration and his Qi-Si was nearly full, the prolonged flight had drained his vital energy. Rumors spoke of Wheel of Fate experts being able to traverse 1,000 miles effortlessly. Despite his ability to fly, he was still far from that level. Jiang Wushuang lamented. Unbeknownst to him, several groups had witnessed his flight, leaving them dumbfounded. Some even abandoned their quest for the Crimson Fire mysterious herb. However, he did not dwell on this. After resting quietly on the mountain peak, he switched to agile movements, swiftly weaving through Silver Stream Mountain. Although many sought the crimson fire mysterious herb, having come this far, he would not return empty-handed. Even if someone were to seize it first, it would ultimately end up in his possession. Half an hour later, Jiang Wushuang appeared in a hidden valley, discovering a small courtyard beneath a concealed stone wall. This was indeed the hiding place of the person he sought. By locating Ji Laoyu's wife, Lu Xuanji, he could find the crimson fire mysterious herb. Alas, he had arrived too late. Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene. The courtyard was in disarray, the thatched roof had collapsed, leaving numerous craters in the ground, evidence of a fierce battle. Observing his surroundings, he realized he had underestimated the situation. The allure of the crimson fire mysterious herb was immense, and with so many searching for it, others would undoubtedly be privy to Lu Xuanji's existence. If he could not locate Lu Xuanji, this expedition would have been in vain. Jiang Wushuang raised his brow and attempted to use his spiritual sense to search the vicinity. His current spiritual sense could cover several miles around him. Soon, Jiang Wushuang's spiritual sense detected a woman fleeing 5 miles to the west, cradling an infant in her arms. Behind her pursued 3 men wielding knives. He had indeed found her. Chapter 60. My crimson fire mysterious herb. Jiang Wushuang's spiritual sense honed in on the fleeing woman. She was a striking figure with hair pinned up by 3 golden hairpins, exuding a certain elegance. It was no wonder Ji Laolu would rather sacrifice himself than let her come to harm. That moment, she was engaged in a standoff, cradling the infant in one arm and holding a knife in the other against the 3 men. Initially, she held her ground against them, and the battle appeared evenly matched. However, as the 3 men resorted to unscrupulous tactics, realizing they could not overpower her, they targeted the child in her arms in a desperate attempt to protect the infant. Lu Xuanji faltered and soon found herself at a disadvantage, sustaining several wounds. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed, and he dashed towards the fray. If Lu Xuanji were to perish at the hands of those 3, how could he ever hope to obtain the crimson fire mysterious herb? In the woods, a figure darted past, leaving droplets of blood on the leaves as it brushed by. The woman clutched the infant tightly, desperately searching for an escape route. Her complexion was pale, and after piercing through his skull, the needle of true energy traversed several towering trees before finally embedding itself in the mountainside. A rumble echoed from deep within the earth, causing the legs of several individuals to tremble. The entire mountain quaked. The man with a bushy beard widened his eyes and slowly fell amidst the tremors. The scene fell into a profound silence, as if everyone were frozen in shock. The emaciated man, horrified by the spectacle before him, was filled with dread. As his gaze shifted from the bearded man's corpse to the approaching youth, terror gripped his soul. The youth raised his hand and lightly flicked it toward him. Pleased, the emaciated man pleaded, looking at the youth as if he were staring at death itself. His hair standing on end, he turned to flee, but the needle of true energy was as swift as lightning. Before he could react, a chilling sensation pierced his brow. In the next moment, everything before him became a blur, and he collapsed, his eyes wide with terror. With 2 corpses now fallen, the youth appeared unfazed, leisurely continuing his stride forward. Bang! When his gaze fell upon the bald man, he was already trembling all over, and in that moment, he knelt, begging for mercy. Please, spare me. I am willing to serve you, to lead the charge for the scarlet fire mysterious grass. The bald man desperately knocked his head against the ground. However, the youth paid him no heed, sending forth another needle of true energy. The bald man helplessly watched as his head was pierced, his eyes filled with regret as he fell. The 3 demons of the river valley had roamed for decades, never imagining they would be swept away like autumn leaves. He cursed himself for not recognizing the youth's terror sooner, and for even attempting to seize the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Alas, the youth halted, casually surveying the 3 corpses as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Why would you help me seize my scarlet fire mysterious grass? The youth chuckled softly. Jiang Wushuang paused, pleased with his accomplishments. This 2nd-grade 7-string penetrating nail proved quite effective. Ever since acquiring this martial technique from the Red Lotus Holy Sun, he had nearly forgotten it. Today, he showcased it, much to everyone's surprise. Killing was straightforward and effortless. That, of course, had he faced another Red Lotus Holy Sun, it would not have wielded such power. After the 7-string penetrating nail came into Jiang Wushuang's possession, he had reached peak mastery. His strength far surpassed that of the Red Lotus Holy Sun, and the technique he unleashed was exponentially more powerful. However, should he encounter a formidable opponent, the 7-string penetrating nail would still have its limitations. Jiang Wushuang regarded the 3 corpses and pondered. The 7-string penetrating nail resembled a concealed weapon, striking unexpectedly to take lives. In a direct confrontation, the flying dragon ghost blade would be superior. However, at this stage, only a master could compel him to use such a technique. Nevertheless, even against a master, he felt no concern if all went well. After consuming 2 scarlet fire mysterious grasses, he too could ascend to master level. With this thought, his gaze shifted to the still dumbfounded Lu Xuanji, whose eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The earlier scene had utterly stunned her. The 3 demons of the river valley, though not masters, were notorious villains known for their cunning. They had previously driven her into a corner. Even if Elder Ji Lu were present, the 2 of them working together would still have to pay a price to eliminate the 3 demons. Yet, these troublesome foes had been effortlessly dispatched by a youth she had underestimated. How could she maintain her composure? Lu Xuanji discreetly assessed the youth. Although his aura suggested he was not at the Qi stage, his ability to kill with a mere flick of his finger indicated he had intentionally concealed his prowess. It was no wonder she had misjudged him. Who would have expected such a young individual to possess such terrifying strength? The 3 demons of the river valley were truly unfortunate. Many sought to seize the scarlet fire mysterious grass, but encountered the most lethal of foes. Lu Xuanji's thoughts began to race. Regardless of the youth's intentions, he had saved her life, albeit for the sake of obtaining the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Compared to the 3 demons, she would prefer to align herself with this youth. At the very least, he appeared to possess integrity. Unlike the 3 demons, who would seek to possess her, this youth was far more agreeable in appearance and demeanor. More importantly, his strength was unfathomable. Now that many sought the scarlet fire mysterious grass in Silver Creek Mountain, the absence of the 3 demons would undoubtedly attract other seekers. Instead of relying on others, it would be wiser to align with the strongest. If any others appeared, he would stand in their way. With this in mind, Lu Xuanji gazed at the advancing youth, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Wushuang halted, scrutinizing the woman before him. Lu Xuanji, cradling a baby, appeared delicate as jade, her figure voluptuous, smiling at him, compared to before. The fear in her eyes had diminished, replaced by allure. Now, can you give me the scarlet fire mysterious grass? Jiang Wushuang spoke softly. Of course, Lu Xuanji replied, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Little brother, not only can I give you the scarlet fire mysterious grass, but I can also offer you my services. As she spoke, she swayed her waist. Though she was no longer in her prime, her charm rivaled that of the youthful maidens of the Spring Jade Tower. Jiang Wushuang took a step back, startled by Lu Xuanji's enthusiasm. He had considered that he might need to resort to coercive measures to discern the location of the scarlet fire mysterious grass. The fervor of his interlocutor was unexpected. Where is the scarlet fire mysterious grass? Jiang Wushuang inquired again. Seeing the youth remain unmoved, Lu Xuanji's eyes flickered with disappointment, but she quickly donned a smile. How could I know? If I tell you, you might kill me. If I divulge the location, it would mean certain death. You might as well just kill me. The scarlet fire mysterious grass was both the source of all calamity and her bargaining chip. Jiang Wushuang casually remarked, give me the scarlet fire mysterious grass, and I will ensure your safety. Lu Xuanji looked at the youth, feeling a sense of relief. After a few brief exchanges, she concluded that he was entirely different from the treacherous villains like the 3 demons of the river valley. She had no choice but to trust him. More importantly, she had no other options. Lu Xuanji nodded. Very well, follow me, and I will take you to retrieve the scarlet fire mysterious grass. With that, she led the way forward. As she turned, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. She was uncertain whether to warn the youth that obtaining the scarlet fire mysterious grass would not be easy. A black dragon, cultivated for over a millennium, resided there, having long since attained sentience and viewing the scarlet fire mysterious grass as its treasure, waiting to devour it upon transcending. Though the youth was strong, he was not a master, and whether he could contend with the black dragon remained uncertain. Lu Xuanji raised an eyebrow but ultimately chose to remain silent. Who could say if the youth's assurances were reliable? She decided to keep a hand in reserve, just in case he attempted to turn against her. In a valley within Silver Creek Mountain, Su Tianlin of the Qingyu sect led 2 disciples into the glen. The area was lush and verdant, with a waterfall cascading in the distance. What a beautiful valley! Xie Qingqing's eyes sparkled with wonder. The scenery was not only breathtaking, but various small creatures also showed no fear of humans. Upon entering, 2 little rabbits hopped to her feet. Ning Yunlong was equally captivated. Showering praises, Su Chonglin gazed at the distant waterfall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a spirit-rich place was sure to yield the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Come with me, the scarlet fire mysterious grass is right here, he urged. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingqing and the others displayed their excitement and hurriedly followed. They traversed through dense thickets. As Xie Qingqing pushed aside the shrubs, she was instantly captivated by the stunning scene before her. Above a shimmering green pool, several colorful long-tailed birds frolicked. The waterfall's droplets cascaded onto the surrounding grass, sparkling in the sunlight. Beneath the waterfall, a rainbow appeared. Xie Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she marveled at the breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, 2 fiery red glimmers flashed before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she saw, beside the waterfall, 2 small umbrella-like plants taking root. Flames seemed to rise from them, dazzling to behold. The raindrops that fell upon the red plants evaporated into mist before reaching them. Could that be the scarlet fire mysterious grass? Xie Qingqing gasped, her eyes alight with joy. Yes, that must be it. Su Tianlin's eyes widened with astonishment, his voice trembling. There are actually 2 scarlet fire mysterious grasses. Our Qingyu sect is about to flourish. Ning Yunlong's face flushed with excitement, his gaze fixated on the 2 red plants. I'll go get them with that. He leaped toward the pool. Just as he landed on a stone in the center of the pool, the previously tranquil green water suddenly began to bubble violently. The serene surface of the pool seemed to boil over. Xie Qingqing, startled by the sudden change, took a few steps back, sensing a lurking danger. It was as if a formidable beast was awakening beneath the surface. Her intuition proved correct. Beneath the bubbling water, a long shadow circled the exposed stone, gradually surfacing. The shadow stretched nearly 10 meters long, and as it moved, the pool churned even more violently. Ning Yunlong, standing atop the stone, sensed something was amiss. The moment he landed, a bone-chilling aura surged from the pool, as if he were being targeted by unseen eyes. As the water roiled, the shadow emerged, and his ears rang, drowning out the shouts of Su Tianlin and Xie Qingqing. The shadow beneath the water lingered, seemingly toying with him. A demon. Ning Yunlong fixated on the shadow in the water, daring not to breathe. Although he was the most outstanding disciple of the Qingyu sect, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. As the shadow swam faster, the water level rose dramatically, submerging the stone beneath his feet. Ning Yunlong gritted his teeth and rushed toward the pool's edge. Just as he leaped, the pool erupted with a massive splash, and the shadow of a black serpent burst forth from the water. Ning Yunlong's eyes narrowed as the serpent's massive form loomed over him, its gaping maw ready to strike. In desperation, he unleashed his strongest sword strike, sending forth multiple waves of energy toward the serpent's jaws. However, as the energy drew near, the serpent exhaled a frigid breath that consumed the oncoming attack. Damn it! Ning Yunlong realized he was on the brink of disaster, regretting his reckless ambition. Elder Su, save me, he called, turning to the figure at the pool's edge for help. Su Tianlin had already leaped into action, wielding a sword that radiated immense power, far surpassing Ning Yunlong's strike. He aimed to slay the black serpent in one fell swoop. Yet, when his attack struck, it merely caused the serpent to shift slightly. Though Ning Yunlong escaped being devoured, the shadow still collided with him, sending him flying several dozen meters away, crashing into trees before finally coming to a halt. He planted his sword into the ground to steady himself, barely managing to remain upright. When he looked up again, his hair was disheveled, and he appeared battered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Elder brother, are you all right? Xie Qingqing rushed over to support him, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Ning Yunlong forced a smile. Even though he had nearly been smashed to pieces, at that moment, he couldn't care less about his own condition. He was deeply shaken by the scene before him. Xie Qingqing also gazed up at the pool, her eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Above the pool, a creature resembling a gigantic serpent reared its head, its massive body partially suspended in the air. The serpent's scales were black, adorned with claws, and its enormous lavender eyes loomed down, exuding an overwhelming pressure. This is a dragon. Xie Qingqing finally discerned the true form of the shadow. Her eyes widening. It is a flood dragon. Ning Yunlong said solemnly. Though a flood dragon was not as inherently powerful as a true dragon, he had nearly been swallowed whole, revealing the formidable nature of this black serpent. Xie Qingqing noticed that the shadow's head bore only a pair of small straight horns, vastly different from a true dragon's. Despite not confronting a true dragon, she felt no urge to resist. After all, Ning Yunlong, who was stronger than her, had been unable to defend himself. If she rushed in, she would surely become the flood dragon's next meal. Watching the enormous creature, Su Tianlin stood firm, sword in hand. Facing it down, worry crept into Xie Qingqing's heart. Elder Su, how could this happen? Su Tianlin, his back to them, replied. The scarlet fire mysterious grass not only attracts us martial artists, but is also of great benefit to demons. It's only natural that such a treasure would be guarded. Xie Qingqing hesitated before speaking. But this black dragon, what about the scarlet fire mysterious grass? Su Tianlin understood her concern and declared, no matter. I will slay this black dragon and then retrieve the scarlet fire mysterious grass. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, engaging the black dragon in battle. Soon, a fierce clash erupted between man and beast, the water splashing skyward. Though the black dragon possessed terrifying strength and destructive power, Su Tianlin held his ground, leaving white marks across its body with his sword, sending sparks flying. Su Tianlin was indeed the law enforcement elder of the Qingyu sect, capable of battling a flood dragon. Ning Yunlong's fear gradually transformed into excitement. This is wonderful. I thought we wouldn't be able to obtain the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Xie Qingqing felt a sense of relief as she watched the ongoing battle. They soon heard Su Tianlin's hearty laughter amidst the fray. This black dragon must have cultivated for a millennium, brimming with treasures. Not only will we obtain 2 scarlet fire mysterious grasses, but we may also encounter unexpected rewards. Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing exchanged excited glances. How did you find me? In the forest, Lu Xuanji walked ahead, occasionally glancing back to scrutinize the youth following her. Though he was young, he exuded an air of calm that piqued her curiosity about his background. Only those familiar with the Silver Creek region, like the 3 demons of the river valley, knew of the existence behind Jilu, the Silver Creek old demon, Jilu. The youth casually uttered, "Is that what you said?" Lu Xuanji raised an eyebrow, then scoffed. You, Jilu, have deceived me and now seek to betray me. You better not let me see you again, or else. Jiang Wushuang observed her, frowning slightly. Despite her harsh words, he noticed 2 tears sliding down her face. I see. All right. Lu Xuanji suddenly turned to him, her tears well concealed. He is dead, Jiang Wushuang replied after a moment of silence. He noticed Lu Xuanji tremble slightly, then force a smile. I warned him long ago that his wicked deeds would eventually lead to consequences, but he refused to listen. He insisted that only by becoming a master could he establish himself in this world. As Lu Xuanji spoke, the smile faded from her face. She turned away, remaining silent for a long while before finally saying, "It's better this way. I am free now." From that point onwards, Lu Xuanji fell silent, leading the way quietly ahead. Jiang Wushuang followed closely behind, refraining from asking any questions. Suddenly, Lu Xuanji halted, her gaze fixated on the distance, momentarily tightening. Although she attempted to conceal this action, Jiang Wushuang had been enveloping her with his divine sense, capturing every minute movement within his purview. Instantly, he extended his divine sense outward, furrowing his brow slightly. Was someone actually attempting to seize my belongings? Chapter 64. Those individuals must not have encountered this young man. As Jiang Wushuang projected his divine sense, he detected a commotion in a valley several miles away. However, upon reaching the valley, his divine sense seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, diminishing in strength by several folds. The penetrating divine sense could merely ascertain that there was a struggle occurring within. If he were to casually sweep through, it would merely appear as an ordinary valley, warranting no further consideration. Upon retracting his divine sense, he scrutinized the valley further, growing increasingly convinced of its peculiarities. The valley was undeniably rich in spiritual energy and extraordinary in nature, yet it was draped in a natural guise that concealed everything adeptly. In a wonder the Qihua Xian Ji could thrive here undetected. Had it not been for the inadvertent intrusion of others, even a master passing through would struggle to notice the treasures within. It was no surprise that Ji Laolu harbored a glimmer of hope to monopolize the 2 Qihua Xian Ji, clearly perceiving the difficulty in their discovery. Unfortunately, Just as he was about to harvest the Qihua Xianji, it was ultimately revealed. When Jiang Wushuang withdrew his divine sense, he found Lu Xuanji staring intently at him. It seemed she had already discerned the presence of the Qihua Xianji. Jiang Wushuang nodded and stated, "Indeed, your task is complete. You may leave now." Lu Xuanji turned to depart, but hesitated, glancing back to say, "You must be aware that others have already found their way inside. Take my advice. The Qihua Xianji is not easily obtained. Though you are formidable, you are not a master. If that treasure falls into your hands, it may bring more misfortune than fortune." She had once held the belief, under Ji Laoyu's insistence, that the Qihua Xianji was a valuable asset. However, her subsequent encounters led her to firmly believe that it was exceedingly dangerous, capable of causing death without warning. She had completely given up hope. The reason she cautioned Jiang Wushuang was due to the information he had previously shared regarding Ji Laolu. Ji Laolu had been captured by the Divine Capture Camp, and the youth had learned of his existence, even discerning his fate. This indicated a profound connection with the court. This young man possessed significant potential and a bright future. She wished to cultivate a favorable relationship. Furthermore, although the young man was exceptionally strong, who could predict the appearance of an even more formidable adversary? Additionally, there loomed the formidable Black Flood Dragon. Seeking the Qihua Xianji would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll, potentially resulting in death. Given the youth's age and martial talent, becoming a master was simply a matter of time. There was no need to take such risks. Upon hearing Lu Xuanji's sincere warning, Jiang Wushuang smiled and remarked, "Ji Laolu would go so far as to become the Silver Stream Old Demon for the sake of the Qihua Xianji. Your ability to remain true to yourself is indeed commendable." With that, he stepped into the air as if an invisible staircase existed within the void. Ascending step by step toward the valley, Lu Xuanji gazed at the receding figure in the sky. Momentarily stunned, her heart racing with astonishment. Flight? A life will expert? In her eyes, a master was already a lofty figure, while a life will expert represented a level above that, a being akin to a legendary creature. Now, a living life will expert appeared before her, and he was so young. Her understanding of the world had been irrevocably altered. She had just cautioned him against pursuing the Qihua Xianji for fear of losing his life, and now it seemed utterly ludicrous. Frequently, she had heard others claim that the fortunes of the great Qin were waning, yet those individuals had clearly never witnessed this young man. Lu Xuanji's astonished gaze slowly retreated from the distant sky. She realized that the terrifying strength of the youth was not a concern for him, but rather for those who might encounter him. With this thought, she shook her head and smiled, turning to flee toward the outskirts of Silver Stream Mountain. Swish, 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 by the water's edge, several swords of true energy coalesced into form, swirling around the Black Flood Dragon before launching toward its abdomen, targeting the same patch of scales. The first sword left only a white mark. The second deepened the incision. The third, the fourth, as dozens of flying swords descended. The scales were finally breached. The Black Flood Dragon let out a furious roar, a dragon on the verge of transformation. Its scales could be refined into armor, and its bones into weapons. Su Tianlin wielded his sword, his sleeves billowing. Despite being dozens of times smaller than the Black Flood Dragon, his aura was undiminished, and after a fierce battle, he began to gain the upper hand. Capturing this Black Flood Dragon was merely a matter of time. The sword in Su Tianlin's hand shimmered with brilliance, and as he executed his sword technique, the single sword transformed into 10, then 100 in an instant. Hundreds of illusory swords swirled around him. Where he pointed, a myriad of swords took flight. The Qingyu sect was inherently a sword cultivation sect. Though Su Tianlin had yet to ascend to the rank of master, his mastery of swordsmanship was exceptionally high. Under his command, hundreds of flying swords first danced around the Black Flood Dragon before forming a straight line, one sword after another, piercing toward the dragon's abdomen. Compared to the previous barrage of several dozen swords, this strike possessed several times the power. Su Tianlin was confident that he could slay the Black Flood Dragon with this one blow. Just as the flying swords were about to strike, the dragon suddenly lowered its head, opening its massive jaws in an attempt to swallow the swords whole. Su Tianlin was taken aback by this turn of events. Initially shocked but then pleased, he had targeted the dragon's abdomen precisely because, through several probing attacks, he had discerned that the scales there were relatively fragile and easier to breach. Now, with the dragon willingly exposing its belly to protect itself, was it not courting death? However, Before Su Tianlin could revel in his triumph, his expression changed dramatically. He saw a cloud of white mist erupt from the dragon's mouth, engulfing the flying swords he had painstakingly gathered. Upon contact with the mist, the swords transformed from translucent to opaque white before shattering into countless pieces. In less than a breath, hundreds of flying swords disintegrated into nothingness, and the mist not only remained but grew denser. Hurtling towards Su Tianlin, even from several yards away, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Faced with the inevitable, he could only raise his sword in defense. The moment the white mist was cleaved apart, Su Tianlin was sent flying back, crashing to the ground like a boulder, creating a large crater and retreating several dozen yards before steadying himself. Simultaneously, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His hair and eyebrows frosted over, and both his sword hand and the sword's surface were encased in ice. Only when he exerted his true energy did the ice shatter. Su Elder, are you all right? Nearby, Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing, who had been cheering moments earlier, were now pale with shock at the sudden turn of events. I'm fine. Step back. This black flood dragon possesses a powerful breath attack, and its icy breath is formidable. I was careless just now. Su Tianlin charged forward again, his sword energy surging. However, having just expended a significant amount of true energy for his strongest strike, his current attacks were evidently lacking in potency. Moreover, the black flood dragon had grown cunning, unleashing icy breath in rapid succession. Having learned the hard way, Su Tianlin dared not engage directly. The sword energy he unleashed was easily dissipated by the cold breath. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Just moments ago, he had held a slight advantage, but now he found himself in a desperate retreat, and even that was becoming increasingly challenging. At this rate, defeat was merely a matter of time. What is happening? Xie Qingqing's face turned pale, her round eyes filled with fear. Senior brother, what should we do? Xie Qingqing bit her lip, glancing at Ning Yunlong beside her. She saw him gripping the sword hilt tightly, his gaze fixated on the imposing black flood dragon, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. What can we do? Even Elder Su Tianlin is in such a dire situation. We would only meet a quicker demise. The Qihua Xianji was so close, yet they never anticipated such a turn of events. If it came to the worst, they would have to flee. But could they escape? Su Tianlin was likely to struggle to extricate himself. At that moment, Xie Qingqing caught sight of an unfamiliar figure by the water's edge. It was a young man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unfazed by the falling icy breath, allowing it to cascade around him, coating the ground in layers of frost. Who is he? The young man remained composed, causing Xie Qingqing to blink in surprise, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she felt an odd familiarity. Chapter 65. Only a master can achieve this. How bizarre. This mere flood dragon's icy breath is terrifying beyond belief. Su Tianlin, confronted with the relentless onslaught of icy breath, dodged left and right, employing every possible maneuver, yet still endured several strikes. Gazing at the Qihua Xianji so close at hand, he found himself regretting his decision to seek it out. He had known the Qihua Xianji would not be easily obtained. He had thought that with the Qingyu sect's secret techniques, he could find it before others and stealthily take it away. He had underestimated the situation. Not only were there others vying for it, but this black flood dragon was not something an ordinary person could provoke. The reason he had previously held the upper hand was merely a game to the dragon. It had even looked down upon him, refusing to use its icy breath against him. Only when he unleashed his ultimate move did the dragon begin to take him seriously. Su Tianlin lamented internally. The question was no longer whether he could obtain the Qihua Xianji, but whether he could survive. This black flood dragon was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Even a half-step master would find it challenging to slay it. It seemed that only a true master could subdue this flood dragon. After several bouts of combat and evasive maneuvers, Su Tianlin began to feel fatigued. To make matters worse, he had already provoked the black flood dragon by injuring it, and it was now relentlessly pursuing him. It was nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Su Tianlin wished to signal Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing to distract the dragon, but they were far too weak to withstand even a single attack from it. Their presence would only result in 2 more corpses. Then, just as Su Tianlin was about to urge the 2 to flee, he noticed a third figure. Initially believing his demise was imminent, a flicker of hope ignited within him. After all, anyone seeking the Qihua Xianji would naturally possess considerable strength. If they could join forces, even if they couldn't defeat the Black Flood Dragon, their chances of breaking free would increase. However, upon recognizing the figure standing by the water's edge, his heart sank. It was a youth who appeared to be of a similar age to Xie Qingqing. Even if 100 of such individuals appeared, they would pose no substantial threat to the Black Flood Dragon. At that moment, the dragon unleashed another blast of icy breath. Having cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, the Black Flood Dragon was now sentient and sought to seal Su Tianlin's escape route by continuously unleashing icy breaths. With each exhalation, the icy mist spread through the air, and soon the entire pool was encased in ice, the ground blanketed in white. Ning Yunlong and Xie Qingqing had long retreated several dozen yards away, leaving only the young man standing at the water's edge. The wave of icy breath descended from the sky, aiming for the young man's head. He stood motionless, allowing the breath to envelop him. As the white mist dissipated, he emerged completely encased in ice. Su Tianlin frowned. This youth was even weaker than he had imagined, failing to even attempt to evade the Black Flood Dragon's attack. With this realization, he sighed inwardly. What good would it do to evade? It would only prolong his life for a fleeting moment, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the dragon. Just as he contemplated confronting the dragon in a desperate gamble for survival, Su Tianlin's pupils dilated, and he froze in shock. The youth, encased in ice, began to crack, shards falling to the ground. With an unperturbed expression, he stepped forward, treading on the fragments of ice, advancing toward the Black Flood Dragon. He was unscathed. A master of physical cultivation? Su Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Had he been encased in ice, he would have perished or at least been gravely injured. Yet the youth appeared entirely unaffected, his body exhibiting an extraordinary level of resilience. The sheer strength of his physique left Su Tianlin astounded. The most astonishing aspect was that he was merely a young man. Still reeling from shock, Su Tianlin was suddenly beset by a wave of bone-chilling cold, causing him to break into a cold sweat. In that moment of distraction, a massive icy breath surged toward him, closely followed by the Black Flood Dragon, which opened its jaws wide, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Su Tianlin gathered his true energy into his sword, conjuring several sword shadows that formed a shield 2 yards in front of him. However, the shield, which was several times larger than the icy breath, shattered instantaneously, failing to impede the dragon's advance. Su Tianlin's complexion paled as he turned to flee toward the youth. This was his only chance of survival. Young friend, this vile dragon is exceedingly troublesome. How about we join forces to confront it? Though Su Tianlin was fully committed to evading the attack, he was still grazed by the icy breath, instantly encasing half of his body in ice. He attempted to advance, but found himself immobilized. Behind him loomed the gaping maw of the Black Flood Dragon, intent on devouring him. Unlike the youth, who possessed a formidable physique, Su Tianlin's limbs were rendered numb, the icy breath infiltrating his organs. Attempting to shatter the ice would only hasten his demise. Is it truly my fate, Su Tianlin, to perish here? A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. At this moment, the Qihua Xianji no longer held any significance. All he wished was to preserve his life. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, the young man, still several dozen yards away, suddenly vanished from his line of sight. Almost immediately, a dull thud resonated from behind him. Su Tianlin turned in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. There stood the young man, where the Black Flood Dragon had lunged, slowly retracting his fist. Large patches of black scales shattered and fell away, revealing a mass of stark white bones beneath. The dragon's massive body soared through the air like a projectile, crashing against the stone wall by the water's edge. Simultaneously, a blood-curdling roar echoed throughout the valley. The Black Flood Dragon slid down from the wall, writhing as it moved, yet the rear half of its body dragged along the ground, unable to rise. Su Tianlin was astonished to see the dragon's eyes devoid of the previous bloodlust it had exhibited while pursuing him. Instead, it now gazed at the youth with palpable fear, akin to a ghost encountering the king of hell. The Black Flood Dragon stared at the youth for several breaths before abruptly turning its head toward the waterfall, where the 2 Qihua Xianji awaited, rushing toward them with intent to consume them to prolong its own life. Not good. It aims to swallow the Qihua Xianji, Su Tianlin shouted in alarm. Given the dragon's proximity to the Qihua Xianji, the youth would find it challenging to intervene in time. Allowing the dragon to seize the opportunity, Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brows slightly. Those Qihua Xianji were his. How could he allow them to be taken? With a mere wave of his hand, 5 true energy needles erupted from his fingertips, fusing together into a single, more refined needle. The needle sliced through the air, penetrating the dragon's scales and embedding itself into its skull in the next instant. The dragon's head exploded, leaving only the headless body of the serpent writhing on the ground for a few moments before finally falling still. Su Tianlin gaped at T. The terrifying power sent shivers down one's spine. Ning Yunlong had always believed that his martial arts talent was exceptional, with few rivals among his peers. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the essence of true genius. A true genius is someone younger than you, yet someone you must look up to, so young, yet already a master. Deep shock filled Ning Yunlong's eyes. As far as he knew, anyone who became a master before the age of 30 was a remarkable figure in the Great Qian. Yet this youth appeared to be no more than 20. Surely, he had undergone some transformation. Ning Yunlong raised his eyebrows. Becoming a master at 20 was nearly impossible. At least, he had never heard of it. The notion that the youth possessed some form of extraordinary martial skill was far more credible. Nevertheless, even if he truly had transformed, the master's level of power was still awe-inspiring. I will become a master one day. Though Ning Yunlong felt a significant blow to his confidence, a flicker of determination appeared on his face. Becoming a master was his lifelong goal. With this thought, the shock in his eyes gradually faded. Instead of envying others, he resolved to dedicate himself to his training point. One day, he would become someone others looked up to. At that moment, Xie Qingqing tugged at his sleeve and said, "Senior brother, do you remember when I saw someone flying in the air outside Silver Creek Mountain?" Ning Yunlong was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Xie Qingqing suddenly brought this up. He recalled her previous assertion of having seen something, but had dismissed it as a mistake. Ning Yunlong casually remarked, his gaze still fixed on the youth as if attempting to see through his transformation technique. "No, I did not see it wrong." Turning to look at her, he found Xie Qingqing gazing at him with unwavering conviction. "How can you be so sure you weren't mistaken?" Ning Yunlong asked, casually. However, Xie Qingqing's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. "Because the person I saw was him." Following her pointed finger, Ning Yunlong's eyes landed on the very youth by the pond, who was being respectfully saluted by Su Tianlin. "Him? How is that possible?" Ning Yunlong's face was a mask of disbelief as his gaze darted between Xie Qingqing and the youth. "Indeed, it is him. I did not see it wrong before. I just could not be certain. But now, I am certain it is him." Xie Qingqing spoke animatedly, as if a child who had just realized that they had not made a mistake. Eager to showcase her discovery, Ning Yunlong's eyes narrowed, and a sense of shock returned. The boy he had previously encountered outside Silver Creek Mountain had not registered in his mind, and he had even forgotten his appearance. Yet, with Xie Qingqing's reminder, it all came rushing back. That familiar face was indeed the boy from outside Silver Creek Mountain. So, he is not merely a master, but a formidable figure of the fate wheel? Ning Yunlong's gaze shifted to the youth in the distance, his voice trembling slightly. Xie Qingqing's sparkling eyes were fixed on the youth by the pond, filled with curiosity. "I cannot say for certain if he is a fate wheel master, but I did see him flying in the air." The expressions on Ning Yunlong's face were a tapestry of emotions, and after a long silence, he let out a deep sigh. "To fly in the air undoubtedly indicated he was a fate wheel master." Ning Yunlong clenched his fists, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly before he slowly lowered his head. If the other party were a master, he was confident he could catch up one day. But if the other were a fate wheel master, then he would be someone he would need to look up to for a lifetime. By the pond, Su Tianlin expressed his gratitude to the youth before him. "If not for your timely rescue, I would have perished beneath the cold breath of the black flood dragon." At that moment, the half of his body that had been frozen by the cold breath was gradually thawing under the influence of true energy. Although the chill had not completely dissipated, his life was no longer in danger. The youth slowly turned around, revealing a handsome face, and said, "You are mistaken. I am not yet a master." Su Tianlin was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. Not a master? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. The power displayed in slaying the black flood dragon was undeniably at the master level. How could he not be a master? His gaze lingered on the youth, attempting to pierce through his strength. Unfortunately, all he saw was a strength beneath the Qi realm, hidden beneath layers he could not penetrate. Not a master, yet surpassing a master? Su Tianlin muttered to himself. There was no reason for the youth to deceive him. Perhaps he truly had not reached the master realm, but this realization was even more astonishing. Despite decades of cultivation, he felt as if today had opened his eyes. Jiang Wushuang ignored Su Tianlin's flattery and leaped to the side of the scarlet fire mysterious grass. The grass radiated an ethereal flame, resembling flowers blossoming from magma. As he approached, a wave of heat washed over him, accompanied by a faint yet delightful fragrance. Jiang Wushuang leaned closer to inhale, feeling a jolt of energy surge through him. No wonder both martial artists and beasts covet this spiritual treasure. It certainly holds profound mysteries. Jiang Wushuang gazed in admiration at the two fiery red stalks before him. He could not resist the temptation and pulled up both stalks of the scarlet fire mysterious grass. The moment he grasped them, a moist sensation spread throughout his body. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow. He noticed specks of red light drifting from the roots of the scarlet fire mysterious grass, dissipating into the air. He could sense the spiritual energy rapidly fading. If this continued, it would not be long before the two spiritual treasures became worthless. Once plucked, the scarlet fire mysterious grass would lose its spiritual energy within an hour. Su Tianlin peered over and then pulled out a jade box from his robe. "Sir, you can place the scarlet fire mysterious grass into this spirit sealing box." Jiang Wushuang turned to look at the offered jade box, sensing the presence of prohibitive fluctuations upon it, indicating it was no ordinary item. In fact, this spirit-sealing box had been purchased at a high price by Su Tianlin from a refining sect specifically to contain the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Though it pained him to part with it, since the scarlet fire mysterious grass no longer belonged to him, keeping the box was pointless. It was better to give it as a gesture of goodwill to the youth before him. However, Jiang Wushuang merely glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "I did not intend to keep it with that." He swallowed both stalks of the scarlet fire mysterious grass in one go. Then, smacking his lips, he remarked, "The taste is somewhat unpleasant." Chapter 67. Striving for mastery. As Jiang Wushuang swallowed the two stalks of scarlet fire mysterious grass, he instantly felt two flames igniting within him. Only someone with his extraordinary physical resilience could endure it. If Su Tianlin had attempted the same, he would have exploded on the spot. As Jiang Wushuang casually consumed the two stalks, Su Tianlin's expression changed dramatically. He knew the scarlet fire mysterious grass was a rare spiritual treasure, but if misused, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The youth not only consumed it directly, but he did so with two stalks at once, a reckless act indeed. Yet, when he saw that the youth exhibited no significant adverse reaction, he was left in disbelief. Upon further contemplation, he realized the truth. The youth was not a master, yet he surpassed one. His physical strength rendered the black flood dragon's cold breath ineffective. The scarlet fire mysterious grass might be potent, but he could endure it. Of course, he was an exception. If anyone else attempted it, the outcome would be entirely different. With this thought, Su Tianlin's gaze towards the youth was infused with a newfound respect. However, Jiang Wushuang frowned slightly. He realized he had underestimated the ferocity of the scarlet fire mysterious grass. The two flames within him seemed to burn ever more intensely, their energy seemingly endless. Even with his formidable physique, he began to feel discomfort. He needed to find a place to refine the energy quickly. Not wanting to delay, Jiang Wushuang decided to take action before leaving. Under Su Tianlin's watchful gaze, he approached the corpse of the black flood dragon. This was the second beast he had slain. According to the classification of beasts, this black flood dragon was of the 4th rank, akin to a human martial artist at the gathering spirit realm. However, the black flood dragon was innately powerful, being only a step away from advancing to the 5th rank. Its combat strength was comparable to that of a half-step master. Even a half-step master would find it challenging to slay it. Only someone like Jiang Wushuang, who surpassed the half-step master realm, could easily dispatch it. After defeating the first beast in the Demon Suppression Tower, he had gained the innate ability of wind manipulation. He wondered what kind of ability the Black Flood Dragon might grant him. As he assimilated the Black Flood Dragon's memories, a series of images flashed through his mind. The Black Flood Dragon had once been a small black snake. After wandering into this valley, it had gradually cultivated into a beast under the nurturing of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After hundreds of years, it had transformed from a snake into a flood dragon. When the scarlet fire mysterious grass appeared in the valley, it had guarded it, waiting to devour it upon its transformation into a dragon. This place was a naturally occurring spiritual land, Jiang Wushuang marveled. Was this the reason his spiritual sense could not penetrate here? There must be a natural barrier. However, to martial artists, the spiritual energy here was only slightly more concentrated than usual and was not of significant benefit. That was likely why no human martial artist had occupied this place, and due to the Black Flood Dragon's formidable strength, any ordinary martial artist would have fled in fear, of course. The most crucial point was that this location could barely be considered a spiritual land. If one were to encounter a truly enticing high-grade spiritual land, even with the Black Flood Dragon's obstruction, martial artists would risk everything to seize it. After all, some spiritual lands offered immense benefits for martial artists' cultivation. Jiang Wushuang glanced at his attributes panel and frowned. The memory inheritance from the Black Flood Dragon did not provide him with an innate ability, only a few thousand points of cultivation. It seemed that not every beast could grant innate abilities. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment, shaking his head in disappointment. However, he did not dwell on it further, for the most pressing matter was still to refine the energy from the 2 stalks of scarlet fire mysterious grass and break through to the master realm. If he delayed any longer, he felt he might be consumed by the 2 flames within him. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky. Su Tianlin had intended to ingratiate himself further, but before he could utter a word, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Soaring through the air, Su Tianlin was left speechless. Wasn't it said that he had not yet reached the master realm? How could he perform the aerial feats only achievable by a fate wheel master? Elder Su, he is the youth we encountered outside Silver Creek Mountain, Ning Yunlong said solemnly as he approached. The pressure the youth had exerted on them earlier made them hesitant to approach. Is it him? The fate wheel master that Qingqing saw? Su Tianlin's expression shifted, disbelief creeping into his eyes once more. He suddenly recalled that unassuming youth. Elder Su, is he truly a fate wheel master? Ning Yunlong asked, his voice tinged with bitterness. Su Tianlin shook his head. I have indeed had the fortune to meet a fate wheel master. While this youth can soar through the air, he is still vastly different from a fate wheel master. He likely possesses some extremely rare martial skill. Aerial martial skill? Xie Qingqing, who stood beside Ning Yunlong, exclaimed in astonishment. So, he is still only at the master realm. Su Tianlin let out a wry smile. He is not even a master. How is that possible? Ning Yunlong was left in shock, feeling even more unsettled than when he had thought the other was a fate wheel master. The realization that the youth was not a master yet surpassed one was something he had never contemplated. After all, there was a consensus among all that masters were insurmountable. Even the most talented martial prodigy would struggle to challenge a master at the gathering spirit realm. The youth had exhibited such capabilities, shattering his previous understanding. Such a person truly existed in this world. Xie Qingqing gazed at the youth soaring away into the sky, her dark eyes filled with curiosity. Elder Su, do you know which sect he hails from? With such a youth, that sect is sure to rise dramatically. Why Qingyu's sect should make early connections. Tianlin paused, then slapped his forehead in regret. I forgot to ask. He had intended to inquire. But before he could, the youth had already flown away. The effects of the scarlet fire mysterious grass were incredibly potent. Jiang Wushuang had not flown far from the valley when he felt as though a volcano had erupted inside him, his entire body turning crimson as if being scorched by flames. His earlier plan to leave the area and refine the energy gradually was dashed. He had no choice but to descend from the sky, seeking out a cave to begin converting the potency of the scarlet fire mysterious grass into cultivation, striving to break through to the master realm. At that moment, the scarlet fire mysterious grass felt like 2 erupting volcanoes, continuously spewing forth molten energy. The surging heat coursed through him unrestrained. His once tranquil qi became turbulent, rapidly filling with the incoming hot energy. Above the qi, the divine infant stirred awake, eagerly absorbing the onslaught of red true energy. If his previous attempts to elevate his realm had felt like a flood breaking through a dam, then this was akin to a tsunami crashing down, exponentially more vigorous than before. No wonder it was said that using the scarlet fire mysterious grass came with risks. Most people would indeed struggle to withstand it. Yet, Jiang Wushuang bore a smile. His qi was dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary martial artist, making the journey to mastery considerably challenging. Perhaps only such a rapid influx of power could assist him in reaching the master realm. Chapter 68. A friend in danger. On the banks of a small stream near Silver Creek Mountain, Lu Xuanji had not opted for the quickest route away from Silver Creek Mountain after parting from Jiang Wushuang. Instead, she chose a secluded path less traveled. Many had come seeking the scarlet fire mysterious grass, and she did not want to fall into the hands of others after narrowly escaping the three fiends of the river valley and that terrifying youth. As she traversed this route, she encountered a few groups of people, but she had detected them beforehand and skillfully avoided them. While entangled with the three fiends of the river valley, she had already sustained some injuries, and the continuous journey had begun to take its toll. She sat down on a rock beside the stream to rest for a moment. However, the moment she settled, the image of that youth soaring through the air invaded her mind. The impact had been too great as she walked. Her mind was filled with questions. The scarlet fire mysterious grass, while precious, was only truly effective for masters in the eyes of a fate will master. It would hold little value. The youth had shown a strong desire for the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Moreover, given his age, it was nearly impossible for him to reach the fate will realm. Although his battle with the three fiends had been astonishing, it was still far from the level of a fate will master. In fact, a master could easily dispatch all three of them. The more Lu Xuanji pondered, the more she felt the youth could not possibly be a fate will master. She must have been startled by that scene, leading to a misunderstanding. She recalled hearing old 6th Ji mention that some sects possessed martial skills allowing individuals to soar through the air. However, such flight fell far short of the capabilities of a fate will master. The possibility is quite high that he utilized some form of martial skill to fly, Lu Xuanji murmured to herself. She felt that the youth's strength was merely at the half-step master level, not even reaching the master realm, but of course, that was already astonishing enough. As she contemplated, a sudden chill ran down her spine, as if invisible eyes were fixated on her, making her feel uneasy. She turned around to scan her surroundings, but found no one. Logically, there should not be anyone here. She had chosen this spot to rest because she believed it to be safe. Yet, that feeling did not dissipate. It intensified instead. When she looked ahead again, her heart dropped and her hair stood on end. A middle-aged man in a black robe had suddenly appeared before her, as if he had materialized out of thin air, silently standing there. His gaze was sharp, and though he was alone, Lu Xuanji felt as if a massive mountain loomed above her, making it difficult to breathe. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure could only mean one thing. She was facing a master. Lu Xuanji immediately stood up, struggling to speak. Her heart raced with shock. This was a true master, whose aura was incomparably stronger than that of the youth. "Do you know why I am looking for you?" The man in the black robe said in a deep voice, his words piercing like a hammer, striking her heart. "A master, here for the scarlet fire mysterious grass?" Lu Xuanji dared not meet the man's gaze and lowered her head as she spoke. "The scarlet fire mysterious grass must be handed over. It is not something you should possess." The heavy voice echoed in her ears again. Lu Xuanji could not hide her intentions and immediately revealed the location of the scarlet fire mysterious grass. Her heart sank as she realized that despite her hard-won arrival here, she would have to return to the valley. To her surprise, there was no response from the man in front of her. Cautiously, she looked up, only to find that the middle-aged man in the black robe had vanished without a trace, and there was no sign of him anywhere. The pressure surrounding Lu Xianshu dissipated in an instant, prompting her to exhale a sigh of relief. It felt as though she had once again danced on the precipice of death. What puzzled her was that the master did not require her to lead the way, nor did he seem concerned about being deceived. Such was the demeanor of a master, utterly unconcerned about betrayal. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xianshu suddenly understood. No one would be foolish enough to deceive a master, for the consequences would be utterly unbearable. The allure of the crimson fire mystic herb was indeed potent, drawing even masters to its allure. Lu Xianshu was filled with trepidation, reaffirming her belief that relinquishing the crimson fire mystic herb was a prudent decision. As the possibility of more masters arriving dawned on her, she disregarded her injuries and hastened towards the outskirts of Silver Creek Mountain. In the valley, Su Tianlin was dissecting the corpse of the black flood dragon with Ning Yunlong. The youth had hurriedly departed, leaving behind this treasure-laden black flood dragon, much to the delight of the trio. Although they had lost sight of the nearby crimson fire mystic herb, the potential to extract some treasures from the black flood dragon made their journey worthwhile. If not bountiful, by taking the black flood dragon's scales and dragon bones back to their sect, both Su Tianlin and Ning Yunlong could acquire a piece of crafted armor. Su Tianlin gazed at the scales he had pried from the black flood dragon, his eyes gleaming with excitement, the disappointment of losing the crimson fire mystic herb having long since evaporated. Xie Qingqing's eyes sparkled with joy, even more so than if she had obtained the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb. After all, even if she had acquired it, it would have been consumed by the elders of the sect, leaving her with no stake in it. Conversely, the treasures offered by the Black Flood Dragon were something she could share in, naturally making her happier. Suddenly, she noticed Su Tianlin abruptly turn his gaze forward, a look of vigilance crossing his face. Almost immediately, a wave of oppressive energy washed over her, draining the color from her cheeks. As she slowly turned her head, she saw a middle-aged man clad in a black robe standing by the water's edge, the robe adorned with red flame patterns, strikingly vivid. "Master," Xie Qingqing managed to utter, her complexion paling further. The Qingyu sect also had a master overseeing its affairs, and the overwhelming aura was undoubtedly that of a master. The middle-aged man scanned the area with a discerning gaze, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb?" Feeling the intensity of the man's gaze upon her, Xie Qingqing felt a chilling sensation coursing through her body, as though struck by the freezing breath of the Black Flood Dragon. Su Tianlin bowed respectfully, stating, "Master, the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb has been taken by someone." He then recounted the events leading to their entry into the valley, particularly emphasizing the formidable strength of the youth. As the black-robed middle-aged man absorbed the narrative, a hint of a cold smile emerged on his otherwise impassive face. "You slay a mere little flood dragon, and you think yourself exalted. You are indeed ignorant." Hearing the man's scornful laughter, Ning Yunlong's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not retort. Su Tianlin kept his head bowed. Only Xie Qingqing, unwilling to accept the insult, raised her head, but ultimately could not meet the man's gaze and lowered her eyes once more. The man then laughed heartily. "A mere half-step master dares to claim the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb? You truly do not know your own limitations. Haha, I have found you. After consuming 2 Crimson Fire Mystic Herbs, you will not escape my grasp. I shall take you back to refine the blood pool, and I too will gain the benefits of the Mystic Herb." The thunderous laughter faded. Xie Qingqing looked up again, but the black-robed man had vanished. "A master has come?" Ning Yunlong's expression turned grave. Su Tianlin sighed deeply. Remaining silent, it dawned on him that their small gathering at the God-gathering realm to seize the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb was indeed a foolhardy endeavor. The youth was in grave peril. Su Tianlin's brow furrowed. Clearly, the youth had been locked onto by the Master's divine sense. Although he believed the youth was not a master, he certainly surpassed many. However, when faced with a true master, the chasm between the two was insurmountable. In the depths of the cave, Jiang Wushuang sat cross-legged, heat radiating from his body, shimmering with a soft red glow, a faintly luminous, pale red light flickered within the cave. He was as if being roasted over a fire. His arms, face, and entire body flushed a deep crimson. The potency of the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb was fierce, yet the benefits it bestowed were immeasurable. The overwhelming true energy surged through him like a tempest, rapidly filling his expanded energy sea, nourishing his divine infant, causing it to grow incrementally stronger. He had reached the 9th level of the God-gathering realm. Jiang Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Yet, the crimson hue enveloping him had not faded, and the true energy within him continued to swell, within the energy sea. True energy centered around the divine infant, forming a colossal vortex that began to rotate slowly. The energy sea had ceased to expand, and the turbulent true energy poured in, instantly absorbed by the vortex. As more and more true energy flowed in, the vortex spun faster and grew denser. A hum resonated within the energy sea, sending a tremor through Jiang Wushuang's entire being, followed by an incomprehensibly profound force surging through his limbs and bones. This was Jiang Wushuang's face revealed astonishment. He felt as though he was undergoing a transformation. Delving into the energy sea once more, he observed a droplet of golden light forming at the center of the massive true energy vortex. Countless streams of true energy converged, causing it to expand gradually. Was this true essence? Jiang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the golden droplet was diminutive, he sensed an extraordinary power distinct from true energy. No wonder those in the God-gathering realm struggled against masters. The power of true essence had completely transcended its predecessor. As Jiang Wushuang absorbed the strength bestowed by the true essence, he was inwardly astonished. Only someone as remarkably strong as he, far exceeding ordinary warriors, could possibly contend with a master. For the average person, facing the power of true essence would be utterly insurmountable. As the golden true essence droplet descended from the vortex, a mysterious power surged throughout his being. With the mere appearance of a single droplet, Jiang Wushuang felt considerably stronger. The vortex, however, was already forming another droplet. Clearly, to become a true master, an immense quantity of true essence was required. 1 droplet, 2 droplets, 3 droplets. Soon, a small pool of golden true essence appeared within the energy sea. Just as Jiang Wushuang anticipated his ascension to mastery, a frown creased his brow. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a divine sense scanning the area. The divine sense was unrestrained and conspicuous. As he too released his divine sense, he surveyed the surroundings. It seemed he had underestimated the allure of the crimson fire mystic herb. Even masters had come, and notably, 2 had arrived at once. Jiang Wushuang's eyes flickered with surprise. Under the veil of his divine sense, he detected 2 formidable auras, undoubtedly that of masters. However, these 2 appeared to be approaching from different directions. One was headed towards the valley while the other was advancing towards him. It seemed one was coming for him. Jiang Wushuang's pupils constricted slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. In the valley, Xie Qingqing surveyed the black flood dragon scales and dragon bones before her, her previous excitement evaporating. Instead, a heavy sense of unease filled her eyes. The appearance of the master had made her acutely aware of the precarious situation. Su Tianlin, standing before her, seemed to share this realization, yet he was reluctant to abandon the scales and bones, insisting that they hasten their preparations for departure. Elder Su, that master has already left. Why the urgency? Ning Yunlong approached, gazing longingly at the still untouched portions of the black flood dragon's corpse. Su Tianlin's expression remained grave as he replied, "Do you know who that master is?" Ning Yunlong shook his head. "I do not know, but as long as we do not provoke him, he would naturally not deign to attack us." Su Tianlin regarded him carefully before responding. "He is Wu Yongzhen of Flame Cloud Mountain." "What? He is Wu Yongzhen? The one who severely wounded the sect master 3 years ago?" Ning Yunlong's countenance shifted dramatically, a glint of apprehension surfacing in his eyes. Generally, masters would not concern themselves with those beneath the god-gathering realm. Yet, this particular master was an exception. Although Wu Yongzhen was not affiliated with the 6 evil sects, his deeds were no different from theirs. It was said that even before he became a master, he was a notorious tyrant, robbing sects and plundering resources with impunity. After achieving mastery, he rarely appeared, yet his methods remained unchanged. 3 years prior, the sect master of Qingyu's sect had been intercepted by him while passing through Flame Cloud Mountain and had barely escaped with serious injuries. In a wonder, the crimson fire mystic herb had been consumed. He intended to capture someone to refine into a blood pool. The actions of such a person were unfathomable. Elder Su, we should only take a small portion of these items back. Upon realizing the identity of their adversary, Ning Yunlong lost interest in the scales and bones they had already harvested. Just as the 3 were preparing to leave enlightened spirits, they turned only to be taken aback once more. Unbeknownst to them, another figure had appeared behind them. A person clad in white, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, carrying a long sword on his back. His imposing aura unmistakably marked him as a master. Another master had arrived? Ning Yunlong's face turned pale. Xie Qingqing felt the oppressive aura and instinctively moved closer to Su Tianlin. Yet, Su Tianlin displayed no fear upon encountering Wu Yongzhen. Instead, a look of joy spread across his face. Su Tianlin of Qingyu sect, I pay my respects to Master Gongquan. Xie Qingqing stared at Su Tianlin, who had bowed in greeting, momentarily taken aback. The name Gongquan sounded vaguely familiar. He was a master of the Return to Unity sect. Upon hearing Ning Yunlong's delighted voice nearby, Xie Qingqing finally realized, and a smile of joy crept onto her face. The Return to Unity sect was a righteous sect, just like the Qingyu sect, both being sword cultivation sects and historically friendly with one another. Encountering a master from the Return to Unity sect was akin to finding a pillar of support. With the protection of this master, the trio breathed a collective sigh of relief. As the white-clad man heard the words Qingyu sect, his imposing aura immediately softened, and he cast a glance in their direction. It seems I have arrived too late. The crimson fire mystic herb has already been taken. Master Gongquan surveyed the area before his gaze settled on the water's edge. Su Tianlin stepped forward, and respectfully recounted the events regarding Jiang Wushuang's acquisition of the Crimson Fire Mystic Herb and Wu Yongzhen's arrival. Master Gongquan displayed no reaction upon hearing that Jiang Wushuang had slain the Black Flood Dragon and consumed 2 Crimson Fire Mystic Herbs. However, upon hearing the name Wu Yongzhen, a ripple of concern crossed his otherwise calm visage. In truth, he had already sensed the presence of another master, but had not thought much of it. The old coot Wu Yongzhen had also come? Master Gongquan's brow slightly arched, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. His divine sense quickly enveloped the area. He saw the black-robed middle-aged man, Wu Yongzhen, standing outside a cave. Within the cave, the aura of another was present. Though not as formidable as a master's, it was still considerable. Yet, Master Gongquan couldn't help but admire. Such a young lad has already reached this level. Truly remarkable. Previously, when he had heard Su Tianlin praise the youth, he hadn't thought much of it, but upon investigating the youth's situation, he was genuinely astonished. Such a talent would undoubtedly bring great prosperity to the Return to Unity sect. Unfortunately, he had already drawn the attention of Wu Yongzhen. Master Gongquan sighed softly in the valley. Xie Qingqing remained close to Su Tianlin, standing behind the master. Who knew if more masters would arrive? Staying close to a master provided a sense of security. Hearing Master Gongquan praise the youth repeatedly, Xie Qingqing mustered her courage and said, "That youth possesses extraordinary talent. He must have significant origins. If the master can save him, it may lead to a fortunate connection." Though Su Tianlin remained silent, he nodded slightly. The youth had previously saved him from the Black Flood Dragon, and now, finding himself in dire straits, he wished to help, yet felt powerless. Now that the Sword Master of the Return to Unity sect was present, it should not be too difficult for him to rescue the youth from Wu Yongzhen. However, when they cast their hopeful gazes forward, Master Gongquan remained silent, his brow furrowed. Under the cover of his divine sense, Wu Yongzhen had stood before the cave for some time. He gathered his true essence at his feet, lifting his legs off the ground, and slowly floated down onto a tall pine tree. Standing on the tree's leaves, he appeared weightless, his aura overwhelming as he looked down at the cave from the AI art. As he gradually raised his hand, streams of true essence shot towards the sky above the cave, coalescing into a massive hand. With the amplification of his divine sense, the hand enlarged several times, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, plunging the area into darkness. Even those far away in the valley, including Xie Qingqing and her companions, could witness the enormous hand above. Although they were at a distance, they could still feel the terrifying power contained within that hand, far beyond what an ordinary warrior could withstand. Boom! As the colossal hand descended from the sky, the earth trembled violently. Xie Qingqing and her companions' expressions changed dramatically, while Master Gongquan wore a grave expression. He remained silent for a long moment before letting out a sigh. It cannot be saved. It is too late. In truth, the reason he had not acted immediately was due to his wariness of Wu Yongzhen. This old coot had been a master for many years, and no one knew the extent of his power. Although Master Gongquan was also a master, he had only recently broken through, and recklessly attempting to save someone in front of Wu Yongzhen could come at a significant cost. Su Tianlin felt the immense force of the descending hand and felt utterly insignificant. The wrath of a master could indeed cause the very mountains to crumble. Such was not mere rhetoric. On the other side, Wu Yongzhen stood upon the pine tree, suspended in the air. Even as the impact wave of the descending hand sent the trees swaying, the tree he stood on remained unyielding. When the dust settled, the small hill that had once stood before him had vanished, leaving only a massive handprint in its place. Wu Yongzhen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had casually struck a blow. Although he had previously noted the youth's exceptional talent, capable of withstanding the impact of 2 Crimson Fire Mystic Herbs without perishing, he felt no compassion. Such so-called geniuses had been refined into blood pools countless times over. Even he had lost count of how many not dead. Wu Yongzhen's expression shifted for the first time as he released his divine sense in search of the body to take back. The previously impassive expression on his face now revealed a hint of surprise. The aura had not only persisted but showed no signs of weakening. Although he had merely struck a casual blow, even ordinary masters would not dare to withstand it. How could those beneath the master realm be anything but ants? Boom! As pieces of stone exploded from the ground, a figure shot skyward, bare-chested and crimson all over. It appeared as if he had just emerged from a fire pit. Wu Yongzhen stared wide-eyed at the figure among the rubble, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. He could not fathom how a mere god-gathering realm youth could endure a master-esque strike unscathed. While Wu Yongzhen was incredulous, Jiang Wushuang was equally scrutinizing the black-robed figure hovering above. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent, he had to admit that the master criminals imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower were not even comparable to sickly cats or dogs. Had it not been for his dragon of the azure sky reaching its peak and his physical strength having reached an extraordinary level, coupled with the rapid growth of his true energy and the appearance of true essence within him, he would have perished from that blow. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the black-robed figure in the air, a frown creasing his brow. Were it not for the fact that the crimson fire mystic herb within him had not yet been fully refined, leaving him just a step away from mastery, he would have charged at him without hesitation. Even now, he was confident he could contend with him. However, by doing so, he would have to abandon the unrefined crimson fire mystic herb, and breaking through to mastery would also be interrupted. After contemplating briefly, Jiang Wushuang decided to retreat for the moment. Once he had thoroughly refined the crimson fire mystic herb within him, he would return to settle the score. He sensed that the two flames within him were dwindling, and it would not be long before he could fully refine them. Just as he prepared to turn and flee, a voice echoed from the figure above. "To withstand my strike and remain unscathed. It seems I have underestimated you." Jiang Wushuang looked up to find the black-robed man slowly raising both hands. Massive true essence converged into a spherical form, emanating an aura of terror. "Next, I shall be serious." The black-robed man formed seals with his hands, and the once gigantic sphere of true essence rapidly shrank, compressed to the size of a fist. As he launched the sphere, it seemed to tear through the air, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. The next moment, a blinding light illuminated the sky, consuming even the sunlight in the valley. Xie Qingqing felt the tremor, now magnified several-fold compared to the previous strike, and her face turned ashen. "What is happening? Has a master intervened?" Xie Qingqing struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling with fear. Su Tianlin was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Logically, the young man should have perished under that devastating strike. How could the battle still be ongoing? At that moment, Gong Quan, who stood before them, spoke solemnly. "That young man is not dead." He too was taken aback when he witnessed the boy emerge from beneath the imprint of the palm strike, astonished that someone at the gathering spirit realm could withstand such a blow. "Not dead? He endured the master's attack?" Ning Yunlong expressed disbelief, his voice quivering. Gong Quan offered no reply, his expression growing more serious. The young man had evaded the previous strike, but the next would be exponentially more powerful. It was clear that Wu Yongzhen was now serious in his intent. Meanwhile, Wu Yongzhen perched atop a tree, suspended in midair. A massive orb of light erupted before him, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Rocks, trees, all reduced to dust. When the tremors subsided, a gaping chasm appeared, measuring dozens of yards deep and wide. Yet, Wu Yongzhen showed no sign of satisfaction. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling dust across from him. As the dust settled, a figure gradually emerged. Flying in the air, Wu Yongzhen's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the silhouette before him. There stood the young man, floating effortlessly, unlike Wu Yongzhen who was anchored to the tree. Beneath the boy's feet, there was nothing to support him. "I've been searching for aerial martial techniques for quite some time, never expecting to encounter one here," Wu Yongzhen thought, a glimmer of intrigue lighting his eyes. Masters were indeed formidable opponents. Jiang Wushuang exhaled deeply. The previous strike was one he dared not endure himself. Fortunately, he had managed to evade disaster using his wind control technique. "I can't play with you any longer." Jiang Wushuang assessed the black-robed man before him, memorizing his appearance, before taking to the skies once more. Chapter 71. Step aside. Despite the presence of the master, Jiang Wushuang was confident that with his wind control technique, he could engage the black-robed man in a fair fight after a brief evasion. He had always regarded wind control as an excellent means of self-preservation, and the reality confirmed this belief. Wu Yongzhen observed the young man, who, although not yet a master, could soar through the air. Though his flight could not compare to that of a destiny wheel cultivator, it filled Wu Yongzhen with envy. As a master himself, he could only barely lift his body off the ground for a few breaths, never achieving the free flight the young man displayed. "What a remarkable aerial technique," Wu Yongzhen thought. Growing increasingly fond of the skill, however, he did not rush to pursue. Instead, he raised his hand once more, launching a palm strike into the air. Numerous palm shadows streaked across the sky, swiftly heading towards the young man. The palm shadows outpaced the boy's flight by several times, closing the distance in an instant. As flashes of light collided in the air, the young man's form plummeted to the ground. Wu Yongzhen, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and leaped from the treetop, chasing after the boy's descent. The young man, able to glide through the air, was indeed a challenge for those at the gathering spirit realm. Yet before a master, he was still at a disadvantage. Trying to escape? Not a chance, Wu Yongzhen sneered. Upon touching down, Jiang Wushuang turned just in time to see the black-robed man rapidly approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed the chasing the stars movement technique, leaving behind afterimages as he dashed through the forest. He hadn't anticipated that even while flying, he could be struck down. Jiang Wushuang felt somewhat exasperated. He had underestimated the situation. He believed that with the ability to fly, he could evade the Master's pursuit. However, the Master's immense true essence, combined with his mental focus, made it difficult for Jiang Wushuang to shake off the chase. Thankfully, he was not only capable of flying but also possessed remarkable speed. Most individuals would have been caught by the master in mere breaths, but he managed to run for dozens of breaths. Just as he sensed the impending danger, he took to the air again. Although he did not ascend far before being pursued by the black-robed man's attack, he managed to create some distance. On a nearby peak, Xie Qingqing watched the two figures in pursuit in flight, her eyes wide with shocked. Wu Yongzhen, the black-robed master, was indeed powerful, yet the boy's ability to evade capture repeatedly astonished her further. Su Tianlin and Ning Yunlong, standing beside her, were equally stunned. They had previously sensed that the boy was no ordinary opponent, but witnessing the confrontation firsthand was still utterly shocking. Though he was constantly fleeing, Wu Yongzhen was a seasoned master. Had he been a newly appointed one, perhaps the young man could have exchanged a few blows. Only Gong Quan, standing before the group, frowned as he gazed into the distance. He realized that Wu Yongzhen was even stronger than he had anticipated, indicating significant progress in his cultivation over the years spent hidden within the Flame Cloud Mountain. Although the young man managed to escape for now, it was only a matter of time before Wu Yongzhen caught him. Gong Quan desired to assist the boy but feared incurring Wu Yongzhen's wrath, which could spell disaster for his sect. He had heard tales of Wu Yongzhen's vindictiveness. As the four stood atop the mountain, the figures in pursuit were swiftly approaching. Suddenly, the young man soared into the air once more, and a brilliant beam of light followed closely behind him, shooting into the sky. The next moment, he plummeted from the air, crashing heavily behind the group, creating a deep crater upon impact. Amidst the dust, the boy slowly rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. This time, he did not flee but instead approached a nearby stone and sat down. Xie Qingqing, witnessing the boy's calm demeanor, glanced back at the rapidly approaching black-robed man, her face betraying her anxiety. Why isn't he running? If it weren't for the fear of the master approaching, I would have shouted out. Did he realize he could not escape and thus chose to stop fleeing? Ning Yunlong furrowed his brow. Although the boy was extraordinary, he was still no match for an experienced master like Wu Yongzhen. The thought of such a talented martial artist potentially meeting his end here stirred a sense of sympathy within him. He had consumed 2 crimson fire mysterious herbs and would soon reach the master realm, soaring to new heights. Yet, at this moment, he had encountered the formidable Wu Yongzhen, a stroke of ill fortune. Su Tianlin observed the boy seated on the stone, seemingly unfazed, and his brows knitted in concern. He wondered what was going through the young man's mind. Finally, after refining the 2 crimson fire mysterious herbs, Jiang Wushuang sat on the stone, letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the crimson hue of his aura had faded, returning to a bronze tint. Within his energy sea, the massive cyclone had shrunk by nearly half. However, due to the lack of true energy input, its rotation had slowed considerably. The condensation of golden true essence had also ceased. Below the cyclone, the golden true essence had increased significantly, yet he was still some distance from reaching the master realm. I never expected that even 2 crimson fire mysterious herbs would not allow me to break through to the master realm, Jiang Wushuang mused with a wry smile. From the state of his energy sea, he could tell that his true energy and true essence coexisted, placing him at the threshold of the master realm. The two Crimson Fire mysterious herbs were incredibly potent. Most would have been overwhelmed by their power, yet he found them insufficient. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of acceptance. His energy sea was vastly more robust than that of ordinary martial artists, thus requiring a correspondingly greater amount of true essence to reach the master level. The Crimson Fire mysterious herbs might suffice for others, but for him, they were still lacking. However, he had now acquired a portion of true essence power, making him considerably stronger than before. As Jiang Wushuang sat on the stone, lost in thought, he noticed the group standing on the mountaintop. Upon recognizing Su Tianlin and the others, he offered a faint smile as a greeting. However, the group appeared utterly shocked and did not respond. For the black-robed master, Wu Yongjin, was now standing nearby, his icy gaze fixed on the four. More specifically, he focused on the master, Gong Quan. He had sensed another presence in the area earlier but had chosen to ignore it during the battle. Now, seeing Gong Quan standing in the center, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Through the chase, Wu Yongzhen had discerned that although Jiang Wushuang was not a master, he was exceptionally troublesome. His ability to fly and his incredible speed surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary gathering spirit realm cultivator. He had never found killing a newly appointed master so challenging. Watching the boy escape time and again had made him seethe with frustration. Now that Jiang Wushuang was within reach, he was wary of the potential interference from a master. "Oh, you intend to stop me?" Wu Yongzhen's gaze was sharp as he addressed Gong Quan, his voice low and menacing. Xie Qingqing, standing behind Gong Quan, felt the murderous intent emanating from Wu Yongzhen, causing her heart to race, and she dared not breathe too loudly. Gong Quan's pupils contracted. Torn between the decision to assist, he sensed that even with the boy's help, they might not be able to subdue Wu Yongzhen, and he would certainly face retaliation from the master afterward. If he withdrew, it would imply that he, as a righteous sect's master, bowed to evil, tarnishing the prestige of his sect. Gong Quan hesitated. His eyes suddenly widened slightly. The boy had stepped forward, directly confronting Wu Yongzhen. He showed no signs of panic in the presence of the powerful master, nor did he exhibit the previous desperation to flee. He approached calmly, as if strolling leisurely, and raised his hand, saying, "Step aside. I am about to draw my blade." Chapter 72. Who is the true master? Step aside. I am about to draw my blade. Ning Yunlong, watching the boy wave his hand, was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was he challenging the master? Su Tianlin and Xie Qingqing shared the same stunned reaction. Step aside? Jiang Wushuang repeated when he saw the three standing there in shock. At that moment, the master, who bore a long sword on his back, slowly moved aside. Following suit, Su Tianlin and the others quickly retreated. Wu Yongzhen, witnessing the boy who had been fleeing now adopting a posture of confrontation, was momentarily taken aback. Have you refined the Crimson Fire mysterious herbs? His gaze fell upon the young man, fluctuating between uncertainty and amusement. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha! Unfortunately, the two Crimson Fire mysterious herbs have not enabled you to become a master. Su Tianlin was taken aback by this revelation. Two Crimson Fire mysterious herbs had failed to elevate him to the master realm? What a peculiar anomaly! Yet, the boy simply smiled and replied, "That will be sufficient for killing you." Jiang Wushuang spoke with conviction. The reason he had been evading previously was to refine the Crimson Fire mysterious herbs, leaving him unable to exert his full strength in battle. Now that he had completely refined them, he had reached the threshold of the master realm, significantly enhancing his power. Even a master would find him a worthy adversary. Wu Yongzhen snorted lightly. He had initially thought he could effortlessly eliminate the boy but was now frustrated by the unexpected challenge. He decided to forego further banter and raised his hand to strike. True essence surged and intertwined in the air, weaving into a massive net, resembling a colossal hand that sealed off all escape routes. The sunlight was instantly obscured, plunging the area into darkness. The overwhelming attack descended like a mountain, cutting off all avenues of retreat for Jiang Wushuang. Leaving him with nowhere to flee. It was evident that Wu Yongzhen had developed a wariness of the boy's evasion skills. Su Tianlin and his companions hastily retreated, fearing the collateral damage of such a terrifying onslaught. Even a stray wave of energy could result in their demise. However, Jiang Wushuang did not flee this time. He instead prepared to meet the attack head-on. Enveloped in golden light, he bent his legs slightly, creating a massive crater beneath him as he launched skyward like a golden cannonball, with the protection of true essence. His body, honed through rigorous training, had become exponentially stronger. He could withstand even a Master-S assault in an instant. A beam of golden light flashed, piercing through the enormous hand formed from true essence, which then shattered into countless specks of light, vanishing into thin air. The ground trembled as Jiang Wushuang landed, as if he bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the earth to crack and collapse into a deep pit. Wu Yongzhen, who had taken flight to a treetop, beheld the destruction of his own technique with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. The boy who had once been fleeing now seemed like a completely different person, as if he had undergone a transformation. His attacks were fierce and had multiplied in strength. Good, very good. Wu Yongzhen's voice turned icy, his demeanor serious as he regarded Jiang Wushuang, his previous disdain evaporating. He had slain many masters before, yet none had pushed him to such a degree. His expression hardened as he opened his arms, causing his sleeves to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind. The surrounding trees swayed violently, their leaves falling and coalescing into a serpent-like form that circled around him. Wu Yongzhen's aura surged, elevating him as if he had grown several feet taller. You are the first to compel me to use the mysterious void palm in the past decade. Wu Yongzhen's expression remained impassive as he gazed down at the young man, stating matter-of-factly. The true essence and the serpent of leaves converged, shrinking into a singular point of light that shot forth as it traversed the sky. It expanded once more, ultimately transforming into a dragon's head with 2 horns as it approached Jiang Wushuang, its maw opening wide as if to devour everything in its path. Jiang Wushuang prepared to meet the attack with a punch. Yet, even with the protection of true essence, he was sent reeling backward. Ultimately, he had to take flight to evade the dragon's head's assault. The ground trembled violently as the dragon's head descended. If not for Gong Quan shielding them, Su Tianlin and the others might have been caught in the chaos. Xie Qingqing's heart raced as the Master-S attack, far beyond human capacity to withstand, sent waves of dread coursing through her. Su Tianlin, despite being an elder of the Qingyu sect, felt his heart flutter at the sight before him. Their attempt to seize the crimson fire mysterious herbs had turned into a life-threatening ordeal. The gathering spirit realm, though revered by ordinary martial artists, was akin to an ant when faced with a master. Is this the mysterious void palm? Gong Quan, also a master, felt a tumult of emotions as he beheld the unfolding scene. While he could barely withstand the onslaught, emerging unscathed would be a formidable challenge. Wu Yongzhen's attack had missed the young man, causing his brow to furrow slightly. However, it soon relaxed as he noted that the boy had lost the previous unyielding momentum. He had evaded the attack. Wu Yongzhen struck once more, unleashing a torrent of true essence that coalesced into a luminous sphere even more potent than before. A dragon's head, now several times larger than its predecessor, materialized in the sky, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens. Below, the young man gazed up at the sky, his diminutive form starkly contrasting against the massive dragon's head that loomed above. Slowly, he unsheathed the blade at his waist, raising it toward the heavens. With a single stroke, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth, gathering dark clouds. The area around him rapidly frosted over, turning white, a streak of blade light, imbued with lethal intent, sliced through the air toward the dragon's head. Wu Yongzhen's eyes narrowed, and he channeled an immense volume of true essence to the dragon's head. The once semi-transparent form solidified further, descending with tremendous force. The clash between the dragon's head and the blade light sent shockwaves rippling through the sky. The dragon head held out for but a breath before it shattered, the blade light piercing through the remnants and heading straight for Wu Yongzhen. His pupils contracted sharply as he summoned countless strands of true essence to form a barrier just ahead of him. Hundreds of palm shadows converged, and the blade light shattered mere feet from him. Simultaneously, Wu Yongzhen staggered, his complexion paling, a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Wu Yongzhen had achieved the status of a grandmaster for many years, having only reached the spirit-gathering realm in his youth, at most a half-step grandmaster, a significant disparity. However, the scene before him nearly overturned his understanding. Wu Yongzhen's heart was equally tumultuous. He had never felt so beleaguered even when battling grandmasters of higher realms. Now, he found himself on the brink of despair, pursued by a mere boy who had yet to reach the grandmaster level. Was he truly to flee? Wu Yongzhen's heart was in turmoil. Theo be driven to escape by a spirit-gathering realm opponent would become the laughingstock of his life. Even if he were to eventually break through to the Fateful realm, the humiliation would remain. Yet, if he did not flee, that last strike had already pushed him to his limits. His insides churned painfully, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Standing atop the tree, he gazed down at the boy below with a complex expression. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow, murmuring, as expected of a grandmaster. He actually withstood the peak heaven and earth dual absolute / With that, his expression grew serious as he slowly ascended to the same height as Wu Yongzheng, hovering in midair. His eyes glimmered with a fierce radiance, and an overwhelming aura of blade intent surged from him. This strike was the pinnacle of the second tier, Flying Dragon Ghost Blade. Jiang Wushuang focused on the middle-aged man in the black robe across from him, whispering softly the moment Wu Yongzheng was locked onto by the boy's spiritual consciousness. He felt as though he was being targeted by an ancient beast, his heart racing with dread. Observing the boy hovering in the air, his sleeves billowing without wind, and feeling an aura of blade intent far stronger than before, Wu Yongzheng's eyes widened in shock and horror. He stammered, attempting to speak. But when he saw the blade shadow descending from the clouds, he was so terrified that he turned and fled. The overwhelming Flying Dragon Ghost Blade seemed poised to cleave the heavens apart. This was Jiang Wushuang's strongest strike, enhanced by the insights gained from the last encounter with the eternal Chang old monster of the Honglian sect. Not only had he elevated it to its peak, but with a portion of true essence supporting it, its power had increased several-fold compared to before. As the blade descended, the air trembled, and the ground split apart. A mountain peak directly ahead was cleaved in two, revealing a massive chasm dozens of feet wide. Jiang Wushuang hovered in the air, his gaze sharp. He saw the chasm's end. The middle-aged man in black, disheveled and battered, was struggling to rise from the ground. His face was etched with terror, completely devoid of the Grandmaster's previous demeanor. After getting up, he wasted no time and turned to flee into the distance. The joy he had felt while chasing Jiang Wushuang was now replaced with frantic speed in his escape. Jiang Wushuang watched the fleeing figure, his brow slightly raised. It was evident that Grandmasters were not so easily slain. At once, he took to the air, pursuing the retreating figure. Simultaneously, blade lights flew from him, striking at the fleeing man. The ground shook with thunderous roars. Xie Qingqing, feeling the receding thunderous sounds, stared blankly at the figure in the distance. It wasn't until the chase had vanished that she finally reacted. The Grandmaster fled? Nearby, Ning Yunlong was also dumbfounded. Everything occurring before him shattered his preconceived notions. If anyone were to tell him that a spirit-gathering realm could not challenge a Grandmaster, he would slap them and insist that it was merely a matter of circumstance. Beside him, Su Tianlin gaped in astonishment, staring off into the distance. Since Wu Yongzheng's arrival, he had felt as if a heavy stone had settled upon his chest, unsure of the calamity this monster would unleash. Though Gu Quan had appeared, providing some protection, it was evident he too feared Wu Yongzheng. Now, witnessing the boy drive him away, the weight had finally lifted. Turning to look at Gu Quan, he saw a complex expression filled with shock and disbelief. After a long moment, Gu Quan sighed softly. I am outdone by a boy of the spirit-gathering realm? With that, he wore a bitter smile. Under the vast sky, a boy soared through the air, occasionally striking down with his sword. The blade light relentlessly pursued the fleeing figure in black. Despite the middle-aged man becoming increasingly beleaguered from the attacks, he continued to escape with great difficulty. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the figure, once again rising from the dust, and sighed softly. He had to admit that defeating a Grandmaster and killing one were two entirely different matters. While he had bested Wu Yongzheng, pursuing him proved challenging. Especially now that Wu Yongzheng was burning his life essence to flee, the situation became even more complicated. After breaking through to the Grandmaster level, not only did the true essence become formidable, but one's vitality also grew remarkably resilient. Although Wu Yongzheng had endured several attacks, his speed had only diminished slightly, if not for the fact that Jiang Wushuang could soar and was not slow on his feet. He might have truly escaped out of course. It was unprecedented for a spirit-gathering realm to pursue a Grandmaster. That he could reach such a point was already astonishing. While the pursuit of a Grandmaster was challenging, Jiang Wushuang had no intention of letting the middle-aged man in black escape. This individual had provoked him without cause. Had he not been far stronger than a typical spirit-gathering realm, he would have been dispatched long ago in the cave. Did he think he could capture him and refine a blood pool? He feared he might come back with his life, only to lose it. After chasing for a while, he noticed the speed of the black-robed figure had noticeably slackened, and his evasive actions had become significantly slower. Finally, under another strike of the flying dragon ghost blade, the middle-aged man in black was sent flying, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Once he landed, Wu Yongzheng did not attempt to flee again. To be precise, he could no longer escape. He lay half-reclined on the ground, bloodied, one leg a gruesome sight with bones exposed, the other half missing. His eyes were filled with a cold glare as he watched the boy approach step by step, mixed with a hint of regret. Upon hearing the news of the Red Fire Xianji, he had thought it would be an easy acquisition. Little did he expect that an inconspicuous boy would change everything, leading to his own demise. "Who are you? Are you from the court? The four great holy sects?" Wu Yongzheng asked in a low voice. The boy's terrifying talent and strength undoubtedly had significant backing. He sought clarity even in death. "Are you from the 6 sects of the demon path?" Wu Yongzheng's eyes narrowed as he regarded the approaching figure. The boy's blade technique was both domineering and sinister, likely linked to the demon path, and only the 6 sects of the demon path could nurture such a talent. However, the boy did not respond. He merely raised his blade and struck. "Dead men need not know so much," Jiang Wushuang murmured, gazing at the lifeless form below. On this day, several groups at Silver Creek Mountain witnessed a shocking scene. A boy pursued a grandmaster for 50 miles, ultimately slaying him outside Silver Creek Mountain. Chapter 74. Second Tier Mysterious Void Palm. Once again, he was mistaken for a member of the demon cult. Jiang Wushuang looked at the corpse of the black-robed man, letting out a wry smile. This wasn't entirely surprising. The moment the heaven and earth dual absolute slash was unleashed, the air filled with malevolence, making it difficult to avoid misunderstandings. Though the flying dragon ghost blade was not as sinister, it still bore differences from the orthodox sex techniques. In truth, he also desired to acquire some orthodox techniques. However, within the Demon Suppression Tower, he found himself surrounded by either the demon cult's fiends, or those who had committed numerous atrocities. It proved quite challenging. After shaking his head, Jiang Wushuang extended his hand to absorb the memories drifting from the corpse of the middle-aged man in black. As images flashed before his eyes, he gained some understanding of the grandmaster named Wu Yongzheng. Though he had not joined the demon cult, his actions were no different from those of their fiends. It turned out he was merely at the second layer of grandmaster. Jiang Wushuang was somewhat surprised. He had presumed his strength would be at least at the 3rd or 4th layer. To learn, it was only the 2nd layer was unexpected. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Although Jiang Wushuang had easily defeated him, killing him had required considerable effort. This was primarily due to the insurmountable chasm between the spirit-gathering realm and the grandmaster level. Only a freak like him could slay a grandmaster while still at half-step grandmaster. Moreover, he had pursued a grandmaster all the way, ultimately slaying him. Wu Yongzheng had been trapped at the 2nd layer of grandmaster for many years, unable to break through. Upon hearing news of the Red Fire Xianji, he rushed over, hoping to use the spiritual treasure to overcome his predicament and reach the 3rd layer. Having always been a plunderer, he thought the Red Fire Xianji would be easily within reach. Little did he know he would encounter a formidable opponent, leading to his own demise. After briefly reviewing the memories, Jiang Wushuang checked his attribute panel and noticed a new entry under martial arts. Martial technique. Mysterious Void Palm, 2nd tier, realm. Great completion, 6,210,000. Only the 2nd tier? Jiang Wushuang was somewhat taken aback. He had already experienced the power of this palm technique, which was indeed extraordinary. However, to only be 2nd tier was unexpected. Yet, upon consideration, it was understandable. Wu Yongzheng had not joined any sect. He was merely a rogue cultivator, and obtaining a 2nd tier martial technique was already quite impressive. 1st tier martial techniques were typically only possessed by major sects, regarded as their ultimate skills, and could not be practiced by non-core individuals. Thus, it was hardly likely to fall into the hands of outsiders. He immediately elevated the mysterious Void Palm from the Great Completion realm to its peak. Though its power might be slightly inferior to the Flying Dragon Ghost Blade, it was undoubtedly a legitimate orthodox martial technique. In the future, it could serve as a fade, preventing him from being constantly mistaken for a demon. While he was indifferent to such perceptions, in certain special situations, It could be inconvenient to use the flying dragon ghost blade and similar techniques. After contemplating the corpse of the black-robed man, Jiang Wushuang glanced back at Silver Creek Mountain. Despite some unexpected events, the gains were substantial. Not only had he acquired 2 red fire Xianji, but he had also obtained a second-tier martial technique. Calculating the time, his 3 days of leave were nearly up. It was time to return to the Demon Suppression Tower. Outside Silver Creek Mountain, 50 miles west, lay a small village. A group of hunters, subsisting on hunting at the periphery of Silver Creek Mountain, resided here. Rarely did outsiders come by, however. In recent days, figures wielding swords and blades frequently passed through, heading towards Silver Creek Mountain. Many hunters had seen these individuals, effortlessly slaying enormous beasts with a mere wave of their hands, leaving them in an elderly hunter in the village, noticing the constant flow of travelers resting at the village entrance, set up a tea stall with several tables and long benches, providing a place for weary travelers to rest and earning a few coins in the process. One day, a large group of individuals emerged from Silver Creek Mountain, gathering at the tea stall. Even though the long benches were filled, many stood outside, eager to hear an elder recount the events that had transpired within the mountain. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That boy soared through the air, following the black-robed grandmaster, slaughtering all in his path. How could it be false? The elder, with graying hair and beard, was passionately debating with others. Zhao elder, you must be joking, a boy soaring through the air. How could there be such a young Fate-Will powerhouse? Furthermore, why would a Fate-Will powerhouse come for the red fire Xianji? A young man wielding a long sword, standing to the side due to lack of space, spoke up. Many around nodded in agreement with the young man's words. Although the elder was a sect elder, what he spoke seemed too fantastical, making it hard to believe. Zhao elder speaks the truth. We too witnessed it. That black-robed grandmaster is Wu Yongjing of Flame Cloud Mountain. A voice echoed from outside the tea stall, prompting everyone to turn and look. 3 elder-like figures stood there, with the leading one continuing. That boy pursued Wu Yongjing for dozens of miles. Not only did we see it, but many others in Silver Creek Mountain did as well. Quickly, people recognized the identities of the 3, and their expressions began to change. Since the 3 elders of the Luo Shui sect had also witnessed the events, there was no longer any doubt. It was undoubtedly true. The thought that Wu Yongjing, the Grandmaster of Flame Cloud Mountain, had been slain. Who on earth was that boy? How could a mere youth possess the strength of a fate wheel? Had he undergone some transformation? No, the boy is not a fate wheel powerhouse. He merely possesses a flying martial technique. He isn't even a Grandmaster. Just a spirit gathering realm killing a grandmaster? How could that be possible? The boy must be hiding something. This is absolutely impossible. At the edge of the tea stall, a figure with long hair adorned with 3 jade hairpins stood with her back to the crowd, cradling a sleeping infant. The cup of tea she had raised hovered in midair as if petrified, never reaching her lips. The black-robed grandmaster was Wu Yongjing, and he was slain by a mere boy? Lu Xuanji's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Initially, she thought the death of the black-robed grandmaster would spell trouble for the boy, yet the outcome was entirely different. Her very understanding had been upended. Had I known he was that powerful, I should have attached myself to him. As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Xuanji couldn't help but smile, shaking her head, as people from Silver Creek Mountain gradually left. News of a boy slaying a grandmaster spread rapidly. In the Demon Suppression Tower, within the stone chamber, a second-layer guard was listening to his subordinates report on the news of the red fire Xianji. Although he ultimately chose not to go, he remained vigilant regarding related information, so as not to miss any opportunities should circumstances change. After the news of the red fire Xianji emerged, numerous sects dispatched people to search, leading to conflicts among some sections. His subordinates relayed the relevant information to the guard seated in front. The guard nodded slowly, his expression unchanged. The allure of the red fire Xianji was too great. Major sects would naturally not remain indifferent. Several grandmasters had also ventured forth, including Wu Yongjing of Flame Cloud Mountain and Gu Quan of the Return to One sect. The subordinate continued. A look of seriousness appeared on the guard's face. His previous suspicions were confirmed. Grandmasters were indeed stirred. 2 Red Fire Xian, she had been consumed by an unknown boy, and the Flame Cloud Mountain Grandmaster had sought to take them back to refine a blood pool, only to be slain outside Silver Creek Mountain. Upon hearing this, the guard abruptly stood, his face displaying a myriad of emotions. What? A Grandmaster has perished? His eyes brimmed with astonishment, unable to regain his composure. While he had anticipated grandmasters would vie for possession, he had not foreseen one losing their life. Clearly, the struggle for the red fire Xianji was far more brutal than he had imagined. The guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved he had not chosen to participate. Chapter 75. 3 great forbidden grounds within the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Jiang Wushuang sat cross-legged in his dwelling. Before him floated a ghostly figure. Under his mental control, the spirit passed through the stone door, wandering the second layer to collect cultivation points. After finishing the second layer, the spirit flew towards the first layer. Simultaneously, Jiang Wushuang glanced at his attribute panel. Strength. Spirit gathering 9th layer, 890500, 100, 0000. He was merely 100,000 cultivation points away from the Grandmaster realm. Before heading to Silver Creek Mountain, he had just broken through to the 8th layer of spirit gathering. Though the 2 red fire Xianji had not allowed him to reach the Grandmaster level, they had significantly shortened the time required. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, after collecting the cultivation points over the 3 days, he would be ready to break through to Grandmaster. Indeed, once the spirit had collected from both the first and second layers, his cultivation points increased by over 100,000, more than sufficient for a breakthrough to Grandmaster. However, he did not rush to make the leap. He had previously heard that such a major realm breakthrough often brought forth unusual phenomena. To avoid causing a disturbance within the Demon Suppression Tower, he decided to wait until he had dispersed his energy before finding a suitable place outside the tower to slowly break through. Just as Jiang Wushuang entered the Gue cell block, he heard Tangbu's voice behind him. "You brat, you've finally arrived. The divine capturing camp just sent over new prisoners for you to handle." Turning around, he saw Tangbu and another demon suppression guard bringing in an elderly man bound with restraining chains. The old man was grotesque, bearing the marks of punishment, with 2 front teeth missing. Yet he continued to struggle against his captors. The more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. "Brother Tang, I'll take over." Jiang Wushuang smiled and stepped forward. Although he had taken 3 days off, the responsibilities still fell on Tangbu and the others, and he felt a bit guilty for slacking. He decided that once he reached the Grandmaster realm, he would treat a few of them to drinks at Chunyu Tower. Jiang Wushuang took the criminal from the hands of the 2 men and activated him. To his surprise, the man turned out to be a Grandmaster, instantly granting him 6,000 cultivation points. He then cast the man into the formation. The old man fell to the ground, glaring at the group and hurling insults. "You ignorant children dare to treat me this way. One day, I shall capture your souls and devour your bones." Before he could finish, Jiang Wushuang swiftly activated the soul refinement array. The ugly old man's expression twisted as he spoke. "Brother Tang, where did you capture this Grandmaster?" Jiang Wushuang asked, manipulating the array while conversing with Tangbu, who sat nearby. Tangbu smiled and shook his head, replying, "This Jimu Daoist was seeking his own demise, venturing into the forbidden lands of the Great Qian. Does he not cherish his life?" Jiang Wushuang was slightly taken aback. The 3 forbidden areas of Great Qian were places where ordinary people would avoid at all costs, yet someone dared to trespass. Which forbidden area was it? He casually inquired, but immediately felt it was a redundant question. The 3 forbidden areas of Great Qian were the Demon Suppression Tower, the Imperial Tombs, and the Sea of the Dead Gods. The Sea of the Dead Gods was located thousands of miles to the north of Great Qian, making it impossible for this individual to have ventured there. It was not only a forbidden area, but also a place where martial artists perished. Those who dared enter often did not return. The other 2 forbidden areas, the Demon Suppression Tower, were situated within the Imperial City, heavily guarded. Only criminals would attempt to escape from there. No one would be foolish enough to invade. Thus, the so-called Jimu Daoist must have dared to intrude into the Imperial Tombs. Indeed, Tangbu shot him a knowing glance. Jiang Wushuang had to concede that the Great Qian Imperial Tombs were a source of trouble. 10 years ago, the Sanluo sect unleashed chaos in Great Qian, aiming to breach the Imperial Tombs, and they actually succeeded, causing tremendous turmoil. Though ultimately, the forces of Great Qian managed to suppress the Sanluo sect, they suffered significant losses. Rumor had it that since then, Great Qian's fortunes had waned. A trace of doubt crept into Jiang Wushuang's heart. What kind of secrets lay buried there that compelled so many to risk their lives to intrude? Among the memories of the criminals he had received, there were mentions of the Imperial Tombs, but they were merely fragments, lacking valuable content. After an hour of operating the soul refinement array, the ugly old man was no longer so arrogant. merely closing his mouth and glaring coldly at the others. After dealing with the Jiamu Daoist, Jiang Wushuang sat down to rest. Having advanced to a half-step grandmaster, and with the spiritual energy provided by 2 red fire mysterious herbs, the divine infant in his sea of energy had multiplied in strength. His spiritual consciousness was now comparable to that of an ordinary grandmaster. Coupled with the peak first grade 9 cauldron soul refinement, he could conceal his spiritual thoughts even from grandmasters. Just as he absent-mindedly scanned the second floor with his consciousness, he frowned slightly in another interrogation room. A criminal had actually died within the formation. Immediately, he directed a wraith to retrieve the memory inheritance. There lay an emaciated old man, with sunken eyes, motionless within the formation. Nearby, 2 demon suppression guards were checking to see if he was truly dead. Jiang Wushuang had some recollection of this criminal. He remembered interrogating him alongside Tangbu when he was first brought in. Initially, he had appeared to be a dashing young man, but after the formation's treatment, he had transformed into this grotesque old man. The shock had left him speechless. Upon reflection, he realized that the criminal had practiced a transformative martial technique, far superior to any he had encountered before, piquing his interest. Now that this old man had finally perished, he yearned to study this martial skill that could turn an ugly old man into a handsome young gentleman. As he assimilated the memory inheritance, the martial skills section quickly expanded. Martial skill, celestial transformation, 3rd grade, realm. Minor completion, 800-1000. It was actually a 3rd grade skill. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wushuang's eyes. Transformation techniques were regarded as unorthodox by righteous sects and were generally frowned upon. Only evil sects practiced them, and they were often of low quality. The technique called celestial transformation, achieving 3rd grade status, was indeed rare. It was no wonder even the divine capture team had been deceived. Furthermore, the criminal had only reached minor completion. If he were to elevate his realm, even the formidable array they had used could not reveal his true form. Only special artifacts or soul-probing prohibitive formations could see through it. With this thought, Jiang Wushuang proceeded to elevate celestial transformation from minor completion to major completion, and then to peak completion. Satisfied, he nodded. Now, in his hands, even a life wheel expert would struggle to discern its authenticity. At last, a day's duty at the Demon Suppression Tower came to an end. After dispersing, he exited the tower and traversed the bustling streets, heading towards the outskirts of the imperial city. Looking up at the night sky, he noticed the full moon. It was an opportune time to break through to Grandmaster. Chapter 76. Who dares to challenge the Grandmaster? Beneath the night sky, a rugged man exited the imperial city, heading westward. Jiang Wushuang marveled at the transformative power of celestial transformation, as even he could scarcely recognize himself. Coupled with the concealment technique that masked his cultivation, he appeared as an ordinary farmer anxiously returning home. After walking several dozen miles, he arrived at the edge of a lake. He stood by the water's edge, where the moonlight shimmered upon the surface. Ever since reaching half-step Grandmaster, his enhanced spiritual perception allowed him to sense the rich spiritual energy in this location, making it an ideal spot for a breakthrough. Having experienced a previous failure, he realized that advancing to Grandmaster required a substantial accumulation of true essence within the body. His last failure had been due to insufficient spiritual energy provided by the 2 red fire mysterious herbs. While lingering by the lake, he noticed 2 figures approaching, a farmer and a woman, the latter cradling a child who seemed unwell, crying and fussing. "Son, Qianshan Temple is just ahead. A visit will do you good." Jiang Wushuang observed the passing figures, momentarily taken aback. He had reached the vicinity of Qianshan Temple. Qianshan Temple was one of the 4 top sects within the Great Qian realm, often referred to as the 4 holy sects. The 4 holy sects maintained a harmonious relationship with Great Qian. During times of crisis, they would lend their assistance. 10 years ago, when the Sanluo sect caused chaos in the imperial tombs, masters from all 4 sects came to suppress the evil. Naturally, the 4 holy sects also enjoyed the protection of Great Qian. In times of peril, Great Qian would not turn a blind eye. However, this particular Qianshan Temple was not the main temple, but rather one of its branches. Qianshan Temple was bustling with devotees. When the common folk faced minor ailments or misfortunes, they would come to light incense and pray for blessings. The monks within would also lend their aid. Jiang Wushuang gazed toward the direction of Qianshan Temple, furrowing his brow slightly. He wondered if his breakthrough to Grandmaster would attract the attention of the temple. Although there were numerous such branch temples throughout Great Qian, merely serving as places for the populace to pray, who knew if there were powerful experts stationed there? Nevertheless, he could not afford to ponder such matters too much. He had discovered this excellent location for a breakthrough and was unwilling to abandon it. After some contemplation, he decided to walk around the lake, reaching its other side. The spiritual energy here was even denser and situated over 10 miles away from Qianshan Temple, and no matter the commotion, it was unlikely to reach there as he infused over 100,000 cultivation points into his being. His true energy surged rapidly within him, as if drawn by an unseen force. The whirlpool in his sea of energy, which had previously ceased its motion, began to spin again, and its speed increased at the same time. A fierce wind arose around Jiang Wushuang, and the spiritual energy from all directions rushed toward him. A massive vortex of energy formed above his head, gathering into a colossal cyclone. Tendrils of spiritual energy penetrated his crown, flowing into his body, and through the guidance of his true energy, they entered the sea of energy, merging into the whirlpool. The whirlpool began to radiate golden light. Soon, a drop of golden true essence dripped into the sea of energy, creating ripples of golden waves in Qianshan Temple, within an ancient meditation room. An old monk sat cross-legged on a mat, reciting scriptures. Despite the wind howling outside, a lamp in front of him remained undisturbed, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. The door to the meditation room slowly creaked open, and a young monk with a shaved head entered reverently, carrying a scripture. He carefully placed the scripture before the old monk, but due to nervousness and fatigue, he accidentally bumped into the oil lamp. Fortunately, he was quick enough to steady it. When the young monk turned to look at the old monk, he saw him slowly opening his eyes. The old monk's gaze seemed to spark with electricity, causing the young monk's eyes to sting. Fortunately, this sensation passed quickly, revealing a kind expression in the old monk's eyes. The young monk immediately clasped his hands together and bowed his head in respect. The old monk was Master Hongji, the abbot of Qianshan Temple. He had been stationed there for 10 years, subduing all demons that dared to create chaos. "Why is it so tumultuous outside?" Master Hongji inquired, his voice soft yet invigorating, dispelling the young monk's fatigue. "Abbot, several devotees have come to pray for blessings due to illness," the young monk replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Master Hongji's brow slightly furrowed, and a hint of concern flickered in his eyes as he chanted a mantra. The nearby young monk immediately followed suit, understanding the abbot's worries. Qianshan Temple was situated atop a mountain, and it was unusual for people to ascend at night seeking blessings. This indicated they faced numerous misfortunes. Such occurrences had not happened before, but had become increasingly frequent in recent years. Ever since the Sanluo sect wreaked havoc in the imperial tombs a decade ago, Great Qian's fortunes had been in decline. For 10 years, this trend had shown no signs of abating. Was it possible that Great Qian's fate was truly at an end? Master Hongji sighed softly. The young monk looked puzzled and, after a moment's silence, said, "Abbot, why worry? How does Great Qian's fortune relate to us at Qianshan Temple?" Master Hongji turned his gaze to the young monk, shaking his head. As one of the 4 holy sects, Qianshan Temple shares the fate of Great Qian. If Great Qian falls, how could we at Qianshan Temple fare any better? If it truly is the end of our fortune, not only we, but even the common folk of Great Qian will face calamity. After saying this, Master Hongji's concern deepened. Although he could see through Great Qian's fortunes, fate was determined by the heavens, and even as a grandmaster, he could do nothing to alter it. The meditation room fell silent, and the young monk stood quietly beside him, not daring to speak further. A gust of wind swept through the window, causing the oil lamp's flame to flicker. The young monk hurried over to close the window but was stopped by Master Hongji. To the young monk, it merely seemed like a strong wind outside. However, in Master Hongji's eyes, the lamp flame was unaffected by the usual wind, as it lay under the protection of his spiritual consciousness. "Is this a demonic wind?" Master Hongji rose from the mat and moved to the window, his gaze fixed on the leaves dancing in the wind outside, his brow furrowing slowly. "No. Someone is absorbing spiritual energy." Breaking through to Grandmaster, Master Hongji was taken aback, astonished. The flickering flame of the oil lamp danced with the movement, causing the meditation room to flicker between light and darkness. Master Hongji's gaze turned toward the direction of Qianshan Lake. To draw such a massive amount of spiritual energy, I must see who is daring to break through to Grandmaster. The young monk stood beside him, astonished. The abbot, usually calm and composed, was now so agitated, piquing his curiosity. Just as he turned to inquire further, the young monk found himself stunned. The space beside him was empty. The abbot had vanished, his brow furrowed. The young monk's gaze followed the direction the abbot had just taken, looking toward Qianshan Lake. Based on the abbot's reaction, something significant was surely occurring there. Chapter 77. The Child of Fortune. Under the night sky, a figure swiftly descended from Qianshan Temple toward the lake. The surrounding trees swayed violently in the wind, and leaves flew toward Qianshan Lake. The closer Master Hongji approached the lake, the more astonished he became. He had never imagined that advancing to Grandmaster could create such a tremendous phenomenon. Reflecting on his own breakthrough, which had only drawn in spiritual energy within a 100-foot radius, he shook his head. Compared to the tens of miles of energy being summoned now, it was on an entirely different scale. Who could this martial genius from a sect be? Master Hongji felt an increasing curiosity as he sensed the intensifying spiritual energy. In the past decade, the number of martial talents arising in Great Qian had been few and far between. He had heard rumors of some, but the one he suspected was likely from the royal family of Great Qian. Master Hongji muttered softly, going through the names of the martial geniuses he knew, concluding that only the royal family member was closest to this location. Moments later, Master Hongji finally reached the edge of Qianshan Lake, but the source of the gathered spiritual energy lay across the lake. He gazed out, where, under the dim night sky, a faint light flickered in the distance. If a genius from the Great Qian royal family had emerged, perhaps they could halt the decline of their fortunes. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Master Hongji's eyes. Without hesitation, he lightly tapped the water's surface with his toes, walking across the lake toward the distant light. To an ordinary observer, this scene would be nothing short of miraculous. In reality, Master Hongji was merely concentrating his true essence at his feet. As he drew closer to the opposite shore, he beheld a massive funnel-shaped cyclone suspended in the night sky. The cyclone spun rapidly, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Beneath it, a man sat cross-legged, absorbing the vast amounts of spiritual energy. Master Hongji stood on the water's surface, entranced by the scene before him. Were he to be subjected to such overwhelming spiritual energy, he would have been overwhelmed. Yet this man seemed insatiable, as if he were an abyss that could never be filled. The man radiated a brilliant glow, as though he were undergoing a rebirth, and divine light shimmered around him. A fierce wind howled, forcing Master Hongji to squint his eyes, as an invisible barrier seemed to prevent him from advancing any further. He realized that only by using his true essence could he push through. He could hardly fathom the terror that would accompany this man's ascension to Grandmaster. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed above the man's head, and a golden beam shot down, enveloping him entirely. The man shone with brilliance beneath the golden light, exuding an otherworldly aura. Master Hongji was left speechless, momentarily forgetting to control his true essence, and fell right into Qianshan Lake. When he emerged from the water, soaked to the bone, he paid no mind to his disheveled state. His eyes filled with shock as he gazed at the man surrounded by golden light. This individual was receiving the blessings of heaven, the power of fortune. Master Hongji's expression was one of disbelief. Fortune is the most mysterious force in the universe. When fortune flourishes, it can cause a dynasty to thrive for a millennium. When it wanes, it can lead to chaos and the rise and fall of empires. Master Hongji had only heard of fortune but had never witnessed it directly. Now, feeling the sanctity of the golden light, his heart trembled. That was the power of the Tao, a force beyond human resistance. After a long moment, Master Hongji clasped his hands together, gazing at the man enveloped in golden light, trembling with joy as he exclaimed, "This child is indeed the child of fortune. Truly, heaven favors Great Qian. The fortunes of Great Qian shall change because of this person." Within the golden light, Jiang Wushuang felt the benefits bestowed upon him and was momentarily stunned. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy washed over him, causing immense discomfort, far greater than the previous experience of consuming 2 scarlet fire mysterious herbs. He could scarcely fathom whether he would withstand such a tremendous impact if he had not already reached the threshold of a half-step master. Yet, just moments prior, he felt an inexplicable connection to an unknown force. Subsequently, a radiant golden light enveloped him. As the golden glow descended, it was as if he had transcended from the depths of hell to an ethereal paradise. The discomfort that plagued him vanished in an instant, and the golden light permeated his being, coursing throughout his entire body. The areas refined by the golden light saw their wounds miraculously heal, and the golden essence merged with his bones and meridians. Within his dantian, the divine infant, suspended amidst the golden true essence, greedily absorbed the luminous energy. Initially resembling an infant, the contours of the divine infant's features, eyes, nose, and more, began to manifest rapidly, visibly maturing in mere moments, at the same time. A golden sun symbol burned itself onto the infant's forehead. Was this an omen of ascension to masterhood? Jiang Wushuang was astounded. Regardless of the circumstances, the golden light seemed to bestow upon him immeasurable benefits. However, the magnitude of this occurrence exceeded his wildest expectations. Did others also experience such commotion upon achieving masterhood? Jiang Wushuang found himself murmuring in curiosity. Then, he witnessed the final drop of golden true essence drip from his dantian, and the swirling vortex dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, the golden light in the sky dimmed, until it ultimately vanished into the night. Jiang Wushuang felt an unprecedented power coursing through him. He had finally become a master. Meanwhile, an unusual event transpired in one of the three great forbidden areas of Deqian, the imperial tomb. In a dim corner of the tomb, a flicker of golden light emanated a feeble glow. Surrounding it, vast billows of dark clouds attempted to engulf it. With each flash of golden light, the dark clouds were repelled. Yet with every retreat, a portion of the golden glow was consumed by the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a colossal beam of golden light descended from the heavens, shattering the dark clouds in an instant. The previously weak golden light blossomed under the illumination of the beam, brightening the entire imperial tomb. Within the light pillar, a nearly tangible mass of golden energy shifted continuously, as if something was bound within. Ultimately, the golden light morphed into a long silhouette, adorned with horns atop its head and claws sprouting from its body. A magnificent golden dragon. As the light beam faded, the golden dragon soared majestically above the tomb, devouring the remaining dark clouds. An elderly, trembling voice echoed within the tomb. The golden dragon of fortune has re-emerged, and I, the old man, have waited a decade, and the golden dragon of fortune has finally been reborn. Chapter 78. Gathering at Golden Mountain Temple atop Qianshan Lake, the vast cyclone had dissipated, leaving a flurry of fallen leaves dancing upon the breeze and settling onto the lake surface. Master Hongji fixed his gaze upon the young man on the lake's shore, his entire being frozen in astonishment. Despite the peculiar phenomenon having vanished, the shock upon his face lingered for an extended period. Only when an overwhelmingly powerful divine sense enveloped him did he snap back to reality. I am Master Hongji. He quickly introduced himself to the figure on the shore. Given the opportunity to meet the child of fortune, he naturally wished to cultivate a connection. Simultaneously, he was filled with immense astonishment, realizing that the individual had just attained masterhood, yet possessed a divine sense magnitudes beyond his own. Truly, the child of fortune was a remarkable entity. Even among masters, their strength was unparalleled. Just as he was brimming with anticipation to learn the other's identity, he was taken aback as the figure on the shore, without turning back, swiftly flew away into the distance. When he prepared to lock onto the individual with his divine sense, he found that he had already lost all trace. Gone? Departed? Master Hongji stood upon the lake, his expression frozen in disbelief. The individual had left in such haste, clearly unwilling to engage with him. Watching the direction in which they vanished, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes before he turned to head toward Qianshan Temple. At Qianshan Temple, a young monk stood guard at the mountain gate, his brow furrowed with unease as his gaze remained fixed on the staircase leading down the mountain. After a while, the young monk spotted a figure approaching from below, and a smile broke across his face as he hurried to greet them. Abbot, you have finally returned. The young monk wished to inquire about the events at Qianshan Lake, but he noticed Master Hongji's serious demeanor as he made his way directly to the temple's main hall. He instructed the young monk to wait at the mountain gate, indicating that a distinguished guest was arriving. The young monk looked up at the night sky, puzzled as to why a noble guest would come at such a late hour. However, moments later, a series of individuals rushed up from the mountain below. Some were clad in splendid garments, while others donned the official attire of Deqian. Each one exuded a powerful presence, all being masters. The young monk was so frightened that he stood at the mountain gate, hardly daring to breathe. The arrivals wore grave expressions, and without exchanging a word, they headed straight for the main hall. The doors of the main hall were tightly shut. After a full hour, The doors finally creaked open, as those who had entered emerged. The heavy solemnity they bore earlier had lifted, replaced by expressions of joy. Having served alongside the abbot for many years, the young monk knew that masters typically concealed their emotions. Yet now, the excitement radiating from these masters was unmistakable, fueling his curiosity about the events that had transpired at Qinshan Lake. Although he was unaware of the specifics, one thing was certain. It had to be a momentous occasion. After bidding farewell to the guests, Master Hongji stood at the mountain gate, gazing towards Qinshan Lake, lost in thought. Unable to contain his curiosity, the young monk spoke up, "Abbot, who were they?" Expecting Master Hongji to ignore his inquiry as usual, he was surprised when the abbot, breaking from his usual demeanor, smiled and replied, "They are masters of significant standing within Deqian, two of whom hail from the Demon Suppression Tower and the Divine Capture Camp." Though the young monk had suspected the visitors were of high status, he was still taken aback. The Divine Capture Camp and the Demon Suppression Tower were the two most crucial institutions in Deqian, one responsible for exterminating demons and the other for guarding against them. The fact that two masters from these organizations had jointly visited Qinshan Temple was indeed extraordinary. "Abbot, what tremendous event has occurred?" the young monk asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Master Hongji smiled faintly, saying, "Indeed, a momentous event has transpired, and it is a fortuitous one. The child of fortune has been born, stirring the very fabric of heaven and earth. Such a significant occurrence has certainly reached the imperial city, and they came seeking the child of fortune, only to find that he seemed reluctant to reveal himself, and left rather early, as the only person to have witnessed the phenomenon firsthand." Master Hongji was in the best position to speak on the matter. The individuals from the imperial city had come to pay their respects. When he recounted the scene he had witnessed, the masters from Deqian stood in stunned silence, their excitement palpable at the same time. He learned from these high-ranking masters that Deqian had no knowledge of the newly ascended masters. This individual was shrouded in mystery, seemingly disconnected from any sect. They speculated about his identity, even drawing connections to the young man who had recently slain a master outside Silver Stream Mountain. The Divine Capture Camp had also conducted an investigation and discovered that the young man appeared as if he had materialized from thin air, with no one aware of his origins. Although Master Hongji had not seen a young man but rather a man in his 30s, the two bore notable similarities. Who could say if he had altered his appearance? After an hour of discussion, they had yet to reach any conclusions, unable to ascertain whether the two were indeed the same person. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed that the child of fortune's continued mystery was beneficial. After all, revealing his identity would make him a target for the 6 sects of demonic paths, which could threaten Deqian's fortunes once more. Oh, what momentous event! The young monk's curiosity was piqued. However, Master Hongji offered no further response, merely chanting a Buddhist mantra before retreating into Qinshan Temple. Unbeknownst to him, he had stirred the tranquility of Qinshan Temple in a secluded grove. Jiang Wushuang had sprinted to this spot before finally halting. In truth, he had noticed the monk approaching long before he arrived. But seeing no malice in his demeanor, he chose to ignore him. The reason he had fled previously was that he sensed several powerful auras swiftly approaching the imperial city. While the commotion caused by his ascension to masterhood had been somewhat excessive, he did not wish to be the center of attention. Previously, he might have found it challenging to evade the scrutiny of masters, but now, having ascended to masterhood and possessing the techniques of divine concealment and heavenly transformation, he could effortlessly shroud himself from sight. Was this what it meant to be a master? Having not had the opportunity to fully appreciate the changes that came with his ascension, Jiang Wushuang began to examine himself closely, only to be astounded. Every bone within him pulsed with golden light, having undergone a complete transformation. His skin was as smooth as an infant's, yet paradoxically, it had become exceptionally resilient, at least dozens of times more so. Every part of his being seemed to have been refined, rendering him extraordinarily perfect. His entire aura had shifted dramatically. Had it not been for the heavenly transformation technique, he felt he would not have been able to return to the Demon Suppression Tower. After all, if he were to walk the streets without any disguise, he would undoubtedly draw an overwhelming amount of attention due to his striking handsomeness. Such a transformation was not merely superficial. His newfound strength surged like a primordial beast. A casual wave of his hand could produce a sound akin to an explosive force. The increase in power was beyond comprehension, 100-fold greater than before. The strength he now possessed was terrifying even to him. The divine infant within his dantian had also fully manifested. Now, his divine sense could effortlessly encompass a radius of several dozen miles, while other masters would find it exceedingly difficult to detect him. Compared to a half-step master, the true essence within his dantian had become incomparably purer. The golden liquid flowed within him, subtly hinting at a potential transformation into a solid state. Such a drastic enhancement was simply astonishing. Jiang Wushuang marveled at his newfound power. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of what it meant to be a master. In a wonder, it was said that those in the gathering spirit realm could not challenge a master. Only anomalies could do so. Chapter 79. The Path to Divine Communication. Jiang Wushuang pondered for a moment, contrasting his situation with that of the slain master Wu Yongzhen. He believed that the magnitude of his enhancement was indeed a reflection of his own circumstances. His dantian had always been several times larger than that of others. He had slain a master while still in the half-step master realm, and now, having ascended, the vast true essence within him was far beyond the reach of ordinary masters. Furthermore, the ascension to masterhood was inherently a process of metamorphosis and rebirth. Under the cleansing influence of the overwhelming spiritual energy, he had once again distanced himself from ordinary masters. The peculiar golden light had also imparted immense benefits upon him. All these factors contributed to his meteoric rise in power. Feeling a surge of energy within him that demanded release, Jiang Wushuang could not help but draw his sword skyward, as the blade was unsheathed. A torrent of sword intent surged through the heavens, causing the temperature around him to plummet, with frost forming in a wide radius. Trees, unable to withstand the invisible pressure, splintered under its weight. A single slash could cleave through the sky, severing the moonlight itself. If previously his strikes had carried the power of a river, now they resonated with the might of mountains, rivers, and seas. A grand and overwhelming force. Recognizing the magnitude of his display, Jiang Wushuang promptly reined in his sword intent. This strike could annihilate life. Within the realm of masters, none could withstand it. Jiang Wushuang's eyes glimmered with excitement. This was merely the heaven and earth dual absolute slash. Were he to unleash a more formidable technique, such as the flying dragon ghost blade, its power would be magnified even further. Subsequently, he contemplated the changes in Songlong 100 refinements. A gentle punch sent ripples through the space before him, unleashing a massive shockwave that surged outward. Jiang Wushuang stared in awe at his surroundings, observing the devastation wrought as trees were uprooted, leaving chaos in their wake. His physical resilience had already reached an extraordinary level within the gathering spirit realm. The cleansing of immense spiritual energy during his ascension to masterhood had amplified this resilience several times over. The subsequent appearance of golden light further infused his skin, bones, and meridians, strengthening him even more. Now, even a regular precious weapon would struggle to leave a mark on him. A mere punch could obliterate an ordinary master like Wu Yongzhen. Yet, what brought Jiang Wushuang the most joy was the transformation of the divine infant. The 9-tripod refinement was indeed a first-rate technique, allowing him to manifest the divine infant's initial form while still in the gathering spirit realm. After being nourished by the spiritual energy during his ascension and absorbing a significant amount of golden light, the divine infant had fully taken shape. Generally, a master would need to break through to the life will realm before they could possess a divine infant. This placed him leagues ahead of ordinary masters in terms of divine sense. Typically, a master's divine sense could only extend a few miles, whereas his could reach out for several dozen miles. Furthermore, he could layer his divine sense onto other techniques, enhancing their power even further, truly extraordinary. The transcendence of a master above the gathering spirit realm was indeed well-founded. After savoring the changes and enhancements within himself, Jiang Wushuang felt elated as he made his way toward the imperial city. Today marked the celebration of his ascension to masterhood, and it was only fitting that he indulge in a feast at Chunyu Tower. The next day, as Jiang Wushuang approached the Guihao district, he noticed several colleagues gathered together in the center. Tangbu was animatedly recounting a tale. "Who did you meet last night?" Jiang Wushuang teased. Recently, Tangbu seemed to have developed a penchant for nocturnal excursions in the imperial city, indulging in music and entertainment. In his words, the nighttime imperial city was stunning, with an abundance of beautiful women and an endless array of delightful experiences. "Little Jiang, were you cooped up in the Demon Suppression Tower again last night?" "You missed quite a spectacle," Tangbu remarked, glancing back at him. "What did you see?" Did the Demon Suppression Tower's captain truly come to life? Someone urged. Tangbu surveyed the eager faces around him, leisurely taking a sip of tea before continuing. Would I lie? I was listening to music when suddenly there was a great commotion outside. Can you guess what I saw? Jiang Wushuang's curiosity piqued. He turned to Tangbu. You've teased us enough. Just tell us what it was. The surrounding individuals gritted their teeth in frustration, wishing they could slap him. Tangbu, noticing their exasperated expressions, chuckled and said, You might not believe me, but last night, a beam of golden light descended from the sky several dozen miles outside the imperial city. Truly miraculous. Immediately, the crowd fell silent, astonished. Is that true? Even the masters were roused. They asked, Do you know what that golden light was? Tangbu shook his head, saying, Some say it was a disturbance caused by demons, while others claim it was a heavenly omen. I can't say for certain. Jiang Wushuang, standing behind the group, listened quietly, his brow furrowing. He had not anticipated that his mere ascension to masterhood would become common knowledge, even reaching the ears of the Demon Suppression Tower. Had the captain of the Demon Suppression Tower been stirred? Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The captain was a master stationed here, overseeing the entire Demon Suppression Tower. The fact that he had been mobilized indicated that this event had indeed shaken one of Deqian's crucial institutions. Fortunately, he had managed to disguise himself using the heavenly transformation technique. Even if a monk had seen him, no one would know his identity. He could continue to remain a low-profile, diligent guard in the Demon Suppression Tower. In a cell within the Guihao district, the figure of the elder demon Hisong, who should have been seated, was now half kneeling before another person. This individual stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his appearance unremarkable, yet his gaze was piercingly bright. Young master, as you said, has Deqian once again given birth to a child of fortune? Hisong's expression shifted constantly, filled with uncertainty. Before him, Dewey frowned, his countenance grim. Whether a child of fortune has been born remains uncertain, but it is undeniable that someone has stirred Deqian's fortunes. The two fell silent for a moment before Hisong spoke solemnly. I never expected that a decade later, there would still be someone capable of influencing Deqian's fortunes. I hope this person does not interfere with our grand plans. Dewey shook his head, saying, It's too early to draw conclusions. The one who stirs the fortunes may not be from Deqian. They could as easily belong to our 6 sects of the demonic path. After all, for over a decade, the only so-called martial genius of Deqian has been that one from the royal family. Any random person from our 6 sects could easily overshadow him. As he spoke, a gleam of intelligence flashed in Dewey's eyes, suggesting he was far from an ordinary practitioner of the Qi realm. Hearing this, Hisong slowly nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we have all witnessed Deqian's declining fortunes. It is impossible for a child of fortune to emerge. With that, he bowed respectfully, declaring, What child of fortune can compare to the young master? They are but insignificant. Young master, you will undoubtedly lead us to accomplish our grand ambitions. Dewey glanced at the old man Hisong and nodded, saying, With your assistance, the Lord of the Underworld shall ascend to divine status. As he spoke, a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued. Our Moria sect has plotted for decades, and we have finally arrived at the Demon Suppressing Tower. Even if the child of destiny is truly born, what of it? 10 years ago, we severed the golden dragon of destiny of the great Qian. Today, we can obliterate the child of destiny. No one can hinder our path to divinity. Chapter 80. The third layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower. The harvest was commendable. Over 50,000 cultivation points had been acquired. Jiang Wushuang observed the increase in his cultivation points and nodded slightly. However, upon examining the cultivation requirements for advancing to the Master Realm, he frowned. Strength. Master Level 1, 02 million. To elevate to the next tier of the Master Realm demanded several million cultivation points. Clearly, the daily increase of several tens of thousands would not suffice. Nevertheless, accumulating 50,000 daily was already the ceiling for the first and second layers of the Demon Suppressing Tower. It was time to enhance the daily influx of cultivation points. Seated in his dwelling cave, Jiang Wushuang gazed at the floating specter before him. According to the system's functionalities, there were 2 methods to acquire cultivation points. Point 1 was to activate the prisoners within the Demon Suppressing Tower, collecting points daily. Although each prisoner offered a modest amount of points, the advantage lay in the daily collection. However, with all targets in the first and second layers activated, the only option left for advancement was to proceed to the third layer. The second method involved slaying powerful foes. Any adversary who perished at his hands presented an opportunity to collect cultivation points. He recalled the last time he devoured the master-level ghost cultivator, Elderda, which netted him a staggering 200,000 points. Killing masters for upgrades was indeed swift, although such martial artists were not commonly encountered. This had to be set aside for now. On the stone wall, a shimmering screen rippled with waves. Before the screen, a specter floated in midair. This was the entrance to the third layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower. Although Jiang Wushuang had failed in his last attempt to control a specter to enter, he was now at the Master Realm, with his divine infant fully formed, and his consciousness rivaling that of those in the Fate Will realm. He decided to try once more. Jiang Wushuang held his breath, concentrating as he guided the specter into the shimmering screen. The specter was exceedingly feeble, akin to a mosquito within the confines of the Demon Suppressing Tower. Any barrier or formation could be traversed with ease. His previous failures stemmed from his weak consciousness. Once the specter entered the third layer, contact was lost. This time, however, it was different. As the specter entered the screen, Jiang Wushuang beheld a stone chamber. Inside the chamber were 4 figures, all at the gathering spirit realm, serving as guardians of this place. Not only were there guardians, but Jiang Wushuang also sensed fluctuations of formations surrounding him. It must be said, the entrance to the third layer was heavily fortified. After guiding the specter through another shimmering screen from the stone chamber, Jiang Wushuang beheld the landscape of the third layer. This was the third layer? Jiang Wushuang inwardly gasped. Though he was viewing everything through the specter, astonishment was evident in his eyes. Before him stood towering peaks reaching the clouds, with bottomless abysses yawning between them. Beneath the abyss lurked ancient ferocious beasts. Through the specter, he could feel an invisible pressure saturating the air. Only because his consciousness was on par with the Fate Will realm could he withstand this oppressive force. A typical master would find their consciousness shattered upon breaching the third layer. The Demon Suppressing Tower was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but marvel. The first layer was an ordinary prison, the second layer a cave, and the third layer transformed into a realm of abysses. His previous conjectures were correct. Each layer was a distinct world. The fact that the Demon Suppressing Tower was regarded as one of the 3 great forbidden areas, alongside the Imperial Tomb and the God Burial Sea, spoke volumes of its mystery. After a moment of wonder, Jiang Wushuang directed the specter to search the third layer. The goal of this venture was to activate the prisoners and gather more cultivation points. As he suspected, the prisoners in the third layer were confined within the abyss, in the pale mist. An iron cage floated mid-air within the abyss. The cage intermittently shimmered with light, and occasionally, thunder would strike, crashing into the iron cage. The lightning coursed through the cage and into the figure within. Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. As expected of the third layer, the power of its formations was exponentially greater than that of the second layer's punishment formations. The prisoners of the second layer could barely endure a few hits before succumbing. Even the prisoners of the third layer lay motionless within the cage. The specter slowly approached, revealing a gaunt old man, barely alive, crouched inside. Only when the lightning struck could one sense a sharp aura emanating from him, contrary to his frail appearance. Collecting 11,000 cultivation points, Jiang Wushuang assessed the increase in points. Deducing that the old man was still within the master realm, likely at the 8th or even 9th layer, he was significantly stronger than the master prisoners of the second layer. After collecting from this one, the specter continued descending into the abyss. Upon collecting another, no more prisoners were found. Subsequently, the specter had no choice but to venture into the adjacent abyss. Within this abyss, 2 more individuals were discovered. Jiang Wushuang noted a common trait among them. Though each appeared barely alive, they provided a substantial amount of cultivation points, each exceeding 10,000. After diving into 4 abysses, he realized that while the third layer lacked demon-suppressing guards, the fluctuations of formations were remarkably potent. Should anyone dare to intrude, the formations alone would be capable of annihilating them without the need for a master guardian. Only one abyss remained. The specter hovered in midair, gazing down at 3 abysses below, one in the center surrounded by 4 others. A total of 7 targets had been activated, yielding over 80,000 cultivation points. I hope to collect a few more from the center, Jiang Wushuang murmured. The prisoners of the third layer were far fewer than he had anticipated. However, it was understandable. Those imprisoned in the third layer were undoubtedly perilous. Those still alive must have their reasons for survival. As the specter descended into the largest abyss, Jiang Wushuang's anticipation gradually shifted to disappointment. This abyss, though vast, yielded no prisoners despite his extensive search. Just as he was about to give up, an immense pressure surged forth, as if an ancient beast lay in hiding. Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow, realizing that the previous sensation of pressure was not solely due to the formations but originated from this very place. As the specter descended, a figure slowly emerged from the surrounding mist. This was Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Before the specter, dozens of thick iron chains extended from the cliffs of the abyss. At the intersection of these chains hung a figure clad in white. Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed once more. The chains, pulsating with formation fluctuations, pierced through the body of the man in white, who hung suspended in midair. He had his head bowed, yet despite being bound by the formidable chains, he bore an air of calmness, appearing undisturbed as if merely asleep. His deep, ocean-like gaze fixed upon the floating specter, revealing a hint of curiosity. Before he smiled slightly and said, "Little one, this is not a place for you. Depart swiftly." Jiang Wushuang's eyes filled with shock. It was noteworthy that when the specter touched the first 7 prisoners, none had reacted. Upon observing the cultivation points offered by the man in white, Jiang Wushuang was momentarily stunned. Collecting 200,000 cultivation points. A staggering amount. Indeed, he internally gasped, his expression frozen. This, a fate will expert? Chapter 81. The 4th layer, Golden Dragon. Jiang Wushuang's mind raced with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the genteel-looking middle-aged man before the specter would be a formidable fate wheel expert. A being beyond the master realm, seldom seen in the world. Retreating, Jiang Wushuang guided the specter cautiously upward from the abyss. Without understanding the background of this individual, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Of course, he knew that he might never have the opportunity to uncover the man's origins, for this was not the 2nd layer, where each prisoner had a record. In the 3rd layer, not a single demon-suppressing guard could be seen, let alone a record to consult. However, whether or not he grasped the man's background was of little consequence. For Jiang Wushuang, the mere act of collecting cultivation points sufficed. True to the reputation of a fate wheel expert, a single individual provided him with 200,000 cultivation points. Unable to suppress a smile, he realized that combined with the over 80,000 from the other 7, the total from the entire 3rd layer had exceeded 200,000. Indeed, the higher he ascended, the greater the rewards. Jiang Wushuang withdrew his gaze from the 5 abysses below and slowly surveyed his surroundings. Shortly, he noticed a faint glimmer in the midst of the white mist. As he drew closer, he discovered the entrance to the 4th layer, suspended in midair. The 4th layer? Jiang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he guided the specter into the shimmering veil. He had expected the specter to fail in entering the 4th layer. However, the connection of consciousness remained intact. The specter found itself enveloped in a chaotic expanse, visibility limited to several feet around. This was the 4th layer? Jiang Wushuang was taken aback, surprised by how easily he had entered. In stark contrast to the heavily guarded entrance of the 3rd layer, this one was devoid of any presence. What manner of prisoners might reside here? Jiang Wushuang pondered curiously as he directed the specter to search within the chaos. However, the chaos seemed boundless, an endless expanse with no conclusion in sight. Simultaneously, he found not a single figure to least provide a prisoner. "I don't want to have come here in vain," Jiang Wushuang muttered in frustration. He couldn't help but wonder if he had wandered into the wrong place. Just as he prepared to retract his consciousness, he finally spotted a faint glimmer in the chaos. As he approached, a golden flicker illuminated the area ahead, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. The specter emerged from the chaos into what appeared to be a newly unveiled spacepoint. 4 array platforms radiated a soft blue light. Beams of azure energy shooting skyward, forming a massive protective dome. Concurrently, bolts of electricity cascaded into the center of the 4 platforms, supporting a small dome several dozen feet high. The golden glow Jiang Wushuang had previously glimpsed emanated from a figure within that small dome. The figure bore a resemblance to the black serpent he had slain at Silver Stream Mountain, yet the horns atop its head were not straight but branched and extended, akin to antlers. Its serpentine body possessed 4 claws, 2 more than the black serpent. Was this a dragon? Jiang Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure within the protective dome, adorned with dragon horns and claws, was undoubtedly a dragon. However, the golden dragon was not corporeal. Rather, it resembled a shimmering mirage of golden light, with intangible golden radiance emanating from its form. The golden dragon continuously slammed against the azure dome, seemingly striving to break free. Yet with each impact, it only left a fleeting golden afterimage in the air, causing the dome to shine brighter without yielding an inch. Strange. Why does this golden dragon seem familiar? After his initial shock, a flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Wushuang's mind. The golden light radiating from the dragon bore a striking similarity to the golden light that had descended from the heavens during his ascension to the Master Realm. Just as he contemplated whether there was a connection between the two, the golden dragon abruptly ceased its assault. Its elongated body stood erect in midair, its 4 golden claws directed toward him. The golden dragon, entirely gilded, fixed its golden gaze upon the suddenly appearing specter. Though Jiang Wushuang was uncertain of what this entity truly was, he sensed an overwhelming hostility emanating from the golden dragon. After staring at the specter for several breaths, the dragon suddenly charged towards it with wild abandon, its golden light intensifying as its form visibly expanded multiple times. The protective dome trembled under the impact. Subsequently, a faint golden beam pierced through the dome, shooting straight toward the specter. Jiang Wushuang's expression shifted slightly, and he was about to maneuver the specter to evade when, in the next moment, the connection between his consciousness and the specter severed. Back in the cave, Jiang Wushuang's expression froze. What just happened? After finally finding a responsive entity in the 4th layer, he lost his specter, the 4th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower. Just moments after the specter was scattered by the golden light, a figure hurriedly emerged from the chaos. It was a middle-aged man clad in brocade, a unique badge of the Demon Suppressing Camp hanging from his waist. Who has provoked the golden dragon of destiny? Qiao Zhuang stared at the golden dragon and the slightly deformed protective dome, his expression shifting dramatically. He swiftly unleashed several strands of true essence from his hands, channeling them into the 4 array platforms. The platforms blazed with brilliance, and 4 beams of azure light surged skyward. The protective dome transformed into a translucent blue hue under the amplification of the beams, while the previously sizable small dome shrank visibly. The enlarged golden dragon gradually returned to its original size, instantly appearing depleted, as though half of its life force had been drained. It ceased its assault on the dome, slowly swaying in midair, leaving behind traces of fading golden light in its wake. Observing this scene, Qiao Zhuang gradually withdrew his true essence, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Strange, no one has approached this area? Qiao Zhuang furrowed his brow. Lost in memory as he gazed at the golden dragon point 10 years prior, the Moria sect had rallied the 6 major demonic sects to assault the Great Qian Imperial Tomb, severing the connection between the golden dragon of destiny and the Great Qian, attempting to annihilate its fate. Fortunately, the Great Qian's profound heritage and the emergence of powerful figures allowed them to suppress the demonic horde in time. However, they ultimately lost control over the golden dragon of destiny, which was then sealed within the Demon Suppressing Tower. It had been 10 years since then. Qiao Zhuang sighed softly. That battle had left the Great Qian in a state of bittersweet victory. The previous commander of the Demon Suppressing Tower had perished in that conflict, after which he had assumed the position and taken charge of the tower. That battle had caused the Great Qian's destiny to wane. Reflecting on the past decade of lurking demons and governmental corruption, Qiao Zhuang's brow furrowed with concern. All these signs indicated that the Great Qian's fate might truly be at an end. However, Qiao Zhuang's brow gradually relaxed, his eyes sparkling with hope. Thankfully, the Child of Destiny has re-emerged, bringing forth a new golden dragon of destiny. The Great Qian shall endure for another millennium. Chapter 82. Bihua Tower. The servant, the 4th layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower, lacks prisoners? Jiang Wushuang frowned, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He was uncertain about the nature of the golden dragon. Whether it harbored animosity toward the specter or rejected his consciousness was unclear. However, it was evident that the specter could not approach. Even if he controlled another specter, it would meet the same fate. It must be said that the deeper one ventured into the Demon Suppressing Tower, the more enigmatic and peculiar it became. Without prisoners, his interest waned. Jiang Wushuang glanced at the increase of over 200,000 cultivation points, nodding in satisfaction. Although the 4th layer yielded no gains, the 3rd layer had proven to be quite fruitful. Yet, with no prisoners above the 4th layer, he would need to devise alternative methods for increasing his cultivation in the future. Jiang Wushuang shook his head. These concerns were for another day. There was no need to dwell on them now. That day, after dispersing his essence, he extended an invitation to Tangbu and a few colleagues to visit Chunyu Tower for drinks, a gesture of appreciation following his earlier absence. Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened, showering him with praise. Only Tangbu stepped forward with a righteous demeanor, declaring, "We, the demon-suppressing guards, are officials. How can we go to a place like Chunyu Tower? If we must go, it should be Bihua Tower. I've heard that a new courtesan has arrived there. Let me take you to see her." The others, captivated by Tangbu's exuberant praise of Bihua Tower, expressed keen interest. Jiang Wushuang, indifferent to the destination, acquiesced, and the group set off toward the brightly lit streets of the imperial city. Within the imperial city, establishments akin to the Chunyu Tower abound. Yet it is the Chunyu Tower that lies in closer proximity to the demon-suppressing tower. The Bihua Tower, in contrast, requires traversing the entire city to reach its opposite side. The imperial city comes alive at night, bustling with merchants arraying their wares along the streets. Amidst the throng, a child dashes past a group of onlookers, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he flits from one vendor to another. Behind him, a couple chases after him, breathless yet beaming with joy. Scanning the scene, one can also spot young maidens wielding oiled paper umbrellas weaving through the crowd, attracting the attention of dapper youths holding paper fans. Fire-breathing performers ignite cheers from the masses. By the lakeside, willows cascade their branches, and boats adorned with lanterns carry pairs of talented scholars and graceful maidens. The vibrancy of this street is truly remarkable, prompting Jiang Wushuang to exclaim, realizing why Tangbu has recently become enamored with nocturnal escapades in the imperial city. This street, known as Yinghua Street, is favored by many noblewomen for evening strolls. Tangbu, drawing closer, placed an arm around Jiang Wushuang's shoulder, urging him to approach any maiden that catches his fancy. As he spoke, envy flickered in his eyes, for he noticed many young ladies casting glances in Jiang Wushuang's direction. Jiang Wushuang chuckled and shook his head. Ever since ascending to the rank of Grand Master, his appearance had undergone a transformation into that of an extraordinary beauty, a fact he endeavored to downplay through the skill of heavenly harmony transformation. After traversing the lively Yinghua Street, the atmosphere shifted to a more subdued ambience. Ahead lay a broad avenue flanked by grand estates, many guarded by sentinels wielding blades, clearly the residences of affluent merchants and high-ranking officials. Common folk passing by felt a tinge of apprehension as Jiang Wushuang approached the entrance of a particularly imposing estate, marked by two colossal stone lions and vibrant red lanterns. His brow furrowed slightly. "Xiao Jiang, do you know this family?" Tangbu inquired, noticing Jiang Wushuang lagging behind, his gaze fixed on the grand gate. "This was once my family's estate," Jiang Wushuang replied with a wry smile, hastening to catch up with Tangbu and the others. Tangbu, taken aback, glanced back at the estate's entrance. They all understood that before Jiang Wushuang's demotion to the demon-suppressing tower, he had been the son of the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Their thoughts turned to sympathy, pondering how he should have been a carefree young man frequenting Yinghua Street. "Do not despair. With your talents, you shall eventually become a commander and reclaim this residence one day," Tangbu encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Jiang Wushuang remained silent, not feeling particularly downcast, as he had never truly belonged to this world, having traversed here from another realm. Although he had assimilated the original owner's memories, the emotions of that former life had not affected him. Previously, he felt no connection to the original owner's family. But now, revisiting this place, he sensed a compelling urge to assist the original owner in some manner. It was time to investigate the case that had preceded his arrival. Jiang Wushuang's eyes narrowed. According to the memories left by the original owner, his father, the right minister, had always been an upright individual, incapable of embezzling funds. Upon his arrival, he had suspected foul play. Encounters with various prisoners in the demon-suppressing tower had further affirmed his belief that something was amiss. However, in the early days of his arrival, he had been preoccupied with survival, leaving no room to ponder these matters. Now, having attained the rank of Grand Master, he felt equipped to delve into this case and do something for the original owner. Before long, under Tangbu's guidance, they arrived at Bihua Tower. Upon entering, Jiang Wushuang was immediately struck by the vibrant atmosphere, far more lively than Chunyu Tower, as patrons flocked to see the new courtesan. "Miss Ruolin." Tangbu led their group to a corner table. "Aren't you going to seek out the courtesan?" Jiang Wushuang queried, noticing that while his colleagues had engaged with ladies, Tangbu remained seated alone. Tang Bu shot him a look of exasperation, declaring, "What do you know? I'm merely here to appreciate the ambience. Besides, with so many here for Miss Ruolin, not everyone can have her." Jiang Wushuang chuckled, understanding that their status and identity were insufficient. After all, to approach such a renowned courtesan, mere wealth was not enough. One needed the stature of a high-ranking official. Ordinary folk could only catch a glimpse of her beauty and indulge in the experience. As commotion erupted, the group turned their gaze to the source, where a breathtaking woman descended from the third floor. Dressed in pink, she exuded an air of untainted nobility, setting her apart from the other courtesans and evoking awe. It was no wonder she had garnered the title of courtesan. Tang Bu gasped quietly, while many nearby called out her name, Miss Ruolin. Jiang Wushuang's attention, however, strayed not to the enchanting lady but to a portly man nearby. "Is that the steward?" Jiang Wushuang's brow knitted in recognition that it was indeed Ma Lu, the steward of the former minister's residence, who had once been a constant presence by his father's side. How could he possibly be here when the entire household had been exiled? Jiang Wushuang's frown deepened as he observed the former servant, now splendidly attired, laughing heartily while embracing the courtesan. Chapter 83. "Young master, is that really you?" The new courtesan, Miss Ruolin, captivated all with her every gesture. Yet, the presence of the rotund man beside her was rather jarring. Who was this stout fellow who dared to embrace Miss Ruolin? Tang Bu, stunned by the sight of Miss Ruolin, was momentarily speechless when he saw the portly figure approaching her. "Mind your words," a colleague cautioned, noticing Tang Bu's surprise. "Anyone standing beside Miss Ruolin, regardless of status, has a formidable background." Tang Bu huffed in response but refrained from further comment. He then noticed Jiang Wushuang's icy demeanor and leaned closer, asking, "Are you also displeased by that fat man?" Jiang Wushuang downed a drink, a glimmer of cold fury in his eyes. Meanwhile, the courtesan raised her glass to the crowd, prompting many to reciprocate. Yet, after a single toast, she retreated back into her chambers, closely followed by the plump figure. The group continued to drink until late into the night before finally exiting Baihua Tower. As Tang Bu and the others headed toward the Demon Suppressing Tower, Jiang Wushuang halted, signaling for them to proceed without him, assuring them he would follow shortly. Soon, a lavish carriage pulled up in front of Baihua Tower, flanked by 4 guards wielding swords. Bystanders quickly avoided the carriage. The stout man who had embraced Miss Ruolin emerged, accompanied by the brothel madam, and entered the carriage. From the shadows, a figure slowly stepped forward, watching the carriage depart. Before an imposing estate, the carriage halted before 2 stone lions. "Master, you have returned." A steward rushed out to assist Ma Lu from the carriage. Together, they entered the estate, the gates closing behind them. Jiang Wushuang approached the stone lions, gazing at the estate that had once been his home, the residence of the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue. "Indeed, there is something amiss," he murmured to himself. "Master, did you enjoy your evening?" the steward inquired, trailing behind Ma Lu, his face adorned with obsequiousness. "Humph, what is a courtesan but a mere title?" Ma Lu scoffed, his irritation palpable. Having expended considerable resources to distance himself from his patron, he had hoped for more than just a shared cup of wine and a song. "What of Ling Long?" Ma Lu inquired, his eyes gleaming with desire. "That girl remains as stubborn as ever, locked in the woodshed," the steward replied. "Bring her to my chambers. Tonight, I shall have my way with her," Ma Lu commanded, anticipation igniting within him. "Understood," the steward nodded. Hastening away, Ma Lu returned to his quarters, and shortly after, the steward entered, flanked by 2 attendants carrying a lovely young girl. Ma Lu dismissed the steward and attendants, leaving only the bound girl before him. The girl, merely 17 or 18, bore a youthful countenance, now marred by fury. "Ling Long, I am the master here now. Submit to me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury," Ma Lu declared, reaching out to caress her delicate cheek. "I refuse. Ma Lu, you vile usurper." The master treated you as he believed the young man would waver. He noticed a subtle movement of his fingers. In the next moment, a chill coursed through his brow. Upon reaching out, his hand was drenched in crimson. He finally understood how the 2 warriors he had hired had met their demise, slain by a mere flick of the boy's finger. "My lord," he reasoned, "we need him for our case." Ling Long stared blankly at the fallen Ma Lu, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Despite having imagined countless scenarios of killing the person before her, reason prevailed. Ma Lu was not yet to die, especially when she realized the hidden hand behind this was none other than the omnipotent Minister of Revenue. Her anxiety deepened. Jiang Wushuang turned to the girl, offering a slight smile. "Do not worry. I have my plans." Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The butler beside Ma Lu rushed in with a group of people. Upon seeing the three lifeless bodies on the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Bold ruffian, how dare you harm others here?" Before he could finish, Jiang Wushuang unleashed a strand of true essence, severing the speaking butler's head. The attendants and guards who followed him stood frozen in shock. Those who had just stepped inside immediately recoiled. The intruders' martial prowess was too formidable. They were mere foot soldiers unworthy of resistance. Soon, chaos erupted, and everyone scattered. "Why, Lord?" Linglong observed the scene with no trace of joy on. Zhao Huaqi gazed at the slowly collapsing butler, a chill running through his spine as he turned to the man standing in the midst of the scene, stammering, Who are you?" The man scoffed coldly and replied, "I am one who has suffered the ruin of my family because of you." Zhao Huaqi trembled, scrutinizing the man in an attempt to recall his identity, but to no avail. After all, many matters were handled by his subordinates with just a word from him. How could he forget actions he had taken? The man sighed. "Then perhaps you should reflect on your deeds in the underworld." With that, he slowly raised his hand. Witnessing this, Zhao Huaqi's heart sank, and he exclaimed in terror, "No, you cannot kill me. I am the Minister of Revenue." Before he could finish, his head was severed, rolling a few times on the ground. Jiang Wushuang looked down at the severed head that had rolled to his feet and calmly stated, "What of the Minister of Revenue? You are still condemned to death." According to Linglong, the original owner's father, Jiang Dahai, had discovered Zhao Huaqi's embezzlement and had been framed by him, leading to his imprisonment and eventual execution. Now, having taken Zhao Huaqi's life, he had avenged the original owner's family. He then approached the three corpses of the gathering spirit realm warriors, absorbing their memories and gaining over 10,000 cultivation points. Oh, there are hidden hands at play? Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly. Among the three corpses, two were indeed brought in by Zhao Huaqi, lavishly compensated to ensure his safety. The third, although ostensibly there for protection, was more about surveillance. From this man's memories, Jiang Wushuang learned he hailed from a demonic sect known as the Haihuan sect. The Haihuan sect? One of the 6 demonic sects? Jiang Wushuang chuckled coldly, but as he delved deeper, his smile faded. It turned out that the Haihuan sect had been employing various means for years to manipulate officials within the court, turning them into their pawns. After years of lurking, the officials they had ensnared had formed factions and occupied significant positions in the court. Zhao Huaqi was merely one of their key pieces, necessitating the dispatch of a gathering spirit realm guardian to monitor him. He had not anticipated the Haihuan sect's deep infiltration into the Daqian court. Jiang Wushuang's brows lifted slightly. Had he not been able to absorb the memory inheritance and discover these secrets, no one would have suspected the hidden hands at play. I was just lamenting where to find demonic practitioners. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Wushuang's eyes gleamed. The Haihuan sect had a secret stronghold outside the imperial city to control these officials, guarded by masters. Immediately, he extended his divine sense, following the coordinates gleaned from the memory inheritance. His divine sense could now cover dozens of miles, rivaling that of a life will expert. However, when his divine sense reached the designated location, he found nothing unusual. How could it be so well concealed? Jiang Wushuang, astonished, felt his interest peaking. If even his divine sense could not detect it, it was evident that the Haihuan sect's hideout was more mysterious than he had imagined. There could be substantial gains within. He knew that all the prisoners in the Demon Suppression Tower had become his targets for absorption. To enhance his cultivation, he could only slay enemies, and only those above the master level could provide significant cultivation points. With this thought, he swiftly departed from the minister's residence, heading towards the hideout. Having concealed his true appearance with heavenly transformation, he was unafraid of being seen, boldly striding out of the imperial city. Having already infiltrated the minister's residence, what was another attack on a demonic cult's hideout? Jiang Wushuang chuckled coldly as he made his way outside the city. He was not merely seeking to eliminate enemies for cultivation points. He was driven by a deep-seated vendetta against evil. As Jiang Wushuang walked, he employed his formidable divine sense for exploration. Typically, even the most concealed illusions would be laid bare before him. However, after an extended search, he found nothing. Yet this did not deter him. Rather, It invigorated him further. To create such a concealed formation around the Daiqian imperial city, undetected for years, spoke volumes of the Haohuan sect's resources. Certainly, the Demon Suppression Camp, which specialized in exterminating demons, was not a force to be underestimated. The disappearance of the officers from the Demon Suppression Camp suggested they had been taken by someone manipulating the formation. After deliberating, Jiang Wushuang concluded that if he could not detect the formation's presence, the officers would stand little chance. How intriguing! Jiang Wushuang felt a surge of excitement. The more concealed a place was, the more mysterious it became, and the higher the likelihood of encountering significant adversaries. Moreover, since it was a formation, there would inevitably be clues. He simply lacked the knowledge to uncover them at the moment. With this in mind, he resumed his search, this time not only using his divine sense, but also attentively sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. After a stick of incense's worth of time, he indeed uncovered some clues. This was a formation platform. Jiang Wushuang gazed at a large tree in front of him. Astonished, to the eyes of ordinary people, it appeared to be an ordinary tree. Yet beneath his divine sense, he discerned a massive black stone at the tree's base, emanating faint spiritual energy. Had he not approached closely, he would have never noticed. Subsequently, he discovered 3 more identical black stones in different directions. It was certain that these 4 peculiar black stones constituted the formation platform. The one who set up the formation possessed remarkable skill in concealing it. Had he not previously locked onto the location, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to detect. Although he had located the formation platform, figuring out how to break it posed a dilemma for Jiang Wushuang. His knowledge of formations was limited to controlling the punitive formations within the Demon Suppression Tower. He found the concepts of establishing and dismantling formations quite daunting. Given the circumstances, he would have to force his way through. Jiang Wushuang understood that all formations have a defensive limit. As long as his destructive force exceeded the formation's capacity, it would inevitably collapse. Having just ascended to the master level, he had yet to exert his full strength, making this an opportune moment to test his abilities against the formation. Jiang Wushuang's eyes glinted as he prepared for action. Within the manor, atop the tower, the black-clad servant's eyes lit up as he regarded the white-robed young master before him. Young master, has the demonic artifact truly resurfaced? The white-robed young man nodded slowly. While I cannot be certain yet, demonic artifacts appear once every millennium, and it should be time. The black-clad servant's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is indeed time to prepare. That is a sacred artifact, one capable of turning the Daiqian upside down and elevating our Haohuan sect to new heights. After his excitement, the servant suddenly appeared concerned. However, if the sacred artifact reappears, other sects will not stand idly by. I fear you may be overwhelmed. That a glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the white-robed young master. I have merely come to probe the waters. The protector will be arriving soon. Prepare for their arrival. The protector is coming? The black-clad servant's expression shifted in surprise, nodding vigorously. With the protector present, I shall have no worries. The white-robed young man remained silent for a moment before continuing. This Haohuan manor has been established for nearly a decade, hasn't it? The black-clad servant confirmed. Exactly 10 years. 10 years ago, the Sanluo sect embroiled us 6 demonic sects in the Daiqian Imperial Tomb chaos, resulting in significant losses for us in the Haohuan sect. It is time to reclaim what was lost from Daiqian. With the severance of their luck, they are indeed running out of time. These court officials are utterly vulnerable before the charming slaves we have trained, especially with the Haohuan powder that even affects warriors. Even heroes struggle against the allure of beauty. None can withstand the seduction we craft at the Haohuan sect. By now, around 30 to 40% of Daiqian's officials are under our control. The old servant felt a sense of accomplishment, having helped the Haohuan sect subtly rise to the forefront among the 6 sects over the years. The white-robed young man smiled faintly, glancing back at the black-clad servant. You have worked hard over the years. The black-clad servant bowed. It is my duty. The white-robed young man continued. However, the recent movements of the Demon Suppression Camp seem to be directed towards court officials, so you must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the black-clad servant sighed. This matter is likely tied to the recent conspiracy of the state minister. Li Zhengchun has been growing in power with our support. Who would have thought he would send someone to assassinate within the palace, attempting to seize the throne? Such foolishness nearly exposed the Haohuan manor. Fortunately, I acted in time to eradicate the threat. The white-robed young man replied calmly. Have there been any recent disturbances within the court? The black-clad servant shook his head, none detected. Everything remains under our control. Since the rebellion of Li Zhangchun, the position of prime minister has remained vacant for a long time. I, an old servant, plan to elevate the minister of revenue, Zhao Huaqi, to this position. This individual is infatuated with our charming subordinates and allows us to manipulate him. Moreover, with the recent control of the Minister of Personnel by the Liuhe Mountain Villa, this plan is almost certain to succeed. The man in white nodded in appreciation, while the black-clad old servant, upon receiving praise, rarely displayed a smile. Suddenly, both figures, one in white and the other in black, ceased their smiles and turned their gazes towards the distance. Within the concealed formation, while those outside could not perceive the activities within, those inside could easily detect any disturbances outside. Every time a suspicious occurrence arose, they could promptly identify it and neutralize the threat. This was also the reason why Liuhe Mountain Villa could establish itself here for the past decade. The man in white narrowed his eyes as he observed a gray-clad figure appearing at the location where several divine captains had just been. Could it be from the divine captains? The black-clad old servant's eyelids slightly lifted, but he quickly discerned that the man was not wearing the divine captain's attire, and the divine captains always operated in teams. The gray-clad man was alone. Perhaps he was just passing by? The black-clad old servant made this judgment, but soon, he overturned this idea. The youth began to move swiftly through the woods, and the power he exhibited was clearly mismatched with the aura he possessed. He is searching for our concealed formation, the man in white remarked, his brow arching. The black-clad old servant's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing through them. Young master, wait a moment. I shall eliminate him immediately. Chapter 89. Is the formation's defense weak? No rush, let's first observe his origins. The man in white raised his hand to stop the departing black-clad old servant. The concealed formation is the heart of Liuhe Mountain Villa, and it cannot be so easily discovered. Furthermore, he noticed that only the gray-clad man was outside. The threat was minimal. The black-clad old servant halted and nodded. In fact, they had encountered similar situations before without concern. They merely eliminated anyone who discovered their clues afterward. At this moment, the urgency was merely to make an impression before the man in white. This Liuhe formation was arranged by a Grand Master of Formations from the Hahuan sect, capable of thwarting even the Divine Wheel's consciousness, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. The black-clad old servant gazed at the figure outside, sneering coldly. The man in white sighed upon hearing this. That Grand Master of Formations was a prominent figure from the righteous path, who initially disregarded the Hahuan sect's charming subordinates and the Hahuan powder, wanting to test the way. However, he became ensnared within, falling into the demonic path, and became a venerator of the Hahuan sect. He subsequently laid out numerous powerful formations for the sect, with this Liuhe formation being one of them. Unfortunately, the righteous path also recognized his threat and, at great cost, united many sects to slay him, ultimately causing the Hahuan sect to lose this Grand Master of Formations. They observed the figure outside searching around. The black-clad old servant's face brimmed with pride, while disdain flickered in the man in white's eyes. However, not long after, the expressions of both men darkened. He has actually discovered the formation's location. A look of astonishment flashed in the man in white's eyes. It should be noted that the concealment of this Liuhe formation is exceedingly high, with the formation's platform cleverly hidden beneath a large tree. Additionally, there were specific concealed restrictions set around the platform. When the Liuhe formation was first arranged, the Hahuan sect dispatched several masters to search for it, but they found no trace, which allowed the sect to confidently establish this location as a stronghold. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. The black-clad old servant stated solemnly. He had guarded this place for 10 years, and it was the first time anyone had discovered their presence, of course excluding the likes of Wu Jiling, a mere pawn from the divine captains whom they had actively drawn in for imprisonment. I will handle him immediately. Before the black-clad old servant could finish his sentence, he witnessed the man outside manifest several currents of true essence in his hand. He was momentarily stunned, then swallowed his unfinished words, for that youth was merely half a step into the realm of a master. Could he be a master? The man in white's expression also turned serious. The man outside appeared rugged and was around 30 years of age, similar to himself. Unexpectedly, he had reached the realm of a master. It must be noted that he is one of the few martial talents from the 6 demonic sections. What does he intend to do? Does he wish to forcibly break the formation? The man in white closely observed the movements of the man outside, initially taken aback, then bursting into laughter. The black-clad old servant shook his head and coldly snorted, stating, "Although this Lyoha formation is a concealed one, its defensive capabilities are exceptional. Without a Grand Master of formations to break it, even 3 or 5 masters would find it impossible to forcibly penetrate." Both remained calm and composed. Yet, in the next moment, they saw the man outside raise his hand, unleashing another strike. This time, his aura surged even more fiercely. The man in white watched as a golden light flared in the distance, revealing a massive hand appearing in the air. With a single punch, the previously concealed Lyoha formation suddenly manifested, erecting a massive protective barrier. The barrier, however, was distorted and deformed by the impact. The ground shook violently within the villa, and tiles fell from the rooftops. The man in white looked up at the nearly collapsing Lyoha formation, his pupils contracting in alarm. "Quick, stop him!" he screamed, bolting from the platform. The black-clad old servant followed closely behind. However, they had not run far when they saw the man outside once again raise his hand to strike. This time, his momentum was even greater. The man in white saw a golden light erupt in the distance, and a gigantic hand appeared in the air. With a single swipe, the protective barrier of the Lyoha formation shattered in the blink of an eye. The hand drove forward, crashing down, and the courtyard of the villa erupted, shaking the ground and leaving everyone's legs trembling. From the building erupted cries of alarm, and countless figures fled out. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions were blank. With the formation shattered, the bright sky above the villa vanished, replaced by a full moon and a sky full of stars. Under the dim moonlight, a massive pit appeared ahead, completely severing the road leading into the villa. Many realized that the carriages they had arrived in were nowhere to be found. Was this truly the Lyoha formation? The Hahuan young master appeared disheveled not far from the edge of the deep pit. Looking at the vast chasm before him, his eyelids twitched violently and his expression turned grim. Had he not retreated swiftly, he would have likely been st in an instant. The young master of the Hahuan sect felt as if he were being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast, his hairs standing on end and a chill of dread coursing through him. The sight of 2 grandmasters' corpses loomed vividly in his mind, leaving him with a singular thought: to flee as swiftly and as far as possible. The very notion of revenge was too perilous to entertain. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked a secret escape technique, even at the cost of his own vitality, knowing it would take a toll on his life force and leave him severely weakened. Yet, he cared not. Survival was his only desire in the face of this man. Simultaneously, he could not fathom how such a terrifying figure had emerged in the Great Qian. The golden true essence? The young master of Hahuan felt a jolt in his heart, recalling the golden light that had appeared outside the imperial city that night. It was rumored that someone had summoned the Qian's fortune, giving rise to a child of destiny. Cursed be it. The young master was filled with incredulity and suspicion. How could a newly ascended grandmaster possess such prowess? Yet, reality had dealt him a heavy blow that left no room for doubt. He must unite the 6 sects to eradicate this calamity. Frantic thoughts raced through his mind as blood mist erupted from his body, propelling him even faster. Want to escape? Standing in the center like a harbinger of death, Jiang Wushuang observed the alluring yet malevolent figure of the fleeing young master, who left behind a trail of blood light. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at the incredible speed that surpassed ordinary grandmasters by tenfold. Such a technique might indeed allow one to escape from others. With a cold glint in his eyes, Jiang Wushuang struck out with his blade in an instant. A whirlwind of blade intent surged forth, intertwining in the air. The blade of faint azure light, hundreds of feet long, materialized out of thin air. All eyes were drawn to this solitary azure beam. As it cleaved forward, time seemed to slow, and the azure light surged relentlessly, catching up with the retreating figure of the young master clad in white. Just as the young master began to breathe a sigh of relief, an icy aura enveloped him, rendering him rigid. Upon glancing back, his eyes widened in horror as he saw the azure light rapidly expanding before him. In the next breath, the azure blade pierced through him, and he transformed into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing from existence. Among the 3 grandmasters, you were the weakest, yet you dared to flee? Retrieving his gaze from the distance, Jiang Wushuang slowly sheathed his blade, He had to admit that the flying dragon ghost blade had become increasingly adept in his hands, especially with the enhancement of true essence, as if this martial art had undergone a transformation. Less sinister and more domineering. If he wished, he could condense 1,000-foot blade shadow. Yet, the two grandmasters he had just slain were merely 100 feet tall. He had initially hoped to utilize the concealed formation here and test his strength against the grandmasters within. Unfortunately, neither the formation nor the grandmasters presented any challenge. The formation was slightly better. He had not even thrown a punch before it crumbled under the application of his second-tier mysterious void palm. The first two grandmasters were slightly stronger but could not withstand even a single strike from him. They were utterly inadequate in his presence. The last one fled without a fight, igniting his life force. It was all rather mundane. With the death of the young master of Hahuan, chaos erupted within the estate. The man's terrifying strength and decisiveness in killing left everyone feeling uneasy. Those who had intended to guard the estate scattered in fear, but alas, they lacked the escape techniques. Otherwise, they would have fled without hesitation. Wu Zhiling, witnessing the man slay 3 grandmasters, was equally terrified. What sort of power was this? Killing grandmasters as if they were mere vegetables. Could any grandmaster withstand a strike from him? Just then, she saw the martial artists within the estate scattering in panic. Wu Zhiling's expression changed slightly as she shouted loudly, "Stop them!" Her subordinates rushed forward. Yet this was a critical stronghold of the demonic sect, with dozens of demonic disciples present, many of whom were in the gathering spirit realm. She and her few subordinates were simply unable to stop them, forced to watch helplessly as they fled. At that moment, a sudden change swept through the scene. Wu Zhiling and her subordinates froze in place. They watched as the first few martial artists to escape the estate suddenly halted, as if immobilized, and then collapsed like wooden stakes. Dead? The members of the divine capture camp were incredulous. Wu Zhiling looked at the nearest corpse and saw a drop of blood forming on the man's head. Blood pouring forth from within, a silent killer? Those rushing to the edge of the estate were gripped with terror upon witnessing this scene, unsure of what had transpired. After a brief pause, some continued to charge forward, but the moment they leapt out of the estate, their figures trembled in the air and then lost their vitality, plummeting to the ground. This time, someone finally noticed the anomaly, for they saw the man in the center casually releasing a strand of true essence that shot the fleeing person dead. Several high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Personnel were apprehended on site. Among the 3 deceased masters, one was the young master of the Haihuan sect, while the other 2 were his attendants. Wu Zhiling bowed before the elderly commander, detailing the findings of the investigation. The scenes within the manor were even more harrowing than she had anticipated. The first floor served as a venue for revelry and indulgence. What she encountered was merely the corruption of the court. The second and third floors, however, unveiled the full extent of the Hahuan sect's malevolence. There, they imprisoned women abducted from various places, daughters of ordinary families, wealthy heiresses, and many female disciples from different sections. Not only women, but also numerous vigorous men were held captive. The Hahuan sect employed torturous methods and secret techniques to control these individuals, transforming them into seductive and manipulative puppets. Enough. You may handle these matters as you see fit. The commander interrupted Wu Zhiling with a wave of his hand. Nodding in response, Wu Zhiling then noticed that an unfamiliar man had appeared beside Commander Wei Yu. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, emanated an aura akin to a vast abyss, resembling a giant standing there. This was the deputy of the Demon Suppression Tower. Wu Zhiling gazed at the middle-aged man next to Wei Yu, feeling a surge of apprehension. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A battle among masters had erupted outside the imperial city, with one side being one of the 6 sects of the demonic path. Naturally, the divine capture camp would seek assistance from the Demon Suppression Tower. One person slaying 3 masters? Wei Yu's gaze lingered on the 2 corpses before him, his expression complex. Although 3 masters resided within the manor, the Hahuan sect's young master evidently fell short in strength. He was obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothing but a mist of blood, leaving behind not even a fragment of bone. And of course, this was only in the presence of that man. Looking at the broader realm of Deqian, the Hahuan young master was quite renowned. Achieving mastery in his 30s, he was one of the few martial prodigies in the entire Deqian. Among the imperial family, only one junior could rival him. It was unexpected that such a figure would meet his end in this manner, suggesting that he had encountered someone extraordinarily fearsome. This was evident from the upon arriving in this world. He had always resided within the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, and he had spent countless days in the company of demons, never experiencing a moment of tranquility. However, he recently discovered that in this world, he possessed a manor and a group of servants attending to him, which seemed rather pleasant in his past life. He had been a diligent soul, toiling from dawn till dusk solely to earn a little more money, hoping to enjoy life later on. Yet, in the end, he earned no wealth and enjoyed no life in this world. He had become a martial artist, striving to enhance his strength, all in pursuit of a stable life free from threats to his existence. Now, having attained the status of a grandmaster, he was regarded as a lofty figure by ordinary martial artists, allowing him to finally savor a peaceful life. As Jiang Wushuang reflected on these matters, he suddenly noticed Linglong beside him, secretly wiping away her tears. "Linglong, why are you crying? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall take care of it," he said. Linglong quickly shook her head and replied, "Young master, no one has bullied me and I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I never expected to serve you here." Wiping her tears away, she smiled. "Silly girl, crying when you're happy," Jiang Wushuang chuckled. After a while, Linglong calmed down and remarked, "Young master, thanks to the efforts of Lord Left Minister, we have been able to overturn the case. Once Madam and Miss return, we must express our gratitude." With the case overturned, not only had the manor been restored, but those who had been exiled would also return. It was astonishing to hear that the Divine Capture Camp had taken an interest in the Lord's case. Linglong exclaimed, "Theo, ordinary people, the Divine Capture Camp was known for hunting demons, shrouded in mystery and power." However, seeing Jiang Wushuang before her, she couldn't help but think that their interest might be related to him, especially since he had joined the Demon Suppression Camp, renowned alongside the Divine Capture Camp. When Madame returned and saw the current state of her young master, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Linglong's face lit up with anticipation. Previously, the young master had squandered his days, causing distress to the family, but now he exuded a sense of formidable security. The memory of that night when he defeated Malu lingered vividly in her mind. Jiang Wushuang observed the changing expressions on Linglong's face and smiled faintly. He resolved to reside in the manor from now on. "Linglong, are there any difficulties in the manor?" he inquired. After Malu's death, all of his servants had fled, leaving only him and Linglong in the vast estate. Upon returning, Linglong began tidying up the manor while Jiang Wushuang took no action. Linglong's expression tightened at his question. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Young master, the fact that we can overturn the case is already a great fortune. So there are no difficulties. However, with the Lord absent and unable to be reinstated, the expenses of the manor will need to be reduced, which may cause you some inconvenience." Jiang Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that after Malu's demise, the fleeing servants had stripped the manor bare. There was not a single valuable item left within it. Turned out they were short on funds. Jiang Wushuang immediately pulled out a few pieces of silver and said, "Linglong, rest assured, with me here, no one shall suffer. As a grandmaster, he naturally wouldn't be troubled by a lack of silver." Outside the imperial city, although the hidden stronghold of the Hahuan sect had been destroyed and the evil cultists apprehended, a squad from the Divine Capture Camp continued their search, wary of any overlooked details. After all, the Hahuan sect had managed to conceal itself for decades, and it remained uncertain whether there were any hidden locations left. On a peak several hundred feet away from the ruined manor, two figures, one clad in gray and the other in black, observed the dilapidated estate from a distance. The figure in gray appeared to be in his 40s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, standing with his hands clasped behind him, while an elderly man with graying hair stood respectfully behind him. "Ding Hufa, that was our Hahuan sect's Liuha Manor, which has drained much blood from Deqian over the years. Yet it has still been discovered," the old man lamented. "Moreover, it has led to the downfall of the young master." The gray-clad man remained silent for a time before speaking coolly. "This young fool, relying on the sect master's favor, believed that ascending to grandmaster would grant him the freedom to act recklessly, oblivious to the grim fate that awaited him. Xiaowan, had you not disclosed the information about the demonic artifact to him, he would not have been so greedy as to come here alone. His death is partially your fault." The old man's face paled at these words, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Ding Hufa, spare me. It was the young master who forced me to speak. I only instructed him to wait for us here." I never anticipated the manor would be destroyed. The gray-clad man snorted lightly. The young master's death is inconsequential. No one blames you. They say he was the hope of our Hahuan sect. But to me, he was nothing of value. Yes, for over a century, Ding Hufa has been the pillar of our Hahuan sect, the old man agreed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although the man before him appeared younger, he was indeed twice his age, his prolonged lifespan granting him a youthful appearance. The gray-clad man remarked, I have not shown myself for decades. Few remember me. The old man quickly responded, Ding Hufa, you underestimate yourself. How could a mere few decades diminish your reputation? The gray-clad man gazed into the distance at the manor and said, Decades are enough for many rising talents to emerge. I hear that the one who destroyed the manor is a nameless little brat. The old man, also looking into the distance, expressed a hint of trepidation. Indeed, he is quite obscure. To this day, no one knows his identity. However, he is truly remarkable, having even slain the divine blade sect Shen Bo. The gray-clad man smiled faintly but remained silent. Noticing his reaction, the old man quickly added, If Ding Hufa had not arrived a moment too late, that brat would have been dead without a grave. The gray-clad man replied, Had I been here, the manor would not have been discovered, and our Hahuan sect would not have suffered such a significant loss. The old man nodded, That is certainly true. With Ding Hufa here, even if Wei Yu from the Divine Capture Camp and Chao Zhuang from the Demon Suppression Tower appeared simultaneously, they would have fled in fear. After a moment of thought, the old man continued, However, I find this matter somewhat suspicious. Just as the news of the emergence of the Child of Destiny in Deqian spread, our Hahuan sect was attacked. Could it be that Deqian's fortune has truly changed? The gray-clad man's expression remained unchanged until his brow slightly raised. I came to pursue the demonic artifact, but if I can also eliminate this Child of Destiny, that would not be amiss. The old man, hearing this, revealed a delighted expression. Rest assured, Ding Hufa. I will do my utmost to gather information regarding the Child of Destiny. At that moment, a squad from the Divine Capture Camp, which had been searching the manor, rushed up the mountain. The two figures stood conspicuously on the peak, completely unhidden, making them quite an eyesore for anyone within the manor. Who are you? What are you doing here? The leader of the Divine Capture Camp called out to them. However, the two did not respond. The gray-clad man merely glanced sideways, not even sparing them a glance. The old man, who had been bowing respectfully, suddenly transformed, his demeanor shifting entirely as his aura surged, standing tall, as sect master. The countenance of the Divine Capture Camp members changed drastically, and they attempted to flee, but it was too late. With a flick of the old man's hand, several beams of true essence shot forth, instantly slaying the Divine Capture Camp members. The leader, in his final moments, cast a glance at the gray-clad man, realizing that even the servant was a grandmaster. He could scarcely fathom what kind of existence the gray-clad man represented. After dispatching the members of the Divine Capture Camp, the old man returned to stand beside the gray-clad man as they gazed once more at the manor before stepping over the corpses and heading toward the imperial city. Within the Jiang manor, Jiang Wushuang reclined in a chair in the courtyard, leisurely gazing at the star-studded sky. He found himself increasingly fond of this tranquil and leisurely lifestyle. Of course, this was primarily due to his immense strength, which allowed him to feel no threat from adversaries. When he had first entered the Demon Suppression Tower, he had been uncertain whether he would survive the next day, leaving him no time to contemplate the quality of life. Having resided in the Jiang manor for several days now, and with the Jiang family having successfully overturned the case, the punishment that had exiled him to the Demon Suppression Tower was lifted. Consequently, members of the Divine Capture Camp had even come to the tower, ready to escort him away at his convenience. Naturally, he had declined, as he still needed to gather cultivation points daily. The members of the Divine Capture Camp understood this, recognizing him as a top-tier demon suppression guard. Having finally reached this position, he had no reason to leave. Thus, Jiang Wushuang spent his days on duty within the Demon Suppression Tower and returned to the Jiang Manor each night. Young master, here is your tea, Linglong said, bringing over a freshly brewed cup and placing it on the stone table. After several days, Linglong had been solely managing the affairs of the manor. Although she had once been just a maid, she had organized everything with remarkable efficiency. Of course, if they could hire a few more servants, the management would improve even further. However, Jiang Wushuang's meager salary clearly could not sustain the expenses of the entire manor. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize earning money. For him now, acquiring funds was a straightforward task. Setting aside his grandmaster status, he could easily obtain the wealth left behind by various criminals through memory retrieval. After all, many of these criminals were on the wanted list, fleeing and concealing the spoils of their theft in hidden locations known only to them. Just a single discovery from among these would be sufficient to cover the Jiang Manor's expenses for several years. Linglong, do you have something to say? Jiang Wushuang noticed Linglong standing beside him, hesitating to speak. Chapter 97. Unraveling the mystery according to the memories of the original owner. Linglong had been found on the street at the age of 6 and taken into the Jiang Manor. Growing up in the manor, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, which was also why Ma Lu had sought to keep her around after taking over the estate. Young master, there is something I am uncertain whether to say. Linglong hesitated, taking a few deep breaths before speaking slowly. Jiang Wushuang turned to her with a gentle smile. Speak freely. There are only the two of us left in the manor, so there is nothing you cannot say. After spending several days together, Jiang Wushuang had grown increasingly fond of Linglong. She not only managed the manor with diligence, but also took meticulous care of him. Young master, madam, and miss will return in a few months, and I would like to acquire some items for the manor before they arrive. Linglong's voice dwindled. It's all right, continue, Jiang Wushuang encouraged with a smile. Linglong's expression was genuine. In this world, women in ordinary families held a low status, and a maid like Linglong was even lower. Naturally, she lacked the confidence to make requests of her master. Through her words, Jiang Wushuang learned that Linglong had been concerned about the manor's affairs, particularly the financial expenditures. It turned out that during her management of the manor, she had met a woman selling cloth and discovered a business opportunity. She believed that engaging in the cloth trade could yield significant profits, improving the conditions of the manor, and sought Jiang Wushuang's approval. Jiang Wushuang, not adhering to outdated notions, readily agreed. Linglong, from now on, you shall be the steward of the Jiang Manor, and all affairs shall be under your authority. Through their time together, he had recognized Linglong's capabilities. However, Linglong's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly shook her head. Young master, that won't do. Traditionally, it has always been men who manage the household, and there has never been a woman in such a role. Jiang Wushuang interrupted her, sitting up and meeting her startled gaze. Tell me, is there any law in Deqian that prohibits women from being stewards? Linglong pondered for a moment, then shook her head. There is no such law. Jiang Wushuang smiled. Then it is permissible. Although it has never happened before, you shall be the first. Linglong stood momentarily stunned. Everything she had done was solely for the betterment of the Jiang Manor. She had never aspired for recognition. Now that the young master had appointed her as steward, it was undoubtedly a form of acknowledgement. Young master, I will not disappoint you, Linglong promised, gazing at the relaxed figure of Jiang Wushuang, who had reclined back on the bench. Though there was currently only her as a servant in the manor, the title of steward elevated her position beyond that of a mere maid. I believe in you, Jiang Wushuang replied languidly. By the way, how much silver do you need to start the business? Linglong responded, I will need several dozen taels. Jiang Wushuang nodded. Understood, I will provide it to you in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Linglong's expression changed slightly. Young master, there is no rush. You have already given me half of the silver. If you save a bit more, I can gather the rest in a couple of months. Young master, please do not enter the gambling den again. She was well aware that Jiang Wushuang had recently given her all his silver. Jiang Wushuang was taken aback by Linglong's worried expression. Her concerned gaze made him realize that returning with money of dubious origin would only cause her distress. With that thought, he decided to abandon the idea of searching for hidden wealth left behind by criminals. After all, these matters were trivial to him. As a grandmaster, he had myriad legitimate ways to acquire funds, such as capturing wanted criminals. Each apprehended criminal on the bounty list could yield several hundred taels, while notorious villains could bring in thousands. For him, these were merely matters of a flick of the wrist. Rest assured, your young master is now a demon suppression guard. A few dozen taels is but a trivial matter, Jiang Wushuang remarked casually. However, he did not rush to act on it, as he was close to reaching the threshold for advancement to the second level of Grandmaster. Enhancing his strength remained his foremost priority. The next day, upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Tower, Jiang Wushuang began to control the Yin spirits to gather cultivation points. After collecting from the first and second levels, he had already reached the required cultivation points for the second level of Grandmaster. However, he did not hasten to elevate his rank. Instead, He waited until the points were dispersed before returning to the Jiang Manor to undergo the breakthrough. He was curious about the changes that would accompany ascending to the second level of Grandmaster. Jiang Wushuang was filled with anticipation. Initially, he had expected the ascent to Grandmaster to be a slow process, but with the activation of the third level's objectives in the Demon Suppression Tower, the formidable figure of the fate will provided him with 20,000 cultivation points daily. Within 10 days of becoming a Grandmaster, he was already on the verge of breaking through. Undoubtedly, this was also related to his destruction of the Haohuan sect's stronghold and the slaying of 3 Grandmasters, from which he had harvested considerable cultivation points. Nonetheless, the speed of his progress was astonishing. If this continued, reaching the Fate Wheel level would be within reach. As his cultivation points increased, the true essence within his Qi surged, growing by a third of its original amount. Previously, his true essence had already been dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary Grandmaster. With this further increase, his strength had more than multiplied several times. As his true essence expanded, the divine infant above it also glowed more brightly. Jiang Wushuang's divine consciousness turned inward, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. When he had ascended to Grandmaster, the strange golden light that had fused with his bones seemed to brighten with his rising power. When he dispersed the heavenly harmony transformation, the room was instantly enveloped in a gentle golden light, and Jiang Wushuang, bathed in the golden glow, appeared somewhat divine. Is this the fortune of heaven and earth? Jiang Wushuang furrowed his brows. Previously, he had been unaware of the nature of this golden light. However, after destroying the Haohuan sect's manor and slaying 3 Grandmasters, he had gleaned information about the golden light from the memories of Shenbo. It turned out that the recently rumored child of destiny referred to him. Jiang Wushuang chuckled and shook his head. According to Shenbo's memories, binding with the fortune of heaven and earth meant connecting with the destiny of Deqian. The stronger he became, the more prosperous Deqian's fortune would be. As he fell, it would inevitably influence the fortunes of the Great Qian. Hence, the golden dragon on the 4th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower is a manifestation of this fortune. Jiang Wushuang was slightly taken aback. In a wonder, he felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first encountering that golden dragon. It possessed an aura of continuity. However, the dragon exhibited intense hostility towards him, which puzzled him further. Rumor had it that 10 years ago, the Sanluo sect severed the fortunes of the Great Qian. Could that dragon be the cause? Jiang Wushuang pieced together fragments of information and suddenly understood. Being severed indicated that the dragon had become detached from the Great Qian, thus resulting in its suppression to the 4th floor. The once fortunate golden dragon, upon encountering him, the newly emerged child of fortune, would naturally harbor animosity. It appeared that being the child of fortune was not an easy role to fulfill. Jiang Wushuang slightly furrowed his brows. Yet, since he represented the fortunes of the Great Qian, if anyone were to harbor ill intentions towards the realm, he, as the child of fortune, would undoubtedly become the primary target of their attacks. With this thought, he resolved to conceal his identity as a master as much as possible. To avoid unnecessary troubles, should he need to act, he would have to disguise himself. In the room, after successfully advancing to the 2nd level of mastery, Jiang Wushuang retrieved a small booklet he had gathered during the day. Upon opening the first page, he was met with an image of a person. The illustration was not particularly exquisite, but highlighted the main characteristics. Beside the image were several lines of small text, documenting the details of the person depicted. Indeed, many individuals had found themselves on the wanted list. Jiang Wushuang casually flipped through a few pages, murmuring to himself. This was a record of wanted criminals in the Great Qian. The Great Qian had assigned bounty amounts for those on the wanted list, leading some martial artists to pursue these individuals for profit. However, capturing wanted criminals was no simple task. Often, one would lose their life in the attempt. After all, those who made the wanted list were notoriously dangerous. To mitigate risks, many martial artists formed teams to capture these criminals, distributing the bounty according to their efforts. Jiang Wushuang intended to capture some offenders to earn a reward to present to Linglong. Hence his search for this booklet. The bounty amounts varied. Some were as low as dozens of taels, while others, particularly the more dangerous ones, could reach thousands or even tens of thousands of taels. After briefly reviewing the illustrations of all the wanted individuals, Jiang Wushuang memorized their features. This booklet was not published by the Great Qian Court, but was compiled by merchants who noticed many martial artists forming capture teams and needed information about the wanted list. This indeed provided convenience to Jiang Wushuang. After noting all the names of the wanted criminals, he extended his consciousness, beginning to search for the individuals listed. His consciousness, comparable to that of a life-will master, easily enveloped the entire imperial city. However, with millions of people within the city, he needed to identify them one by one, making the search somewhat slow. Of course, this slowness was relative, compared to searching for auras outside the city. His efficiency with this consciousness search was exponentially higher than that of ordinary capture teams, who had to spend money on intelligence. Within half an hour, he had already located 2 individuals from the wanted list. However, these 2 did not meet his capture requirements. Tio claimed the bounty. One had to act openly. The strength he displayed to the outside world was merely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Even if he improved a little, he would only reach the 1st level of the Chi Si. The 2 individuals he had just identified were one at the 8th level of the Chi Si and the other at the 1st level of Spirit Gathering, far from his capture capabilities. While others sought the strongest targets within their capacity, he found himself limited to the weakest. Jiang Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. After searching for another half hour, he finally found 2 suitable candidates, one at the 1st level of the Chi Si and the other at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. He decided to make his move against these 2. Slowly, Jiang Wushuang stepped outside, and in the next instant, he vanished from the courtyard at the eastern city gate of the imperial city. In an inconspicuous street, a meat shop was preparing to close. The owner, a butcher in his 40s with a full beard, stood before a large apron. "Boss, do you have any meat left?" A voice suddenly called out from behind him as he was sweeping. Turning around, he saw a youthful and handsome boy standing there. "Yes, how much do you need?" The butcher replied with a grin, putting down his broom. .30 Gene. The boy said calmly, "So much?" The butcher was momentarily taken aback. "Don't you have it?" Disappointment flickered across the boy's face. The butcher assessed the boy, noting his delicate appearance, and chuckled. "Oh, we have it, but it needs to be slaughtered, so it may take a little while." The boy nodded, "No problem." The butcher then invited the boy inside, saying, "Please come in, young master." He led the way to a door. The interior was dim. Aided by the butcher's oil lamp, they could barely see that it led to a small courtyard, which was filled with a nauseating stench, reminiscent of animal entrails that had been left to rot for days. "You are buying so much meat at this hour. Is there a sudden banquet at home?" The butcher remarked, glancing back. The boy smiled slightly and replied, "No, I merely wish to know how much meat can be taken from a person." The butcher, stepping forward, suddenly halted mid-stride, his legs suspended in the air for several breaths before he slowly lowered it. "So, you're not here to buy meat?" The butcher turned, his demeanor transformed from affable to chilling, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. The boy remained composed, stating, "And you are not truly a seller of meat." The butcher before him was the cannibal listed on the wanted list, with a bounty of 180 taels on his head. He consumed human flesh, and even Tr. Jiang Wushuang slowly rose from the rocking chair, startling the newly arrived maid beside him. To the maid's eyes, this young master was merely enjoying the cool breeze. However, only Jiang Wushuang understood that he was employing his spiritual sense to search for the criminals listed on the bounty board. Upon locating his target, he exited the Jiang residence, vanishing into the night in a secluded courtyard within the royal city. Several figures sat with solemn expressions. Surrounding the courtyard were various weapons, indicating that this space served as both a residence and a training ground. Among the group was a woman clad in black, her hair secured high with an iron ring, exuding an air of confidence. Gripping a long knife, she remained silent, and the others followed suit, refraining from conversation. After a moment of stillness, a figure rushed into the courtyard. "Any news of the criminals?" the confident woman inquired, raising her gaze. The young man who had entered shook his head. Noticing this, the woman's brows furrowed. "It has been 7 days, 7 consecutive days, since our capture team has apprehended a single bounty criminal." A few sighs echoed around her, and one voice spoke up. "Captain Fong, there's little we can do. A mysterious night prowler has emerged in the royal city, capturing criminals at will each night, never claiming the rewards but instead tossing them into the Demon Suppression Tower. Many long-hidden bounty criminals have been exposed, and the remaining ones tremble in fear, too afraid to show themselves. Indeed, not only have we failed to achieve results for days, but other capture teams are also struggling. I've heard that the divine captors are in disarray as well. Once overwhelmed with criminals, now they too find themselves with leisure time due to the influx of captured individuals being sent to the Demon Suppressing Tower," the others lamented. Fong Qianlan's delicate brows knitted together as she spoke firmly. The inability of other capture teams to secure criminals stems from their lack of strength. We are the most powerful capture team in the royal city. How can we allow a mere night prowler to bully us? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She had established this capture team a few years prior, comprising 6 members, 4 of whom were at the spirit-gathering realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th layer of the Qi. This team's overall combat prowess surpassed that of the ordinary teams in the divine captors, and they had successfully apprehended numerous bounty criminals at the spirit-gathering realm. Even the divine captors sought their assistance when faced with formidable adversaries. For years, they had been in high demand in the pursuit of bounty criminals. However, all had changed since the appearance of this mysterious night prowler. The royal city had suddenly quieted. Whenever they finally caught wind of a bounty criminal, they would discover that someone else had already claimed them. Each attempt had ended in vain. I hope I do not encounter this night prowler. Otherwise, I shall give him a thrashing, Fong Qianlan huffed. In her view, the night prowler was merely well-informed, always locating the bounty criminals before others could. In terms of strength, she was not inferior at the 5th layer of spirit gathering. While Fong Qianlan sat in the courtyard, feeling frustrated, another informant returned. Captain Fong, there's news. Last night, the night prowler destroyed a cult hideout in the eastern part of the city, and a criminal escaped back there. Fong Qianlan's eyes narrowed. Finally, some news. Are we still picking up the scraps from him? She recalled how previously, other capture teams would follow behind them to pick up leftovers. What is the strength of this bounty criminal? Though displeased, Fong Qianlan still inquired. Any news was better than sitting idle. 9th layer of the Foundation establishment. The informant hesitated before responding. A glimmer of hope flickered in Fong Qianlan's eyes, only to extinguish immediately upon hearing the answer. Is that really a leftover? It's clear that the other party looks down on him. Get lost. Are you sending me to pick up trash? The informant retreated, aware that such a minor character would not pique Fong Qianlan's interest. But there were no alternative leads. After sitting in silence for another half-hour, finally, someone brought back useful information. At Longshui Street, number 68, there is a suspected hideout of the Blood Rainbow sect. A ruthless criminal of the 9th layer of the Qi is lurking there. Upon seeing this information, Fong Qianlan's pent-up frustration began to dissipate. Although she typically dismissed bounty criminals of this caliber, this was the strongest they had found in recent days. Let us go. Tonight, we must make a statement, Fong Qianlan declared, leading the way, with the 5 others arming themselves and following suit. Longshui Street was now deep in the night, void of pedestrians. Only a figure crouched in a dim corner, watching a nondescript door across the street. As Fong Qianlan and her team arrived, the figure in the corner bowed in greeting. Is anyone inside? Fong Qianlan asked. Although her capture team consisted of only 6 combatants, they also maintained an intelligence team. These individuals were not strong but adept at gathering information without raising suspicion. I witnessed him enter, the informant confirmed. Fong Qianlan nodded and dispatched 3 members at the spirit-gathering realm. This combination would surely suffice to apprehend a mere 9th layer Qi criminal. Under the cover of night, the 3 figures approached the small door, silently shattering it before rushing inside. However, once inside, an unsettling silence enveloped them. 10 breaths past 20 breaths. Still, no sounds emerged. What is going on? Fong Qianlan's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She immediately led the remaining 2 inside. As they crossed the threshold, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Upon entering the courtyard, her eyes widened in shock. The 3 members she had sent in lay lifeless in pools of blood. Standing not far from the bodies was the very bounty criminal depicted in the wanted poster. Yet he was not alone. Beside him sat an elderly man, whose aura was indiscernible but emanated a formidable presence akin to a mountain.